Hello! Welcome back to 3. We're here at case 3. I'm at the case 3. I'm at the case 4. I'm at the combination case 3, case 4. I mean, we did a DLC case, so it feels like we should be further in the game than we are. Hi. Hello. Thanks for tuning in. Welcome. Is this thing on? Welcome. Stream on the internet. We're gonna get going here. Hope everyone's doing well. We have a scenario to unravel. Do I remember what happened 2 days ago? No. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. It makes it more immersive when I'm like the attorney in the case going, I don't know what's happening. So it's gonna be good. 3LC, you know. Yeah, let me get caught up with stuff so we can hop back into it. Cause yeah, I'm having fun. I'm enjoying it. I'm excited to see what everyone hates about this game. It's coming up. We outed someone in court and then pinned them for murder. Yes. Yes, we outed someone in court and then accused them of murder. J'accuse. So, it's going good. It's going good out here. Time for Hugh Jass. I mean O'Connor. Ugh. That would be a very different case. We got them on tape talking about a huge ass. No, Your Honor. And then the brainwave minigame of the brain cell flying through space. What if it wasn't? I'm in my mind palace. What if their name was Huge Ass? And they had a big dumpy. That was my least favorite part, so in other words, I'll play here from here. Oh, nice. Sweet. Criticisms are warranted, but I enjoy this game. Oh, for sure. I'm really enjoying the conversation, as well as just getting people's takes on whether they played these games as they came out, or like me, coming in later in the series. But no, I just because I'm having a good time doesn't mean I don't want to hear what people didn't like about these games, you know? So I'm enjoying it. It's fun too because it feels like I've more so worn the hat of, hey chat, this game's not really clicking with me, and then chat being like, oh no, I loved it. So it's kind of nice to be on the opposing side for a change, where I'm like, I'm having fun, and people are like, yeah, I'm glad you're having fun. Here's the problems I had with it. But also seems like the trilogy re-release smoothed out a few things in this current case. So there's that. But also the Genuine Valley experience. Yeah, I mean, I would still rather a quote-unquote bad game that still swings for the fences, but maybe it just doesn't click for me. You know, I always try to be cognizant of like, you know, maybe I don't enjoy a game, but that just means it's not for me. Yeah, there are situations where I'm like, a game is mechanically bad. Like, there are specific things I can point to that to me feel objective. Like, this does not feel like an artistic choice. This feels like they didn't do a good job executing this mechanic, or there's bugs, or whatever it is. But sometimes you can still enjoy a game in spite of that, or you just don't mind. Everyone has a different threshold for different things. The things that bother me, the pet peeves I have with games, might be things that someone watching will be like, I don't care, even if I notice, and I don't notice half the time. So, like Minecraft Tetris, exactly like Minecraft Tetris. Oh, man, I don't know if I'll. I mean, I had an idea for a game design, like, how about this game, like 6 years ago. And it's not a strong enough idea. It would be a lot of like, and here's an example, and here's an example. And I don't think that makes for a very good video. But the idea was about polish versus spectacle in games, and talking about how those are different things to me. Having a bunch of particle effects blow up every time you do anything, it could be spectacle, could be polish. Polish reinforces the gameplay, and spectacle is like, I'm putting down my controller and wow, cool things are happening. And they can be kind of mistaken for each other sometimes. And I was just like, I don't know if that's a... I molded it for a while, and I was like, I don't know if there's enough meat on that bone. But, like, one of the examples I always came to whenever I was thinking about that idea was Tetris. And it was specifically Tetris 99 versus Tetris Effect, in terms of this, like, gradient between polish and spectacle, where they do go hand in hand. It's not like there is a complete distinction between the two. But that, like, everything in Tetris 99 reinforces the gameplay, basically with the exception of whenever you send garbage to someone and then particles go flying, because if you're targeting 20 players, it just covers the screen particles, you can't see anything. But maybe that's by design, I don't know. And then Tetris Effect is, like, pure melding of polish and spectacle, where, like, everything is meant to reinforce the experience of playing that game. It's a very experiential heavy game. as opposed to just like, yeah, man, making those blocks fall down feels so good. But it's like every time you move a block around, the edges like shifts the thing around. It like feels very tactile, while having tons and tons of spectacle to kind of reinforce what the emotion of the level of Tetris is. And then the reason that came to mind is, yeah, now Minecraft Tetris is like on the extreme far end of that spectrum of like, I don't know. This is Tetris with the absence of polish. This is like as much polish as the Game Boy Tetris I grew up with. Minecraft Tetris, yeah, they made an add-on. I played it with Gam Scaredy and Nicole. I didn't stream it, in case you're like, where is it? They have it on their channels. But apparently, some of the music got Gam's VOD muted. So, hooray! I'm so glad that Minecraft Tetris gets VODs muted on Twitch. Anyway, it's fine. It's great. In fact, Kingdom Hearts 2 and 3 and the Action Commands, yeah, that's the other... Not the other example, but another one that I was thinking of getting to is, thank you for being monkeys, Henry. Something I was thinking of was, like, I vividly, like, whenever I think about the absence of gameplay in a video game, my brain goes back to Kingdom Hearts 3 in the first world, where there's, like, a broken path and a couple pillars, natural pillars sticking out in front of you, and the game pauses and there's a pop-up that's like, hold forward to do your action movement technique, or whatever it's called. Thank you for Big Monkey. And you just kind of hold forward, but then sort of does these little jump flips between these little platforms. And I remember in that moment, just going, oh no! Like, to me, that is pure spectacle, I suppose. Again, I didn't fully form this idea, which is why it doesn't exist as a video. But it's like, that's not gameplay. It's, if anything, reinforcing character in spite of gameplay. You're not doing anything. It's not asking anything of you. You're not making any decisions or choices. It's not a skill check. It's nothing. You're just holding up, but now he's doing flips. And it was like, that's not... This isn't expressive. It's not like some of the flow motion stuff, which can be an expression of player skill, as well as, like, has traversal and combat, you know, uses. So, there's catharsis in mathematics, actually, and they're just pushing triangle occasionally. Yeah, well, then there's also, like, the quick time event side of it. Specifically, I'm talking about when you hold forward, he's like, yeah, whoa, hoo, and just, like, cross the small gap that he probably could have jumped across. But yeah, quick time events are also very much spectacle. They're not, polish is like when you're playing Mario 64 and you do a hard turn where you're running one direction and you flick the stick in the other direction and he screeches to a halt and goes back. Polish is because when you have little dust particles that fire out of him, because it reinforces that feeling. It makes it feel better than if that wasn't there. Or even like the animations, the sound effects, everything that goes into, like, yeah, you could just flick the stick and then mechanically behave exactly the same way, but he just immediately starts moving the other direction with the same timing. But it's the way he, like, plants his feet and leans back into it, a little puff of smoke. It just kind of helps it feel a little bit tighter and more responsive, even though you could do that with him just turning around and going the other way. So, anyway, I'm going to stop talking about that and start talking about ace turning. What about slow time events? That's what I'm going to make when I get better at Godot. I'm going to make a game that's all about slow time events. Too speculative, it's on good. Yep. Spectacle's not a bad thing. I mean, that's also kind of the nature of what I was trying to get at, was like, they're two sides of the same coin, which is making the game feel better. But spectacle, to me, is something that's less mechanically tied to the experience of the game. It is more about, wow, look at all these things. Whereas polish reinforces the mechanics and makes them feel better. Things like screen shake and stuff can be better. Bullet time depends on the game, yeah. Ace is your attorney. He's already been aced. Like pro wrestling, yeah. Slow time events and ragdolling. Yeah, ragdolling slow-mo. Medicave, oh, I wonder with minimal interaction. Yes, suppose. Hi, Justice and Katie. Hi. Hello. We're on case 3. The hell's happening in this case? Let me get caught up when we talk about this case. But it's going great. I'm having a good time. I went into this game with a high amount of trepidation, because a lot of people have very mixed feelings about 5 and 6. And I have nothing to say about 6. We're not there yet. But so far, I'm having a good time. I'm having a great time. I'm enjoying myself. The DLC case was incredible. There was a solid case top to bottom. Only minor quibbles from me. Case 2 was... which was case 2? Case Yeah, case 2 has been my kind of least favorite so far, but it wasn't bad. I've already talked about it to death, but I have a lot of issues with its pacing and stuff, but QT of Apollo attacking knowing witness, jumping on the witness stand, and pow, pow, pow. Phone shoulder pads, yeah, the yokai case. It had so much potential, but just kind of fell flat for me. But every single Ace Attorney has at least one case where I'm like, I'm glad that's over. So I really can't point to that and be like, this is why I don't like this game. It's like, no, there hasn't been an Ace Attorney I've played yet where I'm like, every case was a banger. All killer, no filler. There's always some chunk of a case, like an entire day of a case where I'm like, ugh. It feels like we're just spinning our wheels to pad out the cool stuff on day 2. It's just all set up, which you need for a satisfying conclusion, but it's like a lot of this could have been trimmed down. So, anyway. Didn't the Jonkler intrigue you? Yeah, no, I did get Jonkler jump scared, and that was fun. It's not like it was, it's not like there was no redeeming case 2. There's a lot of fun stuff about it, a lot of things I liked about the case. But, anyway. I keep pointing to it because a lot of people are like, yeah, I don't like this game. And I'm like, yeah, well, it's not like this game's flawless, but I'm having a good time. Jonkler scared. Mm-hmm. Yo, the Destinies also want to grab and shake it violently. You'll stop.
Professor Luke, my name is Luke. I am a gentleman. I wrote these puzzles to represent. And my hands are sticky. Number 1 hit coin, I'll say the answer's 3. Another puzzle solved.
Tidekeeper. His hands are sticky. Not yours, though. Birthday Hammy. Happy birthday. Been in lurk mode / Vodland for a while. Want to stop by, wish you a happy stream. Stay safe and keep staying wonderfully blurst. Same to you, chat. Tide. Thank you so much. Happy birthday. I hope it's a wonderful birthday. Hope you're doing well in the Vodlands and in the lurk mode. Appreciate it. Thank you. This is my favorite tune you made. The Hammy. I'm pretty happy with how it turned out. They're on SoundCloud.com/BarryWasStreaming. So you can just listen to them and even download them until I hit the, I think it's 100 download limit. And then SoundCloud's like, you gotta pay up if you want to increase that down. I'm like, I ain't paying you. You're hosting my stuff for free, damn it. You paying for hosting, gross. So I've gotten a few emails that they're like, oh, some of these are getting close. I'm like, all right, that's fine. But so grab them. When I get Barry's drumming, I've never been a drummer other than Rock Band, and Rock Band made me think I could become a drummer, which means Rock Band's good. I used to really enjoy the drums in Rock Band, but I've never owned Rock Band. I've only ever played it at like friends' places and stuff, and I've always been like, man, I wish I just had a drum set and then a TV and I could just jam out all the time. But also, almost all the apartments I've lived in my adult life, I've been above people, and I'm like, I don't want to do that. Even if I had the means to get a big old pile of plastic and set it up, it's like I would just be stomping my feet constantly, and I want to be a good neighbor. But drumming's fun. As a guitar player, I learned how to separate my hands. You know, you do 2 different things. But with drumming, I was like, what the fuck? I need this foot to do things completely different than what my hands are doing. And I kind of got okay with it. I never went beyond like medium difficulty or whatever, but enough to be like, yeah, I can do like little things. Yeah, it's having fun. It's a good time. I also like, I think I'm above people. I'm literally above people right now. It's like, drums are fun. I don't think I would ever want to invest in a real drum set, but that's also why Rock Band was fun. It's like, I'm drumming and jamming out, but it's not that loud for anyone who's nearby. But, yeah, anyway. The means? Yeah, we're gonna see some means today. Yeesh. You have to buy a driving $5 and be able to pass this. I know, right? It should all be free. People playing Rock Band at anime conventions, or seeing kids in America only knows a slightly different Digimon version, and then realize they're extremely long, complex guitar synth solos. We need a Taiko return. Someone did post the meme that's been going around recently of the factory. And they're like, oh, I guess we're doing triangles now or whatever. Let's see. Aaron posted this in the meme parlor. And I got a this has been a pretty good meme. Not my favorite or anything, but this made me happy. We're trying to lock in. Come on. Get in there. They're electric drums only playing in headphones. Yes, no, I have seen like, yeah, the ones that are just like all like black discs and stuff, and it seems so sci-fi. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna be me. I like Rock Band drums, but that's me. I know. Bum 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 bum. Taiko no Tatsujin. It's my beloved. Yeah. Every frame of Bad Apple. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I'm not surprised, but anyway. This song is too sad. Give me something hype. Yeah, there we go. All right, I'll make a comment stuff. The hell happened in between streams? Chirk and Lurkin subbed. Airrock resubbed with a tier 2. And Afterglow and Faros, thank you for the rate. I appreciate it. Thank you. The spider monster looks great. I can't wait to make it into a hat. I've been trying to both dabble into the Monster Hunter Wilds announcements as well as not look too closely. It's been tough. I don't know where I want to land on that line. But I'm like, I want to see things. I'm not like, no, la, I don't want to hear anything. But like, I still want to be able to hop in when it comes out and run around. But so far I've seen, so far so good. I'm really excited for Wilds. I've spent a lot of time yelling on stream about how I really liked World. I played a lot of Monster Hunter World, hundreds of hours, I think. But my retrospective review is like, it was a good move for the franchise, but I hope they don't make World again. Like, it blew it up in the West, which was long overdue. A lot of people got into Monster Hunter wouldn't have already gotten into it. But there were a number of considerations and to me, steps down. There were a few things that were like, this is huge quality of life. Oh my god, this is the most accessible Monster Hunter's ever been. Please, dear God, keep doing this. But then there's stuff like, you know, some of the monster variety, some of the weapon and armor designs. There are just a number of little things. The realism side of things, I'm not as into. I don't like Monster Hunter being realistic. That's not saying I don't like it being grounded and having like weight and you know, feeling tactile. That's a different thing to me than like, look, everything's kind of washed out. We're in this giant, vibrant jungle, but everything's just kind of got a grayish filter over it. That's like subtle, but just kind of makes everything feel a little bit bland to me. And so far, Wild just seems like way more vibrant and punchy. Obviously, the Monster Hunter 4 connection is there. So it's just got these punchy environments. And yeah, just from seeing, like, it's a big thing in the Monster Hunter community. Because for anyone that doesn't know, and I'll keep this brief so we can get back to the video game. Monster Hunter, generally speaking, they'll make rigs. In the same way that if you're making a 3D model, you'll make like, here's a humanoid rig. And it's just sort of like the bones and skeleton. And then say you're making a game like Fortnite. Every character in Fortnite, I'm assuming, has the same rig. And that's how they can just easily be like, boom, now you can Fortnite default dance. They have the same animations. The animation is saying, move this bone here, move this bone here. So they can sort of port animations from one model to the other while swapping out what it looks like on top. Monster Hunter, because they're all these crazy different monsters, they have their own weird, that's like, okay, here's this weird frog guy. Here's this two-legged thing that walks around and then jumps on you or whatever. So they have different rigs. And then traditionally, that's sort of been a tell of like the kind of monsters we might see return. Because they're like, look, they brought back the weird long snake model. That means we might get this. Because it's a ton of work to make that kind of a rigging and make it work well and have the animators understand it. So typically you get a bunch of monsters that have the same rough skeleton. They do a lot to kind of hide it. They've gotten really good at it over the years. But yeah, it's like, oh, look, they brought back the spider skeleton. Therefore, maybe Nursilla, maybe that, like, it's really fun to kind of see. And again, because World had a huge... I don't want to say like it's a huge problem. It's just like it was a disappointing thing that they didn't have as many types of monsters because a lot of them were just like winged wyverns or, you know, fanged beasts or whatever. So two-legged dinosaur wings, exactly. So yeah, a lot of people think the Lagiacrus is coming back, and I'm like, we'll see. I don't think they said that there's not gonna be any underwater combat, which I don't know why people want it back so much. Tri was my first Monster Hunter, and the underwater combat felt extremely janky to me. And I haven't gone back to it since. But anyway, yeah, I'm very excited because it seems like there's a lot of diversity. There's a lot of cool new mechanics, a lot of fun little things. I was looking at the hunting horn changes, which they're sort of bringing it back in line with what it used to be pre-Rise. I didn't dislike hunting horn and Rise. They really, really simplified it, where you didn't really have to think about your songs anymore. And so it made it just kind of very fun and fast and arcadey, but I'm not at all... I'm excited to go back to actually thinking about my songs. And something I read implied that every horn has its own unique song, in addition to, like, here's the set that has... I don't know, we'll see. I'm excited about it. And I'm also excited because I've been exclusively a hunting horn player for a long, long time. And then World was the first time I tried to dabble with a second weapon. I learned a little bit of gun lance. I messed with bow a little bit. And then with Rise, I started trying to actually learn Charge Blade. I did it on stream, and it didn't go great. Chat was helping a lot, but I tried messing with it more since then. And so I'm like, I might just try... I like that they're building the game around, like, you have your main weapon, and then a side weapon you attach to your bird. So it seems like there's a lot of flexibility with that. So it's good. I'm excited. But yeah, it seems like every new weapon, every returning weapon, every weapon has like some cool thing. Everyone's like, yeah. Like, it's really fun to see a thread of Monster Hunter players, and it's like everyone's talking about their weapon and being excited. It's just such a fun, positive feeling. It doesn't seem like anyone's like, oh, boo, I'm left out. So seems good. But yeah, and the big news from yesterday from Gamescom was that there's no longer gender-locked equipment, which I was like, literally never thought I would see the day. And since day one, since Monster Hunter became a thing, they're like, you make your character, they're male or they're female, and they have distinct different armor sets. And for the first time ever, they're like, you can mix and match. And it's like, let's go! Like, it's not even, it can be as simple for anyone that may, I don't expect anyone in this corner of the internet to be like, I don't know about that. There are people online on Twitter.com who have no brain, who are like, this is bad, actually. It's like, okay, fuck off. But also, every single Monster Hunter game, I guarantee you, if you've been playing this game for a long time, you would see an armor set on the other character model than the one that you have and be like, I like that armor set better. And I'm not even talking about like, yes, I think it's rad that we'll be able to have buff dudes in dresses and women in fully contained armor. I think that's great. I think it's literally as simple as like, that belt looks cooler. That head looks cooler. Like, it can be, it literally is as simple as that. And people are being like, yeah, exactly, screw them. I don't care. It's like, just mute and move on. Don't engage. It's like, anyone that's, like, I will be a gatekeeper on this. You're not a true Monster Hunter fan unless you're excited for more armor options. What planet are you on where you're like, fucking, what? I get more options and I'm mad about it? It's... Fashion hunters have so many more options now with them being expanded like that. And it gives them justification to get even weirder with the two designs. Because some armor sets are like, the male armor looks like a bunch of melted chicken bones, and the female armor is like a completely different concept. And you're like, these are from the same monster? I'm like, I want more of that now. Because it's like, you kill a monster, and you get to look at its armor and be like, holy shit, I want this piece, I want this piece. Like, that's so exciting. Like, that's such a compelling part of the loop of playing a new game, is like, you kill a monster, you get to see all the cool new things you can make from it. And this just expands that. I'm like, yes! Especially after World had decent armor, but not like, holy shit, so cool, so good. So I'm like, yes. I wonder where the Palico, that new Palico they announced, the key art, he's just like this badass little fucking cat with a big old dumb face. It's this guy. I like, Capcom has just been on a winning streak for so fucking long, and they don't seem to know how to stop. Like, what the fuck is this? Look at him. Show me the cat. His name is Athos, an elite long-haired Palico. It's like, he's got a fucking scar over his eye, and he's just like this like badass cloak, and then his face looks like this. Come on. Imagine being mad about Monster Hunter news when you have this staring at you. It's, we're winning. We're winning. So I'm very excited for Wilds. That was like, I'm gonna try to keep it brief, but I pledge my life to him. That's a meme here to be sure. I might just be long hair for Palico's sake, but yeah. Then other DLC, oh my god. Please. If they bring back the Phoenix Wright Lance, I might become a Lance main. Because I did not care about Ace Attorney when I was playing Try. But now I'm like, oh my god, put it in. Give me all the Capcom crossovers. Make it real stupid. That's what I live for with Monster Hunter. But anyway, yeah, it looks good. And looking at the gameplay and stuff, it seems like solid little changes. Some things that I'm like, I'm not crazy about this, but it seems to probably be an option you could change, so it's fine. Is Lex's hand pointing? Yeah, if you haven't seen it, hold on, real quick. Yeah, let me get into the Monster Hunter Ace Attorney. Monster Hunter Ace Attorney. Monster Hunter Ace Attorney. It looked like the well. Remember last stream when someone was like, look, you can open up images in a new tab from Reddit. And I was like, you can, and it worked. We're back to this. So, I can try to zoom in a little bit. Yeah, no, if anyone's first Monster Hunter was Monster Hunter World, and they're like, I love how gritty and realistic this world is, and it's like a real place. I'm like, this is what I play Monster Hunter for. You goddamn tourist, get out of my Monster Hunter. I want it to be stupid. Come on. Objection. Von Karma ripped off his arm. She sure did. and it has the objection text on the shield. It's good. So many crossovers, yeah. I mean, that's one of the things I miss. As much as I love Monster Hunter not being tied to the 3DS anymore, there were some really fun Nintendo crossovers. Getting to have Isabelle run around as your Palico companion and like throwing bombs at people was very good. There was like a Samus armor, I think. Bunch of dumb little crossovers that now that it's open third-party platform. Did someone fight Phoenix Wright on Monster Hunter? Yeah, they fought and killed him. I wish the bitchy badge. See if they did it today though. That's what mods are for. Anyway, what is the franchise? Monster Hunter. It's good. Go play Monster Hunter. I think there's still a sale going on. Like they're all like all on sale. And he tanked every attack. He's strong. Not like Rover, one of the cats. I think it was Isabelle and Rossetti? No, Tom Nook. Anybody remember? Dante, Mega Man, Ryu, Geralt, Dragoon. Expecting FF7 Cloud Great Sword, maybe. You know, I mean, I really like the third-party collaborations, but like, I think there's so much potential for more Capcom. I hated the Mega Man Palico though, because they made him like a 3D voxel, where it's pixel art, but it's 3D boxes, and it had a thick black outline around him, and it just like, it looked awful in game. I did unlock it. The Rush Palico was good though in Rise, but anyway, it was Rossetti. Was it actually Rossetti? And he wasn't in a hole? He was like running around? The Blue Badger Monster Hunter. Funny you should say that. What? That was one of the other... I didn't show you the entirety of what was in Monster Hunter. I just showed you the finger point. There's also this. There's also this. You should bring it back. You should bring it back. Put it back. Put it in there. It was good. We used to be a society. Oh my fucking god! I don't think I've seen this before. Holy shit! This is from Double Cross, apparently. From Gen Ultimate. I had no. He's even pointing. Put the lance down. Did they release this in the States? I don't remember this. I didn't get super deep into Gen Ultimate. I think I got to like late high rank and got distracted. Oh, he is well. He is well, and he's like Tigray. Oh, look at him. Oh man. Anyway, are we gonna play more video game today, or am I gonna keep looking at pictures of Ace Attorney Monster Hunter? Oh, maybe I do. Oh, hey chat. Can I interest you in this? Anyway, let me get a cop alerts with this on screen. DJ OK, thanks for 55 months. Sarsum, thanks for 2 years. Hype, thank you. Enjoy your house key. Killer Chair, thanks for 70. 70's nuts. Lamau got him. Smash, thanks for 100 bits. Was just playing Banjo-Kazooie. Started replaying after Terminal Montage's animation. It's actually one of those games I try to replay every year to remind myself how good it is. Have any games like that? Not every year. No, not that I can think of immediately. I feel like I over the years have had some like comfort games where it's like I'm gonna, you know, like Hitman Freelancer has kind of been that. But that's different than replaying game. That's like a game you can kind of play forever. I guess that's more what my brain likes. Instead of replaying a more linear structured game frequently, it's like I want to go back to that game that I can just kind of like Tetris or something that's like new emote. No, stop. This wouldn't scale down. It would just it's so crunchy. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I'm kind of the opposite, where instead of wanting to replay a game every year, I want to replay games like a decade apart so I can forget most of it. I've done that a number of times. So like, I really want to replay this game, but I remember too much of it. And I want to wait until my brain lets it go, and then I can be like, oh, I forgot this was in here. So, looks like I'm calling Tidekeeper Stinky. Pointing at the text. Yeah. What's decade type? Yeah, I think it's not like either's better than the other. I think it's just more to my tastes. If there's a game I'm repeatedly revisiting, it's going to be something that is fresh each time. Whereas I would only want to replay a game if it's like, no, it's been a while. It's been a long time. I'm ready. Remember the slow parts in the middle? Yeah, that sucks. Stinky! Lumberzack, thanks for 72 months. Enjoy your ice key. I think 6 years? Yeah, thank you. Perceive the bees. Donkey Kong Kyoto, thanks for 69 bits. What's your take on Fire Emblem? Want to ask before I recommend 3 houses in the game recommendations doc. I've never played more than like I booted up the Fire Emblem game on the Game Boy Advance app on the Switch. Out of curiosity. This is not... That's Louison, which is good. I'm gonna keep it going with Gravity Circuit for now. Played most of Ace Attorney games a decade ago. Wow, that's good. I already play them constantly, something speedruns. Well, yeah, that's one way to keep it fresh. All right. But yeah, I have an interest in Fire Emblem, but it's almost like an interest in Ace Attorney before I play it, where it's like, if I enjoy this, oh no. Except in the case of Fire Emblem, it's like, okay, whether I was gonna stream it or not, it's like, if I enjoy it, it's like, that's gonna be, you know, 100+ hours probably. So, my stupid chess game, you know. I know, that's why I'm like, even if I did stream it, it would be like probably a one-time stream rather than a full playthrough, but it would take so long. No, it would be like a month of one game, which I don't want to do. So, but I'm bad at tactics games, and the idea of if I'm bad at the tactics game, I lose this person forever is terrifying. I know, I'm pretty sure you can have options you can turn that off, but I find it fascinating. But I just don't have any real strong desire to play them. There's too many other games that are higher up on my list. Started the Game Boy Advance Fire Emblem. Yeah, that was when I started like last year, earlier this year. And I didn't play that much of it. I played enough to be like, the vibes are weird. I don't remember her name, but there was like the main girl who wakes up and she's like, you gotta tell me what to do. And it felt like a dating sim. There was something about Lynn. Yeah, there's something about the localization. I don't know what it was, but she would just like look straight at the camera and be like, you have to tell me what to do. I'm helpless without you. Oh, powerful commander, thank you for your wise judgment. And I was just like, I'm just telling you to cross the screen. Calm down. It just felt like every single line of dialogue was like, oh, the player character is so strong and powerful. I'm like, I haven't done anything. It was weird. Funny thing about that in dating games, well, yeah. And other ones I play like that. Maybe I just had a weird take on it, and that's, yeah. I don't know, super strong, yeah. Don't Play 3 Houses. Path of Radiance. They're all dating sims, yeah. I'm a 12-year-old child, you're in danger. Stop it. Defend pass after while if I crawl correctly? Okay. Was I not imagining it? Gage might be worth it. Play 3 Houses. Maybe someday. But until then, stinky. Smash Bros. For nice and spits. Game Boy Tetris is the GOAT. I played a billion hours of that. I burned through so many chunky batteries in my old Game Boy with that game. So almost taking thanks for 30 months. Enjoy your outhouse key. It's happy subversary to me. Happy National Tooth Fairy Day. Make sure to leave her a tooth or several tonight. I'm told she likes those. Was curious what your take is on Juniper as a character. I really like how she's introduced to a fairly one-note character, reintroduced and fleshed out with more complex motivations and relationships. In this case, didn't expect that. No, I agree. When she showed up, she felt like a number of characters that have shown up that just kind of exist to be like, I'm the sweet, demure character who either is just sweet and demure or is secretly super crazy and evil. But yeah, by the end of case one, it was just like, okay, like, seemed like she almost existed more to give Athena more context as a character, that she didn't just pop up out of nowhere. She has history in this world, but I was not expecting her to come back in case 3 and in such a meaningful way. Which is also great because case 1 gave us some questions about Juniper of like, why does she have motivation to hate the court system? Like, that seems like a very specific weird thing. And the thing of like the plushies, they didn't really flesh that out. And lo and behold, we're getting to that here. So the new Larry, I mean, yeah, no, but yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, I definitely enjoying her as a character in terms of, I like when characters have more than meets the eye, like Transformers, but not in a way that's like a twist. It's not just, ha, gotcha, they're like this. It's like, no, you're just learning more about them, and they're becoming a more compelling character as you go along. So, someone it's enough to blow her up. Look at her. Look at her. Yeah. So, I'm excited to see how the case wraps up. Nasty Crime Buddies for 28 months. Ain't no 3, though. I do have to catch the VODs for these, but it's been fun. Glad for another month. Appreciate it. Thank you. Tidekeeper, thanks for 78 months. Enjoy your ice cream. Hope you go get some. I gave you a PNG. That's as good. Thank you. I really appreciate all the crazy long months and years of support. 3 Bs in a trench coat, thanks for 55. Curious, been watching Monster Hunter Wilds news. I've been having a bit of time grasping how the quest system and gameplay flow works. That's one part I haven't looked into as much. I feel like I just need to get hands-on to wrap my brain around it. Because on paper, I don't love the idea of it being more open. I like the structure that comes from I'm picking this monster from a list, but I'm open to trying it. I'm not grumbling about it. I'm just like, I don't know how that's gonna feel once I've really been in that for a while. Because expeditions in the recent Monster Hunters, I mean, that's been around for a long time. I've never really, like, expeditions in the old games where I need materials. I need to go get some whetstones and blue mushrooms. I'm going on expedition. And the recent Monster Hunters, I barely never do expeditions. Like, I think I did a few in Rise when I looked up a guide to, like, get all the relics. And I was like, okay, whatever, I'm just going to grab them all. So the idea of what if the whole game was an expedition where you're in the map and you're just seeing what monsters show up. I'm like, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I'm sure there's going to be still, like, scripted, you know. You've done enough monsters. Here's the urgent quest. Like, that stuff's going to happen. Just if they're trying to make it more embedded in this dynamic, changing world, whatever. I don't... That doesn't excite me, but I'm curious to see how it goes. So, can I feel? I do. I preferred Radiant Dawn over Path of Radiance. Most because Radiant first. Huh? Fire Emblem. Nick Duber, thanks for a year. God dang Rompa 3 over the Apollo trilogy. $15 versus 50. Hope I get to see Spirit of Justice for the first time with you. Well, at this point, I'm basically confirmed to do it, because if we're doing dual Destinies, unless by the end of this game I'm like, fuck this, never again. I'm not touching this franchise. Yeah, we'll probably do Spirit at some point. Stay tuned for that. And yeah, don't blame you. The Apollo trilogy was just on sale like a month ago. I think during the summer sale. And when I was like, oh, I think I might stream dual Destinies. I have it on the 3DS, but I think people said I should play it on PC for the DLC case and stuff. And it was just off sale, so I had to pay full price for it, but it's worth it. I don't mind because I stream it. You know, it's different than just wait and buy it on sale. Mango the Mad, thanks for the raid. Universe Fireworks, thanks for 30 months. Enjoy Autoski and Shifter, thanks for 20. Thank you for the Prime. I appreciate it. Hope you enjoyed the emotes. Let's play a video game. Jeez. So last time we outed someone in court and accused them of murder. We have we have a situation at Penis Academy. There was a mock trial that involved a murder. Themis Academy is dedicated to training prosecutors and defense attorneys and judges, ? And they do a big mock trial at the end of the school year or something, and it was written by Juniper, and only she and Professor Court knew the contents of the mock trial case. And yet, somehow, the night before the mock trial case, Professor Court was murdered, and the body disposed of in a way exceedingly similar to the mock trial. And there's 3 primary suspects: Juniper herself, as well as their fun little love triangle with Hugh and with blanking on what was their name. The one that we outed in court and said it was you. Robin. Thank you. Yes. Robin Newman. Ugh. Yeah. Yeah. There's more, obviously, more details than that. But let's just get back into it. Sheesh. The new man. Mm-hmm. What do you think of the 3D models 3 nutcase soon? I'm liking them. I think they're really well done. I kind of want to go and look at the 3DS version and kind of see how much of it was there in the original versus glow up for the trilogy. The impression I get is that it's probably very, very close. Just higher res, higher fidelity. But I feel like the animations and stuff are probably just ripped from the original if they could. Because then image, is it a related image? This looks blockier. Mm-hmm. The shoe is on the other foot, and now we fell for the androgynous name gag. The models are exactly the same. Yeah. Excellent. Excellent. Yeah, perfect. I guess we're doing sadness now. This will date the VOD. If anyone's watching this in like a year from now, they'll be like, oh yeah, I remember that meme. Great, thank you. Thank you. That's very good. Yeah, Athena's great. I like that she's the main defense attorney for this case. She has a vested interest in the case, which is good. It gives her a chance to kind of step out of Phoenix and Apollo's shadows. I do still wish Apollo had more to do. I guess there's still 2 cases left, and we haven't really dealt with Punished Apollo yet. So I'm waiting for it. I want to see more Apollo. But yeah, everything's fine. Let's go back. Let's go back. Put me back in. We'll get there. Apollo who? Eat your Apollo trilogy, Phoenix. 9:45 a.m. Defend lobby number 3. There he is! Were you able to sleep last night? No. Is that 1 case per lawyer at this point? I guess? Yeah. Huh. Sleep! Sure, I slept for a grand total of 0 hours. He hasn't had his brain damage yet in the timeline. Guten Morgen! You two. You look like you're ready to put on a real show. Clavier's here to cheer us on. Before you do, have a good luck gift for you. The voice print analysis came back and the results couldn't be more clear. The voice in the mock trial video and the tape recording are one and the same. Boom! We got him. In other words, the recording's a fabrication. Fake evidence! It's been identified as fake. Does that rule out Hugh as being a suspect? The lab is continuing their study of the tape. So far, they found no signs of overdubbing. But it's going to take a bit longer to recover the audio that was erased. Huh? Who's there? A ghost? Did you see who it was? No. I got a quick look, but they got away. Someone vented. I think it might have been Hugh. I bet he was eavesdropping. I wonder if he saw our hand. Well, I'm sure he wasn't the only one just now. I bet Robin and Boxgirl were listening in too. I will make sure they don't make a run for it. That is my final gift to you. So he goes, here's some great evidence that's gonna help you bust this case wide open. And immediately it's been leaked to everyone outside. Now all that's left now is to reach out to the truth. Time for a mini Chords of Steel workout. I'm Apollo Justice and I'm fine. Your turn. I'm Athena Sykes and I'm fine. They're fine. They're so fine. They're gonna be great in there. Nothing bad's gonna happen. It's just a normal day in court. It's almost Halloween. Oh. Excuse me, I have to go tackle some teenagers. Ha! Day 2. Court will now reconvene for the trial of Juniper Woods. Is there a Clavier Phoenix ship? Do you have to ask? I would imagine that there's ships for almost every 2 characters in this series matched up with each other. Your mission, should you choose to accept it, is to find the one ship that doesn't exist and make it real. That's between consenting adults. Like, fuck it, don't make it weirder than it already is. Like what would be the most like random ass NPC for like El Dune Noodle guy, you know? And I'm just like, old bag and brushel. That's my OTP. On it, boss. Phoenix with Kristoff. Oh, Phoenix with... Oh. Hottie and Stickler. Eldun and Mimi. Characters from the same age. Yeah, I shouldn't have to just... Because the easy got you be like, okay, I'll just put a child. It's like, no, that's not what I'm talking about. Penny. Maggie Bird in bikini. Yeah, those are some very... Old bag and Eldun. Old bag with everyone. A rare pair. Oh, God. Black Quill and Maya. They're the same age and love samurai shit. All right. I regret bringing this topic up. Okay. Smash, thank you for the 50 bits. Phoenix X Charlie ship. That's just canon. It's you know the really good meme of the 2 characters making out where their heads are just like this, and they're just drooling everywhere. It's Phoenix with Charlie. Oh, Charlie, you're safe. I was so worried. Wrong. Yeah, the Yoshi and Toad. I mean, I always think about the Poppy Bros and Kirby. Because that's my favorite. Anyway, the Sykes Brigade is totally psyched. I mean, the defense is ready, Your Honor. Lobster Cup. Aw, good old Dick Lobster. The prosecution's ready as well. Isn't that right, Black Quill? I'll be lurking. I want a beer for that. Hey, unless this case takes 4 hours to get through, we should be starting the next case today, too. Well, moving right along, yesterday's adjournment was unexpected yet necessary. I'll be running a tight ship here today. No funny business from anybody, understood? Butts ex-Canadian judge. There you go. Your baldness! Robin Newman and Hugh O'Connor have recanted their confessions. But later I shall grill them at leisure to find whether I can charge them with perjury. What do you mean, whether? They very clearly committed perjury. Well, this sure complicates matters. Still, one must not overlook the facts about the school camera photo that was submitted yesterday. A pity, but that evidence is no longer relevant to this case. The art room clock runs fast and cannot function as an accurate measure of time. I can't believe we've had 30 million clocks in Ace Attorney, and this is the first one that's unreliable. As for the bungling detective who overlooked that, he is paying for his failure as we speak. Poor Detective Fulbright. I hope he returns to work with all his body parts intact. But if that's the case, then what will we... The accused is the sole person who could have moved the body from art room to stage. And I mean to prove it here this day. Just like Detective Fulbright said, but what else does he have up his sleeve? My understanding of this heinous crime is thus. The murder took place near the center of the art room as evidenced by the bloodstain. Is the statue pointing at it? Yes. Blood was also found on some pottery next to the window over the maintenance area, which is to say the body was carried over to that very window. From there, it was dropped down to the maintenance area below, and though there was nary a scratch to the body aside from the fatal wound, that, too, was per the script. A high jump mat was employed to cushion the fall. With no scratches on it? Then a ball cart was used to haul the body over to the stage. Hey, Breakfast Corps, hope you enjoy the boats. Appreciate it. That's not very clever. I mean, it's the same exact body moving scheme as the script. Anybody could have moved the body that way.
Objection!
Well, yeah, there were the wrist bruises. They looked like they were bound. Your propensity to spew forth words before you think is not very clever either. Why you? Anybody got some luminol? And moreover, the prosecution has a witness, which is most unfortunate for you. Witness, it's time for you to come forth. Who could it be now? Oh. Hey, you. Well done. Will the witness please state his name and occupation? Hugh O'Connor, I'm a senior at Penis Legal Academy, and I'm studying to be a lawyer. Yesterday, I told that lawyer that I would testify to the truth. So I intend to cooperate fully in today's trial. Happy now, Miss Sykes? Yeah. What's he up to now? The court appreciates your cooperation, Mr. Connor. Now your testimony, please. You're not gonna grill him on lying yesterday in court? What he saw. Hugh and McGregor. The lecture hall was packed before the mock trial, but the rest of the campus was empty. Hee. That was the sneakiest symbol moving across the room I've ever seen. Usually it's just a linear movement, but that was like, That's when I saw Juniper dragging a large mat from behind the stage. I was watching her from a vantage point between the stage and the maintenance area. She was heading towards me, so I assumed she was on her way to the maintenance area. But I didn't have time to stand around and see what she did after that. You're a goner, but it's a bit crushed. The real truth hurts so much, doesn't it, Miss Sykes? Or maybe you thought I was going to bring up something else entirely against your client? Never a snappy comeback when I need one. He's coming straight at us today, using any means possible. Means? To protect the students who had to climb up high when setting up the stage, a mat was brought over to the stage from the storehouse. Our client is the student council president. What's wrong with her taking it upon herself to put the mat away after they'd used it?
Objection!
Oh, there is plenty wrong. There is but one mat in the entire school that could cushion a fall from such lofty heights. Ergo, the mat in question was indispensable to moving the body. It sucks being the last to know everything. I think I get it now. Do you? What were we talking about? Agreed. The drag marks we saw behind the stage were made by the mat. Were they? That doesn't seem like mat marks. If the only mat of that thickness was where the bodies assumed to have been dropped, it would be hard to deny a possible link to this case. We're off to a bad start again. You sure you're okay, Athena? It's game on, Hugh. Game on. I'm gonna turn your arrogant perfect score grin into a teary-eyed frown of failure. We gotta prove that he's a bad student. We have to get him kicked out of school to prove something. The lecture hall was packed before the mock trial, but the rest of the campus was empty.
Hold it!
You think so? Scaredy. Hold it! Bam, bam. Happy raid to you, Scaredy. Hope you had a good stream. Hello, hello. Hold it right there. Yeah. What? I was just getting to the important part. Eager to unsheath your blade, Stono, your heavy breath heaves to where I stand.
Objection!
What do you mean by that? How rude. A human's breath doesn't travel anywhere near that far. The only issue is distance. You're not denying that you're a heavy breather. I'm just saying that scientific studies have proven that it's not. Hang in there, Athena. No matter how many insults they hurl, it won't affect the judge's opinion of you. Really? What about my own self-esteem? The judge is so easily persuaded. Let's get back to what happened before the mock trial. Chain of memories. Nice. You playing the heart of the cards? That's when I saw Juniper dragging a large mat from behind the stage.
Hold it!
Our client was shrimply putting the mat away. It had nothing to do with this case.
Objection!
That is where you are wrong. There is but one mat in the entire school that could cushion a 3-story fall. Hence, the mat dragged by the accused was essential to moving the body. Yeah. If we win this one, I promise to donate another thick mat to the academy. Now, show me how to show you the truth. You'll have my full cooperation. Well, your self-esteem is irrelevant, you're a lawyer. I was watching her from a vantage point between the stage and maintenance area.
Hold it!
Mr. O'Connor, are you positive you were standing exactly where you said? I was between the stage and maintenance area, and she was behind the backdrop. He's sticking to his guns. Isn't that where the fence was? Or is that the fence at the very bottom? I don't have the layout very clear in my brain. The issue here is where he was standing when he says he saw Junie. But nothing I say will mean anything without evidence. Time to dig a little deeper. Where's the photos? Yeah, isn't that it to the right? Where there's a giant fence? I think that's what he's talking about. Before you ask, I had my glasses on. Therefore, I'm positive it was Juniper. That is not an issue. Everyone knows lawyers don't get paid. Pro bono. She was heading towards me, so I assumed she was on her way to the maintenance area.
Hold it!
Pro bono means you're a fan of you too. You shouldn't assume anything. It only shows that you're not positive.
Objection!
Such wild momentum. Perhaps you were a raging bull in your past life.
Objection!
Don't compare me to some stupid farm animal. Boy, Justice Dono. Our assertion is Juniper is simply putting the mat away. In that case, where would she be taking it? To the storehouse? Over in the maintenance area? Precisely. Therefore, there is naught wrong with the witness's judgment in this matter. It is your wild charges that are the issue here. But I cannot help it if you keep seeing red. He's gonna get a face full of Justice Apollo style if he keeps that up. Yeah, anyway, I saw her heading towards me. Well, from anti-bono. Then you're a fan of you 3. But I didn't have time to stand around and see what she did after that.
Hold it!
Really? That's entirely possible that someone else moved the body, correct?
Objection!
Are you mad or merely delusional? Everyone was in the lecture hall before the mock trial. The rest of the campus was empty. Ergo, the only probable suspects were the 3 trial participants. I know, thank you for stating the obvious. I also know that you, Hugh O'Connor, were one of the participants. Mr. Confident sure goes all out when he tells the truth. Well, I don't think he meant for any of that to be misleading, but it doesn't make it factual. Careful now, Athena, a genius like you could be leading you right into a trap. I'd be surprised if he wasn't, but all I can do is charge forward with both eyes open. Let's get him. I was watching for finish within the stage ministry. You sure about that? I'm not gonna save. Fuck it. If this is wrong, then I don't want to be right.
Objection!
So, you saw the back of the stage from between the stage and the maintenance area? Well, let's take a look at this photo taken by Miss Scuttlebutt, shall we? This photo shows the students setting up the stage the day before the mock trial. You see the big construction screen to the right of the stage in the background here? Why, yes. There were a bunch of those next to my house until a few days ago, too. It was so noisy behind there, but I couldn't take a peek. Oh, how it piqued my interest. Exactly, Your Honor. Kinda. You cannot see past such screens. That is their purpose. Let's see. How exactly is that screen positioned again? Ah, since it was to the right of the stage, it should be right here. And from this vantage point, the witness claims to have seen our client behind the stage backdrop. Oh my, but the screen would have been completely in the way. That's right. Therefore, the witness couldn't have possibly seen our client from this point. Ouch. Oh my god, he misremembered. Order. Human memory is fickle? What? Mr. O'Connor, have you been lying to this court? The screen? Right, it must have slipped my mind. What? You telling me you, Mr. Genius, forgot something as literally big as that? There are two kinds of memory lapses. The normal kind you mouth breathers have. And the genius level lapses of memory that people like me have. Why don't you just admit that it was a normal everyday brain fart already? Will the witness now please restate what he remembers minus the lapses of memory? That's easy. I was on the other side of the screen. In other words, I witnessed Juniper from the stage side of the screen.
Objection!
Powerful stupidity. You are testifying that our client was behind the stage. But need I remind this court, the back of the stage is not visible from the front? To actually see our client behind the stage from the stage side of the screen, the witness himself would also have to be in the same area behind the stage. Memory does not equal intelligence. But in that case, our client would have definitely seen Mr. O'Connor. Got it. You get him. You get him. Nice one, Athena. Keep it up.
Objection!
Yeah, give him scritches. All right, Golden Boy, is this not your chance? Telling the truth will be like a weight lifted from your chest. The truth? What truth? The fact that Golden Boy here was where he initially stated. That is to say, he was between the maintenance area and the stage.
Objection!
Then the screen would have blocked his view of...
Objection!
On the ground, yes, his view would have been blocked indeed. Can he fly? But consider how smoke always wants to rise up high. Is he forklift certified? Look at the photo again. Do you think something on the other side of the screen? Something high enough to see the stage? No way. This crane right here. I don't remember seeing a crane there on the day of the mock trial. Me neither, but it's probably safe to assume it was moved before he found the body. That's far enough, Prosecutor Blackquill. Remember, you promised. This person was actually flying, was in every case. They were actually flying. Hello, hello. Near crane. I recall making no such promise. It was you who came blubbering to me about keeping quiet in exchange for information. What's all this about a promise? This is about whatever Blackwill's using against them? What's it got to do with going into the crane? Golden Boy did not go up in that crane for fun. He was working part-time as a crane operator within school grounds. What? You mean to tell me a high school student was operating a crane? Wow, and then he could have used that crane to move a body from the second floor to the ground floor. Wouldn't he? The witness, I object to the prosecutor's last statement. There's no proof I ever operated that crane.
Hold it!
They're literally doing perjury? They're doing a perjury right here in court, Your Honor. Actually, there just might be something that proves you did. What? If this whole part-time job thing is true, I doubt it would be limited to a single day. You were probably working at the same site the previous day, too. Is this what you're thinking of, Athena? Is that him? As the court can see, this photo captured the crane's operator. And if you look carefully, he bears a definite resemblance to Mr. O'Connor. Are you serious? This is ridiculous. The whole time. How very interesting. Let's ascertain whether this is as ridiculous as the witness maintains. The defense agrees with the prosecution. Let's bring the facts to light. That's all very well and good, but just how do you propose to do that? The person in this photo has one really distinguishing feature. I'm not 100% sure, but it's at least worth a try. But you can clearly identify the person in this photo as the witness by examining his fingerprints, his neck, his hobby. I mean, I'm 99% sure it's his neck, but why? I want to pick the other ones first. We should check for Mr. O'Connor's fingerprints on and around the crane. Of course you'd find my fingerprints there. I was watching Juniper from there. And besides, what do fingerprints have to do with the person in the photo? Yes, what do they have to do with that person? The court would like to remind Miss Sykes that it is her job to answer such questions. If I can match a feature from the person in the picture one of Hugh's features, I prove the two are one and the same. Check his hobby. I have a question for the witness. What is your hobby? My hobby? If I had to say, it would be scrapbooking tests on which I scored at least 100, which is all of them, actually. I use an iron to perfectly flatten each one before it goes in. Just as I thought. Mr. O'Connor is obsessed with his own genius. It's no surprise, then, that he has one or two repugnant hobbies like that. It may be true, but what relation does it bear to the case at hand? None at all, does it? No, it doesn't. Apparently you have an interest in painting. Yeah. Good. I'm not afraid of nothing. Alright. Pull me back. Okay. What's going on with his neck? What is he doing? The figure in this photo is wearing a very unique object around his neck. Why, yes, you can see it right there. But then, are you saying you mean to? Mr. O'Connor's neck is almost entirely concealed by his tall collar. But that's exactly why I believe this warrants further examination. Not a chance. That would be a blatant violation of my privacy. You are a disgrace of a man. Now start unbuttoning that collar before I hack it off. Yeah, what's the big deal? Let's see your neck. Show neck. Guess I have no choice. Is that the sign of their friendship? That they all vibe with? Oh my. So where'd you buy that neckband, if I might ask? That is a child. Thank you, Ebe. I agree. I didn't buy it. It's handmade and there's only one like it in the world. Only one? Not two? She looks like the neckband in the photo. Should we have the photo analyzed? You are one irritating lady. Fine, I admit it. They welded them. I work a part-time construction job. It has nothing to do with our school. Operating heavy equipment's no big deal for a guy who can parallel park one-handed. Hey everybody, this guy can parallel park! But I never expected one of my jobs would take me to my own school. When you factor in all of the required tests and apprenticeship period, wouldn't you have to be at least 20 to have a license for operating a crane? Oh, about that. You see, I'm a genius, so, you know. It's also a clock. It also tells the time. How... This says he's 18. Is he... Objection! Is he not 18? Is he 20? Let us dispense with this inane charade, Golden Boy. No, Prosecutor Blackwell, please don't! High school seniors are 19 at most, thus they fail to complete the requirements. But that does not apply to you. Does it, Mr. O'Connor? Why doesn't it apply? He's a senior, so he's around that age, right? No, don't, please! He's 50. Actually, Golden Boy here is 25. He took a 7-year break from school. Come again? Take a gander at the official school enrollment documentation. Tis all right there. Yeah, take a 7-year break from high school? I don't think so. Like, You can get your GED after the fact, but I don't think you can literally enroll into a high school at 25. A 7-year break? 7 years? I've just one thing to say. There are 2 kinds of 7-year breaks. The ordinary kind you mouth breathers take, and the genius kind people like me take.
Objection!
But a genius would quickly become a chore for a 7-year break. I think you have that backwards, Athena. Even geniuses make mistakes. Juniper is 18. Robin's 18. Miriam's going with 17. It did update his age, 25. Jesus Christ! Even geniuses make mistakes. I just happen to make mine only 7 years in a row. Only Hugh could get away with using only like that. Enough of this jibber-jabber. Suffice to say, the witness was up in the crane when he saw the accused dragging the mat. The accused readied all she needed to move the body immediately prior to doing so. That much is clear. I see no need to deliberate the matter further.
Wow, what's this?
That revelation broke my internet. Your internet was trying to save you. Considering that the body was moved in the same manner as in the script, I find Prosecutor Blackwell's claim to be quite persuasive. Does the defense care to dissuade me? Yeah, as long as a mat was used to move the body, Junie's gonna be under suspicion. Whenever Simon slammed the table, Taka's eyes widen. Mm-hmm. Yeah, chat pointed that out to me when I missed it. Athena, I just thought of something. Without Taka, Blackwell would be D tier, maybe C tier. Taka, S tier. Taka by himself, S tier. Taka with Blackwell, S tier. How old is Apollo? He's like 23. He's 23. Thinks it's 34? I'm as old as Phoenix in this game. And they're like, wow, you're so old and washed up. Feels good. What was you doing in the crane? Before the mock trial, he couldn't have been on the job at the time. He was waiting for the trial to start. Why was he in the crane? You don't think. Thank you for the hydrate, Majima. Your Honor! Yes, Miss Sykes? I've got it. I've got an amazing idea that will turn the prosecution's claim on its head. There should be a rule about it. There is. A little conjecture has never stopped us before. Interesting. Mr. O'Connor, using the crane to move the screen, move yourself, move the body. I don't know. Let me think about it. Let me think. Your Honor, 5 minutes. 5 minutes. This is right before the trial started? The hell was he doing then? Were you moving yourself? Mr. O'Connor, you were using the crane to commute to school. That's not what I meant. That's not at all what I meant, but this is better. That would be a feat, considering we aren't even allowed to commute by bicycle.
Objection!
Maybe they made a special exception just for you. But would they really do such a thing? Probably not. Well, that's too bad. Ah! I love the explosion sound. The commuting by crane sounds kind of fun. Okay, well, in that case, you were using the crane to move the screen. The screen was in your way, so you wanted to move it. Then why, pray tell, is it still in the exact same spot it always was? I didn't think it was move the body, because that's too... It feels like immediately Blackwell would be like, no, he couldn't have because blank. Even though that's my thought, I don't know. The witness changed his mind. This court is changing its mind about the defense. Good. High school is actually not mandatory in Japan. I mean, technically it's not mandatory here in America, where Ace Attorney clearly takes place. Good. Looking for a flaw in his logic. Yeah, fair. Or we're trying to say why it's suspicious he was in the crane at all. So, fair enough. It just feels like we had no evidence to back that up. The body was just like it was in the script, so it must have been moved like in the script too. It is. It is. Can't you just get a G&D? Mandatory until a certain age. What age is that? Make claims first and naked with the evidence. Yeah, fair enough. How then? What? That's the mandatory until 16. So you don't have to graduate, but you have to attend a few years. That seems strange. Why specifically 16? Anyway, I didn't know that. Thank you. That's what the prosecution believes. How simplistic, even foolish. Those are pretty strong words, Athena. You sure about this? Because they can drive and be employed. Oh. You have to get up to 16 because then you get a car and get a job. Get a job. The witness is a licensed crane operator, so he could have used it to move the body.
Objection!
Cleat! That's too many months. I'd like to return some months for some whiskey. I would also like to return some months for some whiskey. Thank you, Clage. Hope you're doing well. That's America. Well, Golden Boy, care to chime in? Almost not America. There's places other than America? You mean like Puerto Rico? With an asterisk? I intend to say no more on the matter, save that this does not bode well for you. How goes the loitering? It's going great. What, he's on my side, or is this another trap? Yeah, what about Guam? Hey, watch this. I can use a bow and arrow one-handed. That's the second time he's brought up one-handed. That's a crazy level of dexterity. What's going on with his left hand? I can't even drive a crane with one hand. That's easy. But operating the crane itself is so complex, it requires both hands. Now I would have the court look at this. Oh. Please tell me that's a ketchup stain. I'm bad at eating burger. You wish. My hand was injured and required surgery. That's the reason I kept my hand in my pocket all this time. It seems to be an open wound if there's that much blood. And sticking that in a pocket seems like a bad idea. That would hurt. Why is it bleeding? I have already verified this with the hospital of treatment. Quite a nasty wound, they say. So, how did you hurt it? I see no need to discuss that. It has no relevance to this case. 2 hands are required to operate complex machinery such as a crane. Ergo, on the day of the mock trial, the witness was incapable of moving the body by crane. Now I'm the fool. He hurt it. Did he hurt his hand from jorking it? Yes, Shiv. Yes, his hand exploded. I'm planning on moving the crane the night before the mock trial, but then I got injured. Nice. Wanting to keep my part-time job a secret, I had to do it just before the mock trial instead. And here I thought this was the big break we've been waiting for. What? Wait. He wanted to keep his part-time job a secret. And so just before the mock trial, he's like, I had to do my job, even though that we have a photo. We have a photo of him. We have a photo of him. In clear sight of multiple people. Including Robin. I don't understand. Now the defense's sophistry is laid bare, and would have the court recall my claim. The body was dropped out of a 3rd-floor window into a mat near the maintenance area. The thing is, he's an idiot. Well, yeah, he's an Ace Attorney character. Then a ball cart was used to move it to the stage. See, I've been paying attention. Well done, your baldness. Consider this. The accused was sighted dragging that mat. Ergo, it was she who moved the body. I think you were on the right track, Athena. You do? Juniper remains the prime suspect if we assume the body was moved per her script. So as the defense, you have to figure out how else the body could have been moved. What? Is he telling me to think of another way besides the crane? What about like a maglev system? Like a series of magnets and a track? And then launch it down there. If you have a counter argument, this court would love to hear it. And if you do not, it's time for the verdict. Isn't that correct, your baldness?
Objection!
Maybe a big slingshot. No, not yet. All I have to do is show that the body wasn't moved like it was in the script, right? Well, that would show the mat had nothing to do with this case. There is a sword of great renown that cuts down sophistic lawyers. Its name is evidence. You don't scare me. And that's when Taka goes in. Force a smile, you can do it. What's wrong with your face, Athena? It's a weird mix of terror and creepy grin. Just focus on how the body could have been moved without it being dropped. How could anyone lower it without dropping it? It's not like it could fly. Unless... Or maybe it could. After all, there is a way to zip between the art room and the stage. It was wrapped up in the banner. Someone could have easily used that thing. That theme. It was Max Galactica with the bust. Yes, of course. We ziplining? Yeah. The court would like to see what you have for us. All I have to do is show the tiniest shred of a possibility. The mat and ball cart weren't used to move the body. This is what was used. This. I'm assuming that's what they want. I'm just gonna safety save. She got that old guy from Up to inflate a massive balloons.
Take that!
The key here is the thing that ties the art room and the stage together. Might I propose an idea? It might do you well to tie your lips together lest you further expose your ignorance. This isn't exactly the time for black comedy, Prosecutor Blackquill. Anyway, the court will recall the wire on which the school banner was hung. That wire was strung between the art room and the stage, which allowed students to run or reel in the school banner from the art room. The body could have easily been lowered down to the stage via this wire.
Objection!
Carl has definitely passed away. He's fine. Spare me your armchair theories. This wasn't some kind of high wire act. The body surely would have fallen, yet there are no signs of blunt force trauma.
Objection!
The bird laughs and Blackwell does. Taka's the best. You surprised me, Prosecutor Blackquill. He didn't actually think I failed to account for that. I'm sure that's exactly what he thought. When we investigated the stage yesterday, the bottom part of the school banner had been tied into a pouch-like shape. And pouches are useful for carrying things. What do you think this one could have carried? Well, go on, please explain. The body was bundled into the pouch-like section of the banner and sent down the wire. Whee! Looks fun. The body would have been down on that stage in a flash, and there'd be no need for a mat. I've heard the phrase carrying the banner, but the banner doing the carrying?
Objection!
It's ridiculous. I have no patience for you and your cheap parlor tricks. Your claim is as shaky as a corpse performing that absurd high wire act. If you have an actual objection, then just come out and say it. Zipline morgue. I trust you recall the bloodstains left on the art room pottery. If the wire had been used to move the body, it would have to be via the window above the quad, the one with the winch. However, the bloodstained pottery was next to the window above the maintenance area. Maybe they moved it. Ergo, the wire and banner had not at all to do with this case. Oh, haha. The bloodstained pottery, I remember that. Explain the bloodstained banner, then. This doesn't look good. We'll be back to the mat theory if you don't do something. Well, Miss Sykes, I hope you have something better this time than a circus act. If my wire theory is true, then that blood on the pottery must not have been the victim's blood? It wasn't blood. Did they never test the blood on the pottery? I don't have it in evidence. Oh. Maybe it's not the victim's blood. Did the police check to see from whom the blood on the pottery came from? Shame on you, Sykes Dono. Have a little more respect for the constabulary. Fulbright. Looks like they didn't check it. I love that face for Apollo so much. Don't let it get you down, Prosecutor Blackquill. Everyone makes mistakes. Gumshoe would never. Gumshoe would absolutely. But he's then be like, oh yeah, so the reason why we did it was because you were yelling me to do that other thing instead. He'd be like, you fool! Oh, sorry. Spare me your cheek. We will know not either way till the tests are run. He'd forget, but he'd say pal, so it'd be okay. True, but in the meantime, I'm gonna press my claim as far as I can. There was blood? Your baldness, I demand the blood in the pottery be analyzed this instant. Gross, mop that up. It shouldn't take long to get the results back. Yeah, blood analysis takes like, what, 10 minutes tops? If that. Super fast. Oh my, that was quick. We're a history if it turns out to be the victim's blood. Please, please let it be someone else's. It seems the blood was not from the victim. What? Furthermore, a comparison with other parties involved with this case reveals... ... Scroll down the page. That the blood belongs to one Hugh O'Connor. Score! Taka did the analysis. Smart bird. He does have bleedy hand. Don't worry, Junie, just try to relax. Hugh's hands. His hands were dripping with blood. Oh yeah. I didn't think about that in terms of his hand was bleeding. That's well done. Your Honor, as we saw earlier, the witness's left hand had suffered a serious injury. He sustained the wound in a struggle with the victim, and his blood got on the pottery. And Junie saw his blood-stained hands as they passed each other in the first floor hall. Now I guess why 7-year break? We might get to that. It's the only explanation that covers everything.
Objection!
He's a vampire. There is but one way now to turn aside her blade, but do not cast the blame on me. Your grudge is with Sykestone, for it is she who forces me to expose your secret. Yeah, fine, whatever. How much dirt does he have on you? The court will observe this odd-looking envelope. Huh? It was inside this that Miriam Scuttlebutt's script was found. Miss Scuttlebutt, but didn't the prosecution already claim that this envelope is the one that contained her script? Circumstances have changed. You see, Golden Boy had hidden this from us all. Let's see here. My word! Talk about the world's most painful paper cut. Indeed. You can clearly see that if this envelope is not opened correctly, a powerful spring-loaded blade will shoot forth, leaving a horrible gash upon the hand. Was Hugh trying to get advanced information about the case for the mock trial? And then he got caught because he was bleeding and screaming? The only one who had been told of the correct way to open it was Constance Court. Seems like he could have just put one of those little ink cartridges in there. You know, like they do to stop counterfeit, or not counterfeiting, shoplifting. Where it's like it can explode and there's ink everywhere that doesn't really wash out easily. There's like a much easier way to be like, ah, you tried to open it. Then like, gotcha, you were stabbed in the hand. I mean, this makes it, there's blood at the scene, like it creates a line to connect it. So I get it. It's just fun. Yeah, die pack. You really want to see my script that bad? You better watch out. Read it without my permission and you'll wish you hadn't. You know, she threatened us and I didn't take it seriously. She was not kidding when she said that. The blood on the blade is the witnesses. Our genius here tried to sneak a peek at the wrong script and paid for his foolishness. Shotgun booby trap. She is snake-hooded. Snake. In line with Scuttlebutt's personality. Yeah. This guy's the worst genius I've ever seen. Don't worry, Athena. The wound isn't that deep. We've still got the wire theory. Yeah, I've got it. Since the blood by the window overlooking the maintenance area isn't the victim's, there's no longer any basis for denying the body was moved using the wire and banner. Therefore, the defense once again asserts just that. You call yourself a lawyer? Don't you see the glaring contradiction in your thinking? Huh? Who's thinking? The court would like to remind the witness that his role is not to point out. And you? How can you adhere to such outdated beliefs? But whatever. It seems you've forgotten the 2 statues that were on stage directly below the wire. A body sent sliding down that wire would have crashed into them. Can you explain that away? It can and it did. That's what happened. Why, I believe he's right. The statues and the wire are extremely close together. The body would have collided with the statues. What if they did collide? Wait, that's it. I don't know why all 3 of the statues up there broke, but at least the far right one would have. Unless they broke that one, bring it down, and then broke the prosecutor statue just to not make it as obvious what happened, you know? Because if you see both broken, it's like, oh, look, is it vandalism? If only one's broken, it's like, why'd only that one break? Speaking of those statues, we still don't know how they were broken. But if we assume the body crashed into them... That would also explain that loud sound we heard while we were in the waiting room. Now that you mention it, you and Mr. Wright went out to the stage after you heard that sound, correct?
Objection!
Mental pipe. Interesting. How very interesting. May I ask just one question? When was it you heard said sound? It was a little after the mock trial had started. Mr. Wright and I were practically bored to tears there in the waiting room when... Oh. Precisely. If that sound you heard did happen while the body was being moved, that would place it during the mock trial. Oof, which means the body wouldn't have been there before the mock trial started. And also gives an airtight alibi to Hugh. You see, right before the mock trial started, I saw the body. Maybe it was a mirage. He said he saw the body before the mock trial. If so, my claim the body was moved during the trial doesn't hold water. Stupid contradiction. It's gonna get me in our case killed. Hey, 8 the world, thanks for the prime. And 50 months. Bruh, times 3. The focus was on just 3 suspects because the body was moved before the mock trial. That has been the major premise thus far. Your assertion, therefore, contradicts the very foundation of this case.
Objection!
He could be lying. Both sides still lack incontrovertible evidence. So should we also not treat Golden Boy's testimony with some level of suspicion? Good point. Your Prosecutor Blackwell is on our side. I bet he's figured out the truth behind this case. Well, great, as long as he's not up to something else. If the statues really were broken when the body hit them, then Hugh's statement about seeing the body before the mock trial is a big fat lie. Okay, Mr. Connor, let's get to the bottom of this contradiction about when you saw the body. Look me straight in the eyes or repeat your statement to me. Like I said before the mock trial, the body was, you know... Press X to doubt. He's doing the most, like, look me in the eyes. Yeah, sure thing. Shifty side eye. I'm just a little unwell. His hair looks like a bow now. Dude. I shall only say this once, Golden Boy. You had best tell the truth and do it now. That is, if your head wishes to enjoy the continued companionship of your body. Yikes. Look for a subtle tell. He might be lying. Now out with it. Did you truly witness the body? Or were you just lying about it? Well, which is it? It's always fun. It's always a delight when the prosecutor and the defense just gang up on the witness together. Like, so tell us what happened. You what? I see the bow in his hair. Oh, the top part does, yeah, it's kind of like a bow. I never saw the body. Oh, a little more perjury, Your Honor. Perjury? Are you sure about that? Lie in this court again, and I'll charge you with... Lie in this court again, and I'll charge you with perjury. I wish I didn't know how to read. There was no body on that stage. I've been lying about that this whole time. I'm sorry. Oh, you're sorry. Oh, you're sorry. Oh, good. 10 more times and I'll write you a sternly worded letter. We've exposed Hugh's big fat lie for what it is. But why would he lie about this to begin with? Yeah, I'm sorry. Perjury is the 3-strike system. Yeah, 3 strikes, you hit a home run. And then you go back to the witness stand with nothings. You got a point. Order! The base premise is the body was moved before the mock trial has been overturned. He's sorry. He's one of the few to actually apologize for it. Yeah, I suppose. Hey, that's a low bar to clear, but yeah. Phoenix and Edgeworth going after the director late in case 3, plus the epic dance music. Yeah, that was good. I imagine this has an impact on both the defense and the prosecution's case. He didn't say it in court. It's technically not perjury. Did he not say it in court? I thought he did. Well, first I'd like to thank the prosecutor that this brings us one step closer to the truth. Now, at least we know the body was moved using the wire and school banner. Indeed. That much I shall concede. Sykes, dono. The body was moved, as you stated, in the midst of the mock trial. So both sides are satisfied then? If the body was moved before the mock trial, we have our 3 suspects. But if the move took place in the midst of the mock trial, it's an entirely different story. Right. All 3 suspects were in the mock trial. That gives them solid alibis.
Objection!
How simplistic. Did you forget about the student in charge of the audio? Amidst the mock trial, she was the one Solo could leave and re-enter the lecture hall. What's this? Who is this person in charge of the audio? Oh no. How could I forget? It was Junie. We have a timestamp though. What's the deal here? Why is Junie so large in this shot? Juniper is also in charge of the audio. When she was in the trial, she was in the audio control room, deal with the music. Per jury. Per the jury, it's perjury. Indeed, the one who could enter the art room amidst the mock trial and move the body was none other than the accused Juniper Woods, for she was in charge of the audio. Why would... Okay. Why would she, during the mock trial, take the precious few moments she has? Because if she's gone for too long, people are like, where is she? We can't... Okay, we call the witness to the stand. She's not around. She has to be gone for very, very, very short amount of time. And then she hops out, grabs the body, wraps up, puts it in a thing, sends it down a zip line, and then it crashes into things, knocks them over, and then the body perfectly unfurls itself into the middle of the stage without leaving any blood anywhere, and gets stabbed with an arrow. And then she goes back in without seeming distressed at all. Like, I'm not even saying what's her motive, just like the mechanics of doing all that in that very short amount of time. He's being obtusely stupid. I don't know what's happening. She BLJ'd to the art room. I take it back. I take it back. She BLJ'd, Your Honor. It's the only way. Why, yes, I see. You build up negative speed, Your Honor. That does make perfect sense. This can't be happening. Instead of exposing Hugh's crime, Junie's is even deeper. No matter how you slice it, we're cooked. Sonic speed. Here, I thought Prosecutor Blackwell's on our side, at least on this issue. Your Honor, please accept this tape into evidence. Whoa, whoa, yeah, whoa, whoa, whoa. The Twisted Samurai strikes again. Twisted? It's more like Dirty Rotten. Your baldness. It is time to put an end to this farce. The prosecution has presented a quite convincing case, but the defense has one last chance to voice any remaining objections. Well, Miss Sykes? Apollo, what are we gonna do? I've got nothing left. Nothing. Nada. Niente. You're yelling that in a quiet courtroom. I would be quieter about that. I've been trying to think of something, but I'm drawing a big blank too. None of them have a brain. Poor Junie, unless we figure something out, she'll be... objection? Well, I object to... What if we blow up the courtroom? Ooh! Heh heh ha 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 ha. Stop right there. All ears to me. It's time you heard about the rare genius of Hugh O'Connor. Hi, GM Sack. Thanks for the prime. Oh. Listen and you will hear the secret behind my perfect crime. Huh?
Nice.
Thank you for Exhibit A. Perfect crime? Eat bowl like sandwich. This is some serious deja vu. Didn't we just go through something like this yesterday? Which we proved was false and he was committing perjury, Your Honor. Can we stop him? Yes, we did. This better not be another of his enraging traps. The murderer! The murder, the moving of the body, the cover-up, it all sprung from my brilliant mind. Why does this happen? So for some reason he doesn't want Junie to be accused? Well, go ahead, arrest me. The real killer is right before you. Order, order, I say. Mr. O'Connor, you already confessed yesterday, then earlier today recanted your confession. As if you mouth breathers could comprehend my genius, the end justifies the means. Now bow down and kneel. Kneel before my great and maddening intellect. This dude's got so many hinges. This door doesn't even open.
Objection!
Enough! The only thing maddening is the ignominy you bared up for all to see. For it is impossible for you to have been the perpetrator behind this crime. Ah. His jimmies are unrustled. Not an unrustled jimmy in sight. There is no perfect crime, only a perfect alibi, for you were at the mock trial. His Bobby's so fucked. And it is silly that I must remind you of this, but you were a participant the entire time. There shall be no mercy if you persist in hindering this trial with your silly little act. Is this when he tells us he had an identical twin the whole time? He doesn't seem the least bit shaken by Blackwell's threat. Listen, Mr. Prosecutor, calling that a perfect alibi is beyond contempt. Your Honor, I'd like to take this opportunity to offer further testimony. I will now demonstrate the very moment of genius that transcended even perfection. His twin sister, Dahlia Hawthorne. Here's confession. You won't believe this, but I used a body double. I was joking. That wasn't the real me at the mock trial. That means I didn't almost lose. My body double almost did. I slipped out stealthily while my double took care of the trial. I had the run of the campus. In short, I am the killer. Juniper's innocent. He's so intelligent. Sure, Jan. Sure thing, Jan. I have a question I was hoping the defense and prosecution might help answer. Is it just me or does the witness's testimony make no sense at all? No, it's not just you, Your Honor. All I got from listening to that was a headache. Yeah, that was just plain weird, especially the whole thing about a body double. Well, I'm relieved it's not just me. And the prosecution. Your baldness. Summon an ambulance this instant. The witness is stark raving mad. Yes, I think that would be for the best. Now then, let's pretend this never happened and moved on with my verdict. You people don't believe me? It's not a matter of not believing you. It's more along the lines of questioning your sanity. Yeah, the funny farm just called. They want their genius back. Boom, Apollo. Shut your pie holes. The intellect of a genius transcends even logic. Besides, don't you guys have that weird device for testimony like this?
Objection!
Widget's not a weird device, and I don't waste him on ridiculous testimonies. Easy there, Tiger. Think of it this way. We don't want a verdict to be passed just yet. So how about we give Widget a try? Well, this is against my better judgment, but I'd like to conduct a short therapy session. Your better judgment? I'm a judge and it's far beyond mine, yet I find it hard to say no. Why? Why do you find it? Prosecutor Blackwell, I trust you have no objections. Prosecutor Blackwell? He's gone. He's left. He's on Smoko. The prosecutor said, rubbish, we will be out on a stroll. Then left with Detective Fulbright. I'm glad that Taka's on the judge's head, even in the wide shot. How does he get away with stuff like that? By going on a walk with Detective Fulbright, does he mean head and head just Then I'll interpret that as meaning he has no explicit objections. All right, Miss Sykes, you may proceed with your therapy session. I've seen my share of crazy trials, but this one takes the cake. We only need Taka. Yeah, we're better off. Court just got too ridiculous for him. They fucked, okay? Is that what you wanted? Yes! Whoa. Whoa. Oh. You won't believe this, but I used a body double. Oh my god, how did we not see it before? It's not even a look-alike, it's just a paper mask. That wasn't the real me at the mock trial. That defense attorney's a spy. That means I didn't almost lose, my body double did. Look at this fucking guy. Look at this fucking guy. I slipped out stealthily while my double took care of the trial. Hee hee hee. I had the run of the campus. In short, I'm the killer. Juniper's innocent. Okay, that arc was hard, though. The handcuffs breaking apart. Oh my god. I don't get it. His confession's overflowing with happiness. Maybe he enjoys thinking how us mouth breathers can't comprehend his genius. My favorite anime. This goes way beyond normal happiness. He seems to take an insane level of delight in his confession. Even a normal level of delight would be weird for a confession. Then again, he's not what I'd call normal. I agree. Why are you confessing? Who is this really for? I feel like that's the key to his out-of-control emotion. I used the body double. That wasn't the real me. That means I almost didn't lose my body double, did. So that's stealthily. I love that art so much. They're on the campus. I'm the killer. Why are you so happy about... Oh, right. O'Connor. Court. What's causing happiness? I mean, I can only assume it's... I can only assume it's her. Cactuar pose, it really is. Mr. O'Connor, yesterday you said that you didn't really care about Miss Woods anymore. I already told Juniper, might as well tell you. I don't really care about her anymore. What? Why? Yeah, well, Juniper reported my secret to Professor Court. His secret? Oh, the bribe. She wanted nothing to do with me because I disappointed her. That's why I don't care about her anymore. I was never trying to protect her. My confession was always about one thing and one thing only, the truth.
Objection!
Mr. O'Connor, you feel great happiness in the fact that you might help set Miss Woods free. So much so that it overshadowed all of your other emotions. What are you... I can hear it clearly now, Mr. O'Connor, the discord you've been trying to suppress. People don't normally feel like you do, and you confessed. So he really was trying to protect Juniper. Yeah, I'm sure of it. Hugh's feelings for her are the real deal. She is 7 years younger than him. But that means his confession is... Finally figured out the obvious, have we? Is he back? He's back. Why, Prosecutor Blackquill, you're back. Is that a hickey on your neck? The confession was naught but lies, save for the part about being in the mock trial. Can we all agree now that the killer is the one in charge of the audio, i.e. the accused? Jacques! Thanks for the hydrate, sir. It's not illegal, but definitely scary. Why couldn't you have taken a longer stroll? No, you haven't unraveled the genius of my body double trick yet. You can't be serious. Do you really expect us to believe you had a body double? Yes, I do. But if you think I didn't, then prove it, huh? Either we quit here and Juniper's found guilty, or we play along with Hugh's delusion. Let's go with the least worst choice. But first, let me update his testimony. I hear your Discord. Muffled ping noises. I used a body double. That wasn't the real me at the mock trial. That means I didn't almost lose, my body double did. No emotions. I slipped out, hee hee. I had to run the campus. I'm the killer. Juniper's innocent. Oh, there's a bunch of emotions all over the place. Body double, what a bunch of baloney. I know, but I can hear the noise. It means there's a contradictory emotion somewhere. Contradictory emotion? Everything he says is one big contradiction. And that's why I can hear his inner voice loud and clear. If we just think about Hugh and his competitive nature, we should be able to figure out the root cause of his discord. Oh, is it the fact there's no emotion here? Just...
Got it!
It is weird he feels no emotions. I didn't almost lose, you say? Very odd. You exhibited happiness the entire time, except during this statement. You don't know when to give up. Wait, now that I think about it. No, don't. Stop making stuff up. When I left the lecture hall, it was during Professor Means' pre-trial speech. That's when I moved the body. I then slipped back in just before the verdict. So you're saying you were there the moment your double's about to lose? Yes, I was. Naturally, I wasn't happy when I saw that. In any case, I was at the far end of the lecture hall behind the screen. I figured no one would see me if I came and went through the doors there.
Objection!
Sykes don't know. How much longer will you indulge him in this charade? While it's true that none in the audience might see him go through either of those doors, The faculty seats on the balconies are a different story and have a splendid view. Are we gonna have to talk to Means? I don't want to talk to Means. I thought you could do better than that. The lawyer's bench is on the right side when facing the front of the hall. I used the door on the right side near the lawyer's bench. That means my movements were only visible to someone in the left balcony seat. That seat was empty at the time, which is only natural. After all, it belonged to Professor Court, and as we all know, she was already dead by then. You must be Means. That can't be right. An empty balcony seat on the left side contradicts this piece of evidence. My badge. Strip. Yeah. Pirate video? Dun 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 dun. Thing. You. Banner. Photos. What do I have that's from that room? Probably a floor plan. It's always the last place you look.
Take that!
I have no idea where this contradiction's going, but I don't have any other moves at this point. Oh, we be pirates. We love to sail the seven seas. Guess I'll just have to follow it and see where this takes me. It's gonna result in Means at the stand, and I don't want that. You said the left balcony seat was empty, but was it really? I saw it with my own eyes. It was definitely empty. But what about this diagram? According to this, Professor Means was supposed to be seated in the left balcony seat. But if you left the lecture hall during his pre-trial speech, he would have been standing there at his seat addressing the students and faculty. No, this can't be right. Still at 80%. The left baloney. You do no one any favors by exposing the falsities of his confession. I've told plenty of lies so far, but this part is true, I tell you. There was nobody in the left balcony seat. You gotta believe me. It doesn't seem like he's lying this time. Okay, Mr. O'Connor, let's have you testify again, but this time don't spare any details. You got it. I'll repeat it as many times as you'd like. I mean, my ingenious escape act warrants repeating, considering I'm the real killer. Is that you, Shelly the killer? All I really care about is whether that seat was empty or not. The second floor was deserted. Mayhem. Why won't you believe me? It's true, I tell you. You should believe me. Why didn't you believe me? There he goes. All I had to do was go through the empty audio control. Fucking goddamn it. The fucking empty audio control room, you say? It leads into the hallway, so it's perfectly capable of moving the body. More like young Sheldon. Talk about a change in tone. Reads like a totally different testimony. It's like you realize something terrible the moment he opened his mouth. If it's something he realized himself, his unease might also register it in how he speaks. Right. Focus on places where he hesitates or stammers then. Why didn't you believe me? Why didn't you believe me?
Got it!
I told you I'd shoot. But you didn't believe me. I detected powerful sadness and fear right after you said this part. I detected powerful sadness and fear right when that window was broken open and 107 people came in. Hey, how you doing? Thanks for the raid, Dan. Hello. I'll teach your grandmother to suck eggs. Do it for Walmart. Oh, sorry, Walmart? Whalmer. I don't know how to read. It's like, huh? What? Oh. Pokemon, huh? We're playing poke a hole in his testimony. How about that? Hello, welcome everyone. We're playing Ace Attorney Dual Destinies. Ace Attorney 5. We're somehow going along. Everything's fine. We're pretty deep into case 3 of this game. So, spoilers for that. If you're gonna raid and run, thank you. I hope you had a good time. I can give you a very brief summary, as best as I can. Basically, there was a murder at a school. There's a legal academy, and they had a mock trial, and a body was killed and displayed in a way that lines up with the mock trial script. And the mock trial script's contents were only known by the accused, our client, and the teacher, the professor who was killed. So they're like, it had to have been her because she's the only person who could have known about it. And we're currently talking to this man, Hugh O'Connor, who claimed to be an 18-year-old senior, but he's a 25-year-old senior. He actually does go there. And now he's lying about being the killer, and we don't know why. That basically is it. Anyway, lots of perjury. Yeah. I'm on case 2, so I feel obligated to. Hey, no worries. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Also, everyone go follow Dan at PlayFrame Plus. Does real good stuff. Barry explains this attorney. It would just be a lot of something like this guy did this thing, and then I don't know, and The thing that you really need to know if you just got here is that we're going to be talking to this guy soon, and that's bad for everyone involved, because look at him. Nothing good is going to come from talking to Aristotle Means. It's as if he said something you shouldn't have. What's wrong with you? You shouldn't reveal a person's inner feelings for all to see. Mr. O'Connor, it's you who's revealing your inner emotions by the way you speak. Plus, I have a good idea about why you're feeling sad. Junie is 18, and he's 25. You're a horrible person. Can't you just leave me be? You said that you went through the empty audio control room, but that's not true, is it? There was someone who returned from there once Professor Means finished his speech. And that someone who was in the audio control room was... Junie.
Take that!
I know you realized there was a problem with your statement as you were saying it. That's why you felt so uneasy. If the audio control room really was empty, that would mean Miss Woods was roaming around the campus. Mr. O'Connor, if you really want to protect Miss Woods, just tell the truth. If you believe in her, revealing the truth is the same as protecting her. Juniper's innocent. That's the truth. But in this dark age of the law, the truth can be easily twisted to serve anyone's needs. When the end justifies the means, your only choice is to fight back with lies. Hugh's heart won't hold out under this battle between truth and lies. Is there something I can do to make him recant his false testimony? Take a shot. I fear nothing now that I have lost everything. Go ahead, Prosecutor Blackquill. Cut me down if you wish. I thought you'd never ask. With you gone, we may swiftly proceed to a verdict. Yeah! Oh my god, he broke out of his chains. He broke out of his shackles again. He can't keep getting away with this. I don't want to be the poor accountant down at the detention center. Hugh O'Connor, in deference to your valor, I will limit your suffering with one clean blow.
Hold it!
This dude's got no valor. What do you mean? Could you wait just one moment before you cut him down?
Silence!
Do not come between a samurai and his foe. I never learned about this in law school. They cover that in year 3. Careful, prosecutor. Remember that shocking experience you had last time? They did zap him. Very well, Golden Boy may live for now. Enough already, Mr. O'Connor. Miss Woods would never want you to protect her this way. She values the friendship between the three of you more than anything. That's where you're wrong. She doesn't feel anything for me now. But what does it matter anymore? I might as well tell you everything. This is no doubt news to you, but I am not and never was a genius. What? What? Sorry, but I already knew. Me too. And don't forget me, though in all fairness, it was pretty obvious. I thought he was a genius at first. The stuff he said was crazy. No need to rub it in, just shut up and listen. It all started several days ago. I accidentally learned that my parents have been paying good money for my grades. Oh, he didn't know. Oh, now he's tragic. Wait, all of a sudden he's tragic. Oh, fuck. Oh, damn. Oh, balls. But that's bribery. So the bribery wasn't Hugh's idea. All my perfect scores are the product of cold hard cash, not genius. Even worse when I confronted my parents about it over the phone. That's who's talking to over the phone. Juniper overheard me. And then she thought that he was bribing me. Oh my, what a terrible misunderstanding. I've been living a lie. I don't know what else there is to say. I'm no genius. I'm completely worthless. That sucks. That sucks real bad. A perfect 0. God damn it. Anyway, so why'd you kill someone? Hugh? Even so, I still wanted to make it up to Juniper for disappointing her like that. That's why I wanted to clear her name by pinning the blame on me. I mean, she probably hates me now, so it'd be a relief for her to see me locked away. If you were trying to help her, then why did you testify against her? Son. Thank you, garbage. You're not a genius. You were the ones who told me to tell the truth yesterday, so I thought if I did, it would help her. He wasn't trying to provoke us? Looks like we seriously misunderstood him, in more ways than one. At the detention center yesterday, Junie was in tears when she opened up to me. But the truth is, the friendship between the three of them is still rock solid. If there were something that could help me prove that to Hugh, he's just a dumbass. We even have proof of our friendship. Yeah, as long as our friendship lasts, you can bet we'll be carrying them around. So Robin doesn't have the same necklace, but Hugh said that there's only one other like his. So do they just have like a mark of friendship just between one other person, but then they have like a triangle of friendship tokens? They each have 2 with each other? What about that proof of friendship they mentioned? I wonder where or what it is. I wonder. I didn't buy it. I wonder what the handshake thing meant. Probably nothing. Oh. It's handmade, and there's only one like it in the world. Maybe it's... No, that's definitely it. That band around his neck. Mr. O'Connor! That band around your neck, that's your proof of friendship, isn't it? Yeah. Proof of friendship? Is that anything like a proof of purchase barcode? In court, evidence is everything. That's why the 3 friends created friendship bands. Because they're law nerds. It's the evidence that proves their friendship. Ho ho, how very interesting. And chic. If they have doubts about their friendship, they can look to the proof they have on hand. That's why Mr. O'Connor's hand always goes to his neck when he's pressured. It proves he still has feelings of friendship towards the other 2. It doesn't matter if I wear it, if those 2...
Objection!
He's being choked by friendship. But they feel the same way too. I know they wear their friendship bands somewhere. Junie and Robin must both feel the same as Hugh. I just know it. Everything Hugh has said leads me to believe that. In fact, he may have also just told me that the others wear their proof of friendship. Where they're easy to touch, where they're hard to spot, they aren't wearing them. I'm not gonna be punished, so yeah. Neither of them are wearing them now. For once I agree with you, Miss Sykes. You're right, they're not wearing them. Why would they, when our friendship is over? Wait, no, that's not what I meant. Sorry, let me try that one again. They both feel the same way. Everything likes to be the same way. They must have, where they're easy to touch. You're right, they're bad friends. Put that down in the court record. All we have to do is think back to their testimonies. Ready? Oh, that actually was right. I guess that makes sense. Miss Newman holds her arm when pressured. And Miss Woods holds her wrist. I know Miss Woods very well. She would never abandon her friendship with you over something like this. I mean, it's a pretty good reason to learn that your friend... I mean, I don't even know if she knows that he's actually 25, and whether or not he's the one responsible for the bribery. That's, you know, rough to deal with. So, you know, don't blame Taka. Taking the blame for her will only succeed in making her sad. Arg. 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 It's fine. She's actually 30. Everyone's way older than they think they are. When they say they are. Oh my god.
Robin, those bands of friendship that you made, just for the three of us. You may have forgotten about them, but not me.
Hugh!
She's just standing right there.
Hey, Hugh!
Why are they just standing in the middle of the courtroom? That's really funny to me.
And to think, I should have known better than to doubt my best friends.
Bailiff, secure the courtroom? Jesus. Friendship. I'm 25. I didn't kill anyone, and I didn't have a body double. What? I didn't move the body. I didn't even see it. And it may look like I'm speed reading. Zen in the art of mastering the bar exam, but I haven't read a single word. None of this is surprising to me. Well, you could have fooled me. In fact, you did. You? So, Miss Sykes, can I place my trust in you? I'm going to save Junie, so yes, you can place your trust in me. Did I might understand the witness is recanting his confession? Again? Yes. One more perjury and you get a free sandwich. A most roundabout trial. I mean turnabout trial. I must prefer the turnabout variety. There you go. Now we are back to the fact that there was but one suspect who lacked an alibi. Which is, in the end, the truth you've been seeking this entire time. So we're back to square one. Now I'm exhausted and depressed. It probably doesn't matter at this point, but I might as well update the mood matrix. No, there's another suspect. We gotta talk to Professor Means. In lockstep yet again. Junie shot a friend by wanting to try to address their savior. They're all very strange. Does this mean... I guess Sheen's back? Good question. Further resistance is futile. The time for a verdict is not.
Objection!
Please wait. What sort of devilry are you up to now? She-devil? What if our client wasn't the only one without an alibi? The trial would continue, right? Well, yes, I suppose it would. But after such a thorough investigation, does such a person really exist? A female devil? Yes, we found someone. It may have seemed like a major roundabout. But Mr. O'Connor's testimony has cracked this case. There's no more noise. He was telling the truth. During the mock trial, the balcony seat opposite him really was empty. Which now means there's one person unaccounted for. It was Maya Fey from inside prison. Besides Junie, the only other person without an alibi during the mock trial is... Aristotle Means.
Take that!
We're going full Scooby-Doo on this one. The guy who showed up at the beginning who was immediately suspicious turned out to be suspicious. The balcony seat was empty. That much is true, isn't it, Mr. O'Connor? That's right. How many more times do I have to say it? So basically, Professor Means wasn't where he was supposed to be during the mock trial.
Silence!
Need I remind you every last soul in the lecture hall heard him deliver his speech?
Objection!
Maybe it was a body double. That's not in dispute here. Let me explain how a speech could be given from an empty seat. It was given from hiding, given later, pre-recorded. Wasn't he in the room? Huh? The ends convicted the means. The eye room was empty. The bends mustified the beans. What if the speech was pre-recorded? That's the only way the speech could have been delivered from an empty balcony seat. They just said he wasn't. But... Did they literally just say that? Every last soul heard him. Oh, they heard him. Okay, so when they first explained it, they were like, he gave an opening speech. I thought that was like him on the ground floor being like, hello, welcome to the mock trial. So that's why I was confused. I understand he wasn't in his seat, but I thought he was like on the ground and then just never went back to his seat or something, but okay. Well, he's the one who gave me the tape recorder. Take this to the police, he said, and tell them you found it. Not at all suspicious. Really? Wait a second. Mr. O'Connor, did you just say that Professor Means gave that phony recording to you? Phony? The defense will refrain from hurling unsubstantiated allegations. I said he gave it to me, but what do you mean it's phony? Wow. Who could have seen this development? Professor Means used you to pass it on to the police. The voice shouting "You're a goner" as recorded on this tape was dubbed onto it using a line our client said in the mock trial video. Why, this is an extremely crucial piece of evidence. Yes, it is. Professor Means gave you the phony tape. If that's really true, Professor Means has guilt written all over him. Your Honor, the defense moves to call Professor Aristotle Means to the stand.
Silence.
The seat was never empty. 'Twas but an oversight by our dullard of a witness. Both defense and prosecution presented fake evidence to disbar them both. We no longer care about fake evidence. It's the dark age of the law, remember? An inmate who was formerly a surgeon once told me something. He said it's often all too easy to overlook critical symptoms.
Objection!
Well, we're not going to overlook this oversight. If the speech was pre-recorded, the basis for suspecting our client would be shattered. Let's check with Professor Means and see whether the empty seat was a witness oversight. A verdict without first looking into that would be inconceivable. That's enough, both of you. Now, here's my opinion on the matter. I'm very sleepy. I need a nap. While the surgeon overlooking critical symptoms is a problem, a witness's oversight, too, must not be overlooked. Thus, as to the matter of whether Professor Means was or was not in his faculty seat, I believe we must ask the professor himself. I agree. Professor Means should be here in the gallery today. Hello, I'm up here. Do as you please. Hooray! We get to look at Professor Means again. It's my favorite thing. There he is. I hope he gets stressed out and feeds his badge a sandwich. Will you please state your name and occupation for the record? You have to use that voice from... Certainly, I'm Aristotle Means. No. I teach the lawyer course at Penis Legal Academy, and let me add that while I welcome any opportunity to assist with the trial, I don't care for this undue suspicion. Current voice denied. Don't worry, Professor, we're just interested in the mock trial videos right now. We just need to take another look at that speech you gave. Can we count on your cooperation in this? Very well, if that's all you're interested in. Please proceed, Miss Sykes. Yeesh. We need to find some sort of evidence that shows this speech was pre-recorded. All right, I believe we're ready. Let's roll the video. Good afternoon. I would like to start by thanking you for coming here today. The mock trial, the crown jewel event of the school festival, will begin shortly. When I was a student, I too could hardly wait for this day to come. Oh no. I've forgotten how long and boring his speech was. Zzz. Wake me up once this is over. Hey, no fair. The experiences of our youth have a powerful and profound effect on our adult... Ah, you there! Wake up! Pay attention! Huh? Ah! I'm awake, I'm awake! Isn't that right, Your Honor? Huh? What? I'm awake too! Wide awake, see? He's asleep. Once again, our pure white Lady Justice will be watching over all of you today. How what? How what? Pay attention and you may make a difference one day. Now let the mock trial begin. That's racist and inaccurate. That's about it. One of my better speeches, if I do say so myself. Do we get a let pipe.waf? Yeah, absolutely. Here you go. Coming right up. I even saw some of our students with tears in their eyes. He's obviously not familiar with the phrase bored to tears. Listen, Sykes-Dono, if you have subjected me to this epic study in tedium without purpose, Taco will feast on your tongue after I've cut it out. Woo! But you were asleep the whole time. That's not the pirate video. Well, Miss Sykes, did you notice anything strange about that speech? Could I please hear that last part again? Once again, our pure white lady justice will be watching over all of you today.
Hold it!
There! I finally found what we needed. Professor Beans, I have only one question about your speech. Why is that last part we just heard contradict with this? You there! What are you doing? He's playing solitaire on his computer. He's playing Balatro. Get him.
Take that!
The professor said the pure white lady justice will be watching over them, but the lady justice in the video isn't even close to being white. It's as gold can be. I'm not sure I could wrap my jaw around that to test its authenticity. Are you a snake? I didn't say it was made of gold, Your Honor. Now it's true the statue is pure white, but it broke before the mock trial began. The one you see here is its replacement. Oh well, that's a shame on every count. Ironically, this golden statue sticks out like a sore thumb compared to the white one, meaning the professor wouldn't have made a mistake in its color if he'd been present. It seems that I have caused some confusion, but it was merely an oversight on my part.
Objection!
The statue is in the middle of the room. How could you not know what it looked like? Well, I was in a balcony seat. Furthermore, the statue had previously been white. I'm afraid this isn't sufficient evidence of the speech being pre-recorded. We had our answer long ago. The accused was the only one to leave the lecture hall. No, wait. There's got to be something that can prove that the speech was pre-recorded. According to the mock trial video, the speech started here and ended here. It was a little over 10 minutes, but I doubt anyone wants to be tortured again. It's only a little over 10 minutes. It felt like it went on forever. 10 minutes is a long speech. How'd you figure out how long it was? There's a timestamp in the top right. All I have to do is subtract the time the speech started from the time it ended. The speech goes from 10-minute mark to 20:35. Wait a second! I could swear I've seen the same interval of time listed among the evidence. Maybe there's a way for me to use the speech time to show that it was pre-recorded. An approximately 10-minute span of time. That does sound familiar, but I don't remember where. Hold on. Is this it? Yeah. This fake. Not that. Not that. This. Not this. 120. This. One. This. Two photos. 601 to 603. So no. Now's this. The tape has 10 minutes, 35 seconds of noise. Oh. Well, that would do it.
Take that!
I would like the court to take a look at this. And this is the voice print analysis that proves the voice on the tape recorder belongs to our client. Yes, but didn't we just establish that the voice on the tape recorder was a fabrication? We did, but what I'd like to focus on is the noise that is also there. Noise? Yeah. The defense believes it resulted when the tape's previous recording was erased. And what do you hope to prove by that? The length of the noise is what's important. It's 10 minutes and 35 seconds in all. And what did the timestamp read at the moment Professor Means began his speech? That would be exactly 10 o'clock. Now let's fast forward this long-winded exercise in boredom to the end. Okay, stop. The video timestamp now reads 20:35. Based on this, we know the time it took for the speech alone. Subtract 10 and you get 10:35. 10 minutes, 35 seconds? What does it mean? 10 minutes, 35 seconds. The same as the noise on the tape recording. It's a clock! I assume you all understand what this means. Professor Means' pre-recorded speech had been where the noise is now.
Silence.
525,600 seconds. You seem rather confident considering this is a mere happenstance match of numbers.
Objection!
Teacher, sorry, I can't afford 2 tape cassettes. Real. But is it really just numbers? The lab is continuing their study of the tape. So far, they found signs of overdubbing. But it's going to take a bit longer to recover the audio that was erased. The police are analyzing the noise as we speak. It won't be long until we know what was originally there. Oh, I thought you were doing a bit collateral, saying it was seconds instead of minutes. Now, I'm sure of it. The professor was trying to create an alibi with the recording by pinning the crime on Junie. Well, he's not gonna get away with it. Not on my watch. Miss Sykes. Oh. I believe you are well aware of my methodology. Even if Juniper were the perpetrator, I would vigorously defend her as per my word. But to that purpose, I offer to be her lawyer. And alas, look at what's happened. All I've stated are obvious deductions derived from evidence and testimony. Truth be told, I had no intention of testifying. I'd been keeping quiet for Juniper's sake. But now that you cast this blame upon me, I have no choice but to reveal the truth. Smiles. Uh-oh, that doesn't sound good. I will now reveal the truth behind why I had to pre-record my speech before the mock trial. So you admit it? And you committed perjury as well. I, Professor Means, always say what I mean and mean what I say by all means. I mean. Kill them all and prove it later. I was shitting. Professor Means' testimony. Defendant came to me with what she said was very important and by necessity secret. She asked me to pre-record my speech and come to the audio room during the mock trial. Juniper confessed to the murder and asked that I get her declared innocent in court. Why? Huh? She also said I'd become an accomplice after losing my alibi due to the pre-recording. Why would... Huh? But when I said I would protect Juniper, I meant it because it's the humane thing to do. What? Oh my, so you're saying the defendant threatened you? This has to be a lie. I mean, everything about it lines up too perfectly to be true. On this most consequential of occasions, let me be completely frank with you. Juniper's truly taken to heart my teaching that states the end justifies the means. I don't believe you. When she asked me to defend her, she said I must also prove her 2 friends innocent. Her 2 friends? The witnesses? Correct. Hugh O'Connor and Robin Newman. I was to ensure all 3 walked free. All 3 were to achieve their dream. That was the result Juniper was seeking. And she was even willing to threaten me, her own professor, to that end. You, no doubt, had high praise for her ruthless tactics. Yes, well, that is why I vowed to vigorously defend her despite her threatening me. Wow, you're threatening me. Good job. There was a time when lawyers merely sought the truth if they wished for victory in court. But alas, those days are over. Now, in the defense of justice, order and all that is good, the end justifies the means. I am so sick of hearing that phrase. Though it truly grieves me so, I must tell you this. Forsake the truth of its victory you seek. Steel yourself for this new courtroom reality. That does it. He's gonna regret dragging those dismal, depressing ideas in here. Since he's already surrendered to the dark age of the law, it's up to me to fight it. Why so silent, Sykes Dono? Something the matter? This is a court of law. It's no place for long-winded talks about idealistic principles. That's why I'm gonna let the evidence do the talking. Let's not get carried away now, Miss Sykes. It will not do to have you attempting to discredit my doctrine. Do not force me to rectify this situation. I'll rectify your fucking face. No, go ahead and rectify it. Only if I lose and you win, that is. This guy sucks. We're gonna have to kill this guy, Apollo. Way ahead of you. He's loading a gun. Professor Means' testimony. The defendant came to me with what she said was very important and by necessity secret.
Hold it!
I doubt our client would have come to you with something like that. You have a point there. If only Professor Court had been alive, I suspect Juniper would have gone to her instead. Have a good one, dude. He's just gonna beat him with his bare hands. Our client came to talk to you after Court was dead. Let's go through this step by step, shall we? First, Juniper came to me that day. She asked me to pre-record my speech and come to the audio room during the mock trial.
Hold it!
Are you suggesting it was our client who told you to fake an alibi? You have every reason to be surprised. I too was shocked when she told me that. Simply put, Juniper has a secret that she wished to protect that badly. Is he kidding me? That lie couldn't be further from the truth. Problem is, how am I gonna expose it? It was an earnest request from an outstanding student. How could I possibly have refused? Juniper confessed to the murder and asked that I get her declared innocent in court.
Hold it!
Did you consider that a threat? Yes. But it's now you to whom she has passed her demands on to. Miss Sykes, you must realize that you too are being used by Juniper. What? Your Honor, I ask that you too do not let her feigned weakness and innocence fool you. Juniper Woods is quite clever and extremely tough. And perhaps most important of all, she is a female high school student. She is a fervent follower of my teachings.
Objection!
Your Honor, the witness's testimony is nothing but an attack on our client's character. Very well. Objection sustained. So be it. Nevertheless, the fact that she threatened me is immutable. Every accusation a confession. She also said I'd become an accomplice after losing my alibi.
Hold it!
You can sustain objections? How could you overlook such a threat? As a teacher, it's your duty to discipline students. Yes, well, perhaps I do have some serious reflection to do on this matter. I suppose it was just wishful thinking on my part. I wanted to believe that Juniper hadn't actually committed murder and that she hadn't meant to threaten me. Really, please do explain. Long had I waited for a student who would embody my teachings. Does the witness realize what he is saying? Surely you must see the true meaning in my words. I'm merely staying true to what I teach, and my methods are but a reflection of the times. Wow, his way of thinking is really warped, but I haven't heard any inconsistencies yet. I wouldn't be so sure, really. The more he tries to avoid logical inconsistencies in his testimony, the more likely we'll see inconsistencies between his actions and words. It is a dark age in which we live, and there is much I would like to say on the matter. Yeah, you really are. Yapping it up in the courtroom. When I said I would protect Juniper, I meant it because it's the humane thing to do.
Hold it!
He sucks. You were trying to protect our client? Yeah, right. I'll say anything to pin the blame on Junie. What a frightful look. I would ask that you not glare at me so. I have nothing but admiration for how Juniper was willing to go as far as to threaten me. That is why I'm protecting her by any means possible. She has been a model student. Liar! You're trying to pin the blame on her. How am I gonna show what he's saying if... how am I gonna show that what he's saying isn't what he's really thinking? You cannot possibly overturn my claims, so isn't it about time you admitted defeat? After all, if my unassailable logic is not truth, then what is? If he thinks I'm gonna give into his pack of lies, he's got another thing coming. I'm gonna find a hole in his story if it's the last thing I do. Even though he's rotten to the core, he's a total pro. I mean, that all made perfect sense. Yeah, but you can't believe a word he says. He's making this up as he goes along. He'll trip up on his own words yet. Time to see how consistently the professor's testimony matches up with his actual actions. What does she mean by that? His actions, like what, his literal animations in the court, or just like something, there is an inconsistency somewhere. There is a contradiction. I think it was very important when I studied secret. She asked me if you record my speech and come to the audio room during the mock trial. Confessed to the murder, asked that I declare her innocent in court. Thus I become an accomplice after losing my alibi due to the pre-recording. I said protect her. Anything note happen? Everything's fine. What we got? What we got about him specifically? Identify as fake. He's the past one. That is still strange. Maybe that. I become an accomplice with not allowed to the pre-recording. But so then he covered up the pre-recording. So.
Objection!
This piece of evidence reveals inconsistency. What, $5? Yeah, sure. I tried really hard. Can I get credit for trying? Very well. I award Miss Sykes the court's Wasted Effort Award. Hooray. Where's the love?
Hold it!
Oops, I didn't mean. Can I borrow $20? Yeah, sure. How would you overlook such a threat? I'm not sure what they want from me here. More likely to see inconsistencies with his actions and words. Right. And his actions involve overdubbing this and trying to frame her by putting a line from the mock trial in there. For about 10K? Yeah, absolutely. Can I do your house? I don't have a house. Screaming Law Badge. Yeah. His Screaming Law Badge is good. Consider it. Yep. Is it this?
Objection!
No. Look at this. There's no need to explain anything. I guess that went flying. What? What? My Sarah protects Katrina from the main thing to do. Is it on this line?
Objection!
Okay. It was just, alright. I think it could have worked on that previous line. Let me get this straight. You were trying to help Miss Woods. That's nothing more than a bald-faced lie. No offense, Your Honor. Such defamation of my character and your hair follicles, Your Honor. It's an outrage. Miss Sykes will clarify her statement, but leave my hair follicles out of it this time. Yes, of course, Your Honor. Now, please take a look at this. The witness gave this tape to Mr. O'Connor. He did get a penis legal. Then he slyly whispered, take this to the police, tell them you found it. There was no whispering, slyly or otherwise involved. I simply did that out of kindness.
Objection!
He's bald scalp, not bald face. The tape contained our client's voice. In short, it's incredibly damaging evidence. Why would it even exist if the witness wasn't trying to pin the murder on our client? They say the road to hell is paved with good intentions, but not yours. You never had good intentions, only lies to protect yourself with while blaming another. You're paving the road to heaven? With bad intentions? You, Professor, are the embodiment of the dark age of the law. Why, you dare call my teachings and methods lies? Yes. Oh. Why the... Oh. Themis Legal Academy is a proud institution. It's the most powerful in the world. You'll never forget what true education and lawyering means once I'm through with you. Okay. Professor Means, what's with your hair? Oh, put your 3D glasses on now. No talking in class. Whoa. Wow. Wow. Okay, fuck you. Homeroom. Eyes and ears up here, everyone. Homeroom is now in session. Evil form activated, no kidding. It's Dr. Ratio. We will begin with roll call. Athena Sykes. Huh? Oh, here? Apollo Justice? I'm fine. I be here. Fool! The proper response is here without any extraneous information. Ouch! I mean, here. Next, Your Honor. Here. See, class, that's the proper way to answer. Simon Blackwell. I said, Simon Blackwell, are you here or not? He's asleep again. There's always one in there. Well, then I'll just mark you absent. Now, get out of my class this instant. Get out? Very well, if that is your wish. Who am I to defy my homeroom teacher? Is that such a good idea? Prosecutor Blackwell is free of his shackles. It just so happens I was a member of my high school's disciplinarian committee. Where the fuck did you go to high school? But is that really so shocking? Constabulary lapdog, the teacher's pet. What a malleable mutt you are, Fulbright. Japanifornia. Yeah. This is getting out of hand. Very good, Bobby. That's a thing in Japan? Oh. Oh, no. Oh, you just earned a gold star and a promotion to head disciplinarian. Students disciplining other students seems like a bad idea. All right, class is now in session. Why do I have the sudden urge to go to the nurse's office with a stomachache? They wear little armbands too. How cute. Main point is Juniper is the killer, I am innocent. Oh. Well, if he wrote it in chalk. Pay attention, I'm not the killer, Juniper is. This will be on the next test. You know, when I titled the stream today, I was just like, oh, it's because it's related to a school. I didn't think the game was gonna say this was gonna be on the test. Joke or otherwise. Shit, you had better be listening.
Objection!
I didn't study. I dropped my book bag in a pile of mud. Professor, you created the phony tape to pin the blame on Juniper. Plus, you were the only one who could have moved the body during the mock trial. This guy sucks. Please note, I was not at school. Athena, you disappoint me so. To think you would label me a murderer. Now pay attention, the murder occurred on the 23rd between 6 and 8 p.m. I was already at home by that time. How could I have been involved in this crime?
Objection!
Professor means, can you really prove you had already gone home by that time? Can you prove that I was still at school? No, I can't. Heh. So you admit it. Well, you just earned extra credit for your honesty. All right. But you've also earned yourself laboratory cleaning duties until you graduate. Ew! I do enough of that at the office. What's Apollo doing? No way, man! I totally object! Robin? I can't believe I fell for the professor's silver-tongued lies. Why you? How dare you talk about your teacher like that? Are there two witness stands, or they're like, hold on, it's my turn? And they kind of rotate around. I'm not listening to you anymore, man. No way, no how. Now I have a confession to make. You know those two statues that were on stage? I didn't make them all by myself. The statues on stage? Do I want to know where this is headed? They take turns. I was able to finish one of them, but the last bell rang before I had time for the other one. So I asked Professor Means to make it for me. In other words, Professor was there on the stage after the last bell. Right, and it would have been way past 7 p.m. before he could have finished. Professor Means was still at school? This is incredibly important testimony. I got a comic I can link to. Yeah, in a little bit. Professor told me I'll take care of it. I thought my parents would let me be an artist if I said I'd make both statues myself. I'm so sorry for not telling the truth. Robin. Quick, somebody get this juvenile delinquent out of my sight. Simon, you're head honcho among the delinquents. Do something. Gah! And who's in charge of the class pet around here? Oh, his incredibly tiny glasses are being knocked around. Oh my god. These very small glasses. Not interested. If you wanted class in swordsmanship, I'm your man. Of course, only real blades will do. No swords at school, all weapons will be confiscated. Gah! Nurse! Where's a school nurse when you need one? It would seem Psych Stono seeks a showdown, Professor. In which case, you would do well to draw your staff quick as lightning. Very well. I would just have to prove my innocence myself. The real lessons begin in second period. Prepare to be served old school style. What does that? Never mind. Your testimony, please. What is happening? Don't know. Professor Means his work of art. Now pay attention. Robin took over half a day to complete one statue. I, however, finished most of the other statue between 7 and 8:30 p.m. 7, what? The defendant Juniper saw the two statues with her own eyes at 8:30. Completing a statue so quickly meant I could not leave the stage for a single second. How could I have possibly had the time to go to the art room and commit murder? So you admit to perjury because you said you were home and you're not home. You weren't home, Your Honor. Is there anything we could do? You're saying the defendant saw the finished statues. Precisely. She said so herself at the detention center yesterday. Her defense team was there and heard her say so too. Don't try to deny it now. Perjury turnabout. That evening, I went back to my dressing room to get something I'd forgotten there. It was well after the last bell rang, I'd say around 8:30. That's when I noticed that both stage statues were finished. They were quite large and they were each covered with a white sheet, but I could tell. Right. Professor was there when that matter came up. Before I address the professor's charges, I have a question for Robin. How hard would it be to complete a statue like that in 1.5 hours? It would probably take me at least twice as long. So personally, I think it would be incredibly difficult to finish in that short a time. That didn't exactly help our case. But he won't get off that easy. He's bound to stumble over his own slippery means. The slippery ends justifies the slippery means. Robin took over half a day.
Hold it!
Miss Newman took over half a day. Can you please be a little more precise than that? Ha 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 ha. What a wonderful question. She was having quite a tough time, you see. Prosecutor Gavin's statue alone took her from the morning hours into the evening. Well, it's a rather large statue after all. Leave it a bit. Don't be silly. It merely exposes the difference between student and teacher. You're not an art teacher. What do you mean? I, however, finished most of the other statue between 7 and 8:30.
Hold it!
Most of the other statue? What exactly does that mean? Robin created the basic outline of Mr. Wright's statue before the last bell rang. I, in turn, completed the rest of it. New means drop. In academics, as well as art, learning the basics is incredibly important. In short, you skipped the most important part of statue making, didn't you? Now look at that a little bit. The thing, why, you insolent little... It is the practical applications built upon the basics that take so much time. Professors such as I mastered the basics a long, long time ago. Unlike this fancy pants here, who lacks all loyalty fundamentals. I'll quiet you. It's like the chalk's coming right at me. Now, do you understand? I did not leave that stage until I was done. Well, Miss Sykes, do you accept the witness's claim? Not in your life, Buster. No, I don't. I know there's more to this, and I won't stop till the truth comes out. The more you struggle, the more you sink like so much legal quicksand, so to speak. I used the world's ultimate technique to complete the statue by 8:30 p.m. Uh-huh. The defendant, Juniper, saw the two statues with her own eyes at 8:30.
Hold it!
Maybe our client only thought she saw the statues.
Silence.
They were covered up. A pity for you, but we already have confirmed it with the accused. She's on record as having seen both statues. Yeah, that's true. Just thought I'd give it a shot. But she didn't. She saw them covered up. I have the ultimate in courtroom techniques. It's absolutely airtight. I will bury you. This will be your final resting place along with all who believed in you. What a good teacher. There's no way to get to this guy. You better pay attention. Pay very close attention. Completing a statue so quickly meant I could not leave the stage for a single second.
Hold it!
Why are you in such a hurry? In the legal world, your body is your capital. The early bird gets the worm. That's why I would get to bed at 9 p.m. each and every night. And that's why I was working as fast as I could. I didn't want to miss my bedtime. Grr. Well, ready to concede that I never left the stage? Well, Miss Sykes, do you accept the witness's claim? No. I don't accept anything he says. I'd be careful, Athena. If you don't have anything, it's probably best to just grin and bear it for now until you find something to nail him with. Yeah. When will you cease this nonsense? I am quite busy today, as I was the night of the crime. How could I have possibly had the time to go to the art room and commit murder?
Hold it!
You used the reverse zip line up from the stage. You could have taken a short break or something. Preposterous. I didn't even have 10 minutes to spare. Not even 5 for a visit to the lavatory. Let me ask you, Your Honor, do you find anything wrong with my claim? So far, it appears that your statue making was quite a difficult chore. I see nothing that could overturn your claim that you never left the stage. Yeah. The art room is only a few steps away. What's the plan? All I can think of is pressing him like crazy. That's all I can think of, too. We'll just have to seek out a hole to exploit. Hey, it's a sneaky. Thanks for 7. Have a good fun. Appreciate it. On over half a day, complete a stat. What the hell? What the hell? Shit. He was prairie dogging. No, stop. Took over half a day to complete one statue. I finished most of the statues between 7 and 8. The defendant saw the 2 statues with their own eyes at 8:30. Completely so quickly, man, I could not leave the stage for a single second. How could I possibly have time to go to the art room and commit murder? Okay, what's wrong with all of that? Is this? Is that? Is this? There's an 8. Do I get for a hint? No, not yet. Although, I do have one thought. Was it this one? I might need to say that it's fine, but I don't remember which lines it was. So I would ask. Appreciate you asking. Do you accept the witness's claim? Yes. I've tried everything, but I still can't prove anything. I guess I concede. I couldn't hear you. Say it louder this time. I concede that Professor Means never left the stage. Gah ha ha, that's right. But what took you so long? I was there at the stage the entire time. I couldn't possibly have committed that crime. I'm not gonna give up here. I'm afraid I have to side with the witness, Miss Sykes. And unless you have any further objections, I'll have to put this issue to rest.
Objection!
I always got objections. Not yet. The defense still has an objection. Athena, you've thought of something? Well, as I said, not yet. So it's time for legal smoke and mirrors. Not yet, Athena. It's not yet time to quit. It's at times like these when it seems like there's no way out that you have to turn the case upside down. Instead of focusing on whether Professor Means could have gone to the art room, I should focus on how he could commit murder without going there. It seems our young lady has a real bona fide idea. But I'll use any means necessary, even casting stones, if it'll distract her. Your Honor, can we, anything? No? Who brought the bird to school? Sykes Dono, if I hear one word of your usual jibber-jabber, I shall have your head. The murder occurred in the art room, yet the witness was on the stage. How do you propose to fill the vast gap between these two key facts? If I accept the premise the professor was on stage the entire time, the only other answer is that we got something else wrong. Wait, that's it. Every last one of us made a huge mistake. We were wrong about the suspect, the murder weapon, the crime scene. We were wrong about... I'm gonna safety save. We were wrong about the crime scene. If Professor Means was on the stage the entire time, he must be the killer. Ridiculous. The defense has become utterly incoherent.
Objection!
There never was a murder. It was a body double. It's just the murder wasn't committed where we thought it was. Continue, Sykes Dono. Okay, the murder was actually committed here, at the stage. At the stage. The greatest riddle of this case has been how the body was moved to the art room. But if the murder occurred on the stage, that means the body was never moved at all. The murder occurred in the art room. Silly girl, when the body was found, there wasn't a drop of blood on the stage floor. Surely there would have been some blood if that's where the murder was committed. There wasn't any blood on the stage, really? But there was something on stage at the time of the murder that's now bloodstained. The thing.
Take that!
It's true there were no bloodstains on the stage floor, but there was something on the stage that did have a bloodstain, and that would be this, the school banner. No blood would have gotten on the floor if this were under the victim when she was killed. Blood can't seep through fabric, everyone knows that. That's quite a compelling theory.
Silence!
What is it now? My theory makes perfect sense. That was a pathetic attempt. You must put every inch of your body into your attacks. The autopsy states the cause of death was loss of blood. Yet only a trace amount was found upon that banner. Where did the rest go? Blood getting on there when the body was moved by a wire? Makes more sense than not. Very good, Simon. Tell me, what's your first choice for higher education? I'll write you the ultimate in recommendation letters. You're all but guaranteed to get in.
Objection!
Actually, the defense has something to explain that as well. You do? If there was only a trace amount of blood on the school banner, then there must have been something else the killer used to soak up the blood. All I have to do is figure out what. This is what soaked up most of the victim's blood. Yeah.
Take that!
Why, it looks like there's some other piece of fabric on top of the school banner. It's the governor's banner that had been specially made for the school concert. Since it's on top of the school banner, the blood would have hit it first. It could have easily absorbed most of the blood like a dishcloth, and only a small amount would have soaked through to the school banner below. So it makes total sense for the school banner to only have a little blood on it. That banner absorbed the blood like a dishcloth. That would explain it. The governor's banner was like a dishcloth. Surely it was at least towel quality. Simon, don't just stand there. Do something. Silence. Sykes, Dono. You are learning to wield the blade quite well. Literally 2 seconds ago, he's like, you suck. How will you respond when I come slashing at you like this? The remnant of a large bloodstain was detected in the art room. Why would there be blood there if the murder occurred on the stage as you claim?
Objection!
The bloodstain in the art room was faked. How? I'll tell you how. All that was needed was something that could transport the blood upstairs. And that something was a piece of evidence we've just finished discussing. The killer used this to bring the victim's blood up to the art room. The same cloth? The same one?
Take that!
The killer could have used this to transport the victim's blood. You don't say. Care to explain how that would be possible? Your Honor, nothing's impossible if you put your mind to it. Besides, all you need is... Far-fetched arguments like that have no place in a court of law. Well, it was worth a try. No, it wasn't. What? What do you mean? What? I guess it really wasn't. The bloodstain was faked. Was it the one that was burnt? Okay, final save. I felt reasonably confident about that. Was it this one?
Take that!
Isn't that... Whatever. To think you'd stoop so low as to present mere garbage to this court. It's only garbage because someone tried to destroy it by tossing it in the incinerator. I'm just imagining a lot of blood. It would have been a very big mess. It seems easier to do the one that's just lightly blood-stained and then use that to plant some blood than the thing that's like seeping with blood. But anyway, that someone was most likely the killer seeking it to get rid of crucial evidence. The killer used the wire to bring the blood-soaked governor's banner to the art room without dripping any blood anywhere? Okay. Then the blood was wiped onto the floor to complete the ruse. It makes perfect sense. Grrr! Pat. It's a dishcloth. Order! Blood doesn't drip. This is quite a development. To think the body was never moved. Hold it right there. The body must have been moved. How else do you explain that loud crash you heard during the mock trial? If it wasn't caused by the body crashing into the statues, what was it? I hadn't thought of that. If that loud crash wasn't the body hitting the statues, what was it indeed? The knot in the school banner shows that something was carried along the wire in it. If that's true, I know what I have to find. Something that was in the art room before the murder and on the stage after. The sent on the wire to crash into the statues was... Lady Justice!
Take that!
That statue? Yes, I believe it was this statue that broke the other two, not Court's body. The unique statue you see on the right, that's the pure white Lady Justice from earlier. Professor Court accidentally broke it when she was polishing it the day before the mock trial, but she used her own unique artistic sense and technique to repair it as you see here. Nobody would have guessed that it was originally Lady Justice.
Silence.
Perhaps you're onto something? But why, pray tell, would anyone move that scrap heap relic in such a tedious manner? Excellent questions, Simon. Keep them coming. You don't know why, but the fact that you won't acknowledge it shows how twisted you are. Lady Justice was moved during the mock trial. During that time, Professor Means was fabricating an alibi with his pre-recorded speech. If we consider the facts, then Lady Justice was moved in order to... in order to, points to the body, interrupt the mock trial. Hide the body. Points to the body. Literally. Professor Means used his pre-recorded speech to fake an alibi during the mock trial. He wanted to make it look like he couldn't possibly have moved the body. Moving Lady Justice was his way of pointing us to the body and cementing his alibi. That's quite a persuasive argument. Is it? That feels like a little bit of a stretch. For a while there, I thought you weren't taking the trial seriously. Well done. You should never underestimate me, Athena Sykes. Professor Means always means what he says and says what he means by all means. Fine then. Say it already. I'm waiting. Come on and say it. The murder occurred the night before, but the body wasn't found until late the next day. Countless students passed the stage till they met in the lecture hall for the mock trial. The body would absolutely be found. So answer me this. Why didn't anyone see the body the entire time? Because you bound her hands and stuck her on top of the Phoenix Wright statue and covered her up. And then when she was knocked over, she like fell in the middle, maybe? That can be explained by it was invisible. He painted it with invisible ink, Your Honor. If the victim was murdered on the stage and left there, the body would inevitably have been discovered. A body's been discovered, and of course, there was nowhere to hide a body upon that stage. This is not good, Athena. Our claim is this close to being beaten to a pulp. Chat, boo! Boo, chat, boo! Gross. Boo! Thanks, chat. I know, we've come so far. Gahaha, consider yourself schooled! I couldn't have possibly killed anyone. Monokuma would like to know your location. Monokuma is rapidly approaching. The killer is none other than Juniper Woods. It always has been and always will be. We love means. Just wait a minute. New Katamari game name. We love Baramasi. Poor Juniper, she must seriously regret having asked you to defend her. Yeah. And to add insult to injury, you nearly had Hugh convicted for murder. The end just finds me this amazing bit of legal. Surely you haven't forgotten that little fiasco. The fiasco with the Tabasco. Athena Sykes' attorney's badge is just for show. Would you like me to show it to you? Not only did you fail to defend your client, you also raised false charges against her friend. You have no right to call yourself a lawyer. But... Your Honor? This is devolving an ad hominem. I'm okay. I'm fine. If this trial proceeds in the same manner and ends in the same way as the mock trial, would you not lose everything you've worked so hard to gain? I'll just have to make sure that doesn't happen then, won't I? Don't tell me I failed once again. Failed to save someone near and dear to me. I've worked so hard to become a lawyer and even studied psychology. Has it all been for naught? Am I just doomed to relive that all over again? Yeah, I don't know what... Yeah, something fucked up happened to her. Ah! Athena! What's wrong? Breathe in. Breathe out. Breathe in. Relax, Athena. Breathe. She's fine. She's fine. It's not working. Everything's going dark. It's because of the dark age of the law. After all I've done, is this how it ends? Forgive me, Junie. I couldn't protect you like I said I would. She's just chilly. Yeah, you leave Athena alone, man. Robin, the best character in this case. She's the one who saved me. It was because of Athena that I could stop hiding and start living my life as a girl again. And she saved the friendship between Hugh, Juniper, and I. I think you're an awesome lawyer, Athena. One of the best. But I raised false charges against Hugh. And that's not all. I've done some seriously unforgivable things. What's the big deal? False charges are nothing to be scared of. Yes, they are. And I'm not even mad at you. I should really be thanking you. You used legitimate means to expose my wrongdoings and give me a chance to re-examine what's important. Go, shoo, get out, you creep. Everyone in this case, not you, Hugh, is my favorite. But what does it matter if I can't save Juniper? I mean, the whole reason I've come so far is... It's not over yet, Athena. Juniper! Even now, at this very moment, I still believe in you. Junie. I know you better than most people, Athena. And I know you'd never surrender to the dark age of the law like the professor did. It's legit very neat to see the protagonist being this shaken up. This isn't just like a, oh no, he got me. This is like, oh fuck, like, this is cool. Thank you, Junie, but I feel like I can barely breathe. I don't know what to do.
Silence.
Stop your bleating this instant. You look an utter fool. Prosecutor Blackquill? There is one who awaits you, is there not? And that is the reason you've studied so very hard. Are you prepared to give up on all you've worked for thus far? It would not do to have you disappoint you-know-who. Huh? Is Simon involved in her backstory? You're wasting your time. You have nothing on me. No evidence or anything else to establish my guilt. You are helpless before the might of lawyers for whom the end justifies the means.
Objection!
Don't worry, Athena. You're doing fine. The truth will always win against people like him. But Apollo, what am I supposed to do now? Listen, all you have to do is take a deep breath and look back over the entire case. If there's truth to be found, and there always is, you're sure to find it. Now let me see you smile. Remember what Mr. Wright said? The worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. Thanks, everyone. Athena's having her meditato moment. You don't have to worry about me now. The worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. I'm glad we have some smilers in chat today. Congratulations. Athena Sykes is psyched and ready to rock. Prepare for your utter defeat. Oh, we're going in. Professor Court wasn't killed in the art room. She was killed right where her body was found. We know because there wasn't any time to move the body from there to somewhere else. That means the body had to have been hidden somewhere on stage until it was found. Let's think along these lines and see where it takes us. First up, someone's jamming on that bass. When did Professor Means remove the body from its hiding place? What was he doing right before the body was discovered? He was using the span of time his fake alibi created to move the body to where it would be more easily spotted. The only time Professor Means could have removed the body from its hiding place is during the mock trial. It was during the mock trial specifically during the speech while Junie wasn't there. Isn't that the... Is during the speech? I mean, yeah, Professor Means moved the body to an easily seen location during his long pre-recorded speech. He also moved something to the stage that wasn't there before. The to the stage, not the, the body. Wait. We already have a body. Why would there be another one? I confused myself. She confused me. There's only one victim. She was already sprawled out to the stage in that case. Move to the stage wasn't there for it. The white statue was there later. Yo. Another body! During the mock trial, Professor Means wrapped the white lady statue, white lady justice in the school banner and sent it zipping down to the stage with a crash, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He drew attention to the body and made it look like the murder occurred in the art room. Well, was there anywhere to hide a body on that stage? Doesn't seem likely. No, there had to be someplace. Wait a second. How about something that should have been finished but was only mostly done? Something was used to cover the body up, but didn't draw undue attention because it looked like it belonged there on stage. And that way, no one would suspect there was a body hidden inside. The Wright statue. The body was hidden by Wright statue. I was right with that theory. Hey, imagine them walking to class and like, hey, is that statue bleeding? Just covered up with a tarp and there's just a pool of blood around it. That Mr. Wright statue was never actually finished. The body was wrapped under some cloth to hide what was really inside, cleverly disguising it as the boss's statue. It was Phoenix Wright. Miss Newman gave up on the Wright statue, yet Professor Means finished it in a single night. Yes, what an impressive feat that was.
Objection!
I did it. No, his so-called work of art deserves none of our praise. That's because it was only a facade to hide his real work, the murder of Professor Court. Come again? I'm afraid I don't follow. He hid the body by making it look like the statue of Mr. Wright. With the body wrapped under a piece of cloth, it looked just like a statue. I second that, what? Now this is getting interesting. This is getting preposterous. Nobody may speak but me. How would such a thing even be possible?
Objection!
We'll never know until we try. Uh-oh. I think I know where this is going. Okay, Apollo, time to turn me into a reasonable likeness of Mr. Wright. I'm gonna pose like the statue. What is that? Oh, this is good. And now I want you to wrap me up in a cloth so I look like a statue. I hate to ask the obvious, but where am I supposed to get this magical cloth? I'm afraid that isn't the right color, Mr. Justice. Well, given how sudden the request was, it's kind of the best I could do, Your Honor. All right, I think that about does it. Well, what do you think, everyone? Do I look just like a statue of Mr. Wright or what? Looks like some random person to me. Aren't the statues a pair of busts? Phoenix Wright has that spiky hair on the back of his head. Forget the hair, the statue's head is way bigger than your average person's anyway. You gotta hand it to me for trying anyway. That's it, the hands! You can see her hair sticking out, Her arms were raised over her head and there were dark bruises around her wrists. The professor was probably tied up with something. The marks on her wrists indicated she'd been tied up. Apollo, tie me up in a new pose. Wait, you're not into this kind of thing, are you? Stop it! What? No, besides it was your idea. Just tell me how to tie your hands already. Professor Court's wrists were tied together and I can't help but think that's related. Is this why this game was rated M for mature? How should I arrange myself to match the shape I want given her hands were tied? Wait, did it save. Were they like... If they were in front of her like that, They could have been above her head. Behind her back seems less likely. Let me say objection pose. Tie both my hands in an objection pose. You sure? What about the spiky hair on the back of the head? Oh, I know. The boss is right there. Go pull some out, you can glue it on. Okay, I'm on it.
Objections!
Ouch! Ow, what do you think you're doing, Apollo? Yeah, he's in the gallery. Sorry, Athena. I couldn't do it. Don't be such a wimp. This is insane. Ah, how unfortunate. I was so looking forward to seeing where this was headed. It's all Apollo's fault. Guess I better think of something else. Yeah, but... yeah, I'm gonna load it. Just rip out your boss's hair. On it! Just getting hyped up by this situation. Behind the back. How about tying my hands behind my back? You sure? What about the spiky hair on the back of the head? I don't have this massively long hair for nothing. Use some super glue to bond it into place. This is really good too with this triumphant music playing.
Silence!
Fool, you shall ruin your hair. Lucky for you, no such glue residue was found on the victim. Huh? Oh, when you're right, you're right. Phew, you had me all worried for nothing. Nothing? You mean... if the body stayed in the same pose until it's discovered, I really need to think about how it could look like the boss's hair. Okay. 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 Sometimes it's very much worth it to pick the wrong answers first. Lost his hair in a super glue accident. Behind the head. Apollo, tie both my hands behind my head. That's what his hair looks like. This makes it possible to fake the spikes on the back of Mr. Wright's head. Sure, but then what about the statue's arm? With both arms behind your back, you can't exactly complete the pose. Yeah, it'd be awfully hard to make the objection pose like this. Can't help but thinking you've forgotten something, Athena. Something on the body that you don't have right now. What does the victim's body have that I don't? An arrow sticking out of it? I get.
Take that!
Oh, right. There was an arrow sticking out of her side. Okay, Apollo, take that and plunge it into my side. What are you, crazy? Finally, go get some duct tape. Rapido schnell. All right. I don't need to know other languages to know bossy when I hear it. This to me is peak Ace Attorney. Like, in our pursuit of the truth, let's be extremely stupid. The fatal arrow to the side. Spiky hair from two hands. A masterpiece in the making. Now cover me with that cloth. But remember to make the arrow stand out, okay? Do it for the vine. Mommy, the arm's too short. Shh, remember your indoor voice, dear. I'm glad there's still children in the courtroom. Nobody's buying it. The arrow's nowhere near long enough. But what else could you use for the arm? Still won't give up. I must commend you, if only for your spirit and determination. Of course she's not giving up. After all she's put me through, she owes me an explanation, and one that makes sense. Disappoint me again, and the penalty will be doubly painful. Yikes. Better get it right this time. She's in there thinking real hard. Think, Athena, think. Professor Court was murdered when she stopped by the stage to see Professor Meads. If it wasn't premeditated, he must have used something close at hand in his little ruse. Apollo, show me those stage setup photos again. Like that, right now? Okay, hold on. Please, 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 please be in this photo. It just has to be. The arm of the Mr. Wright statue is really this right here. Well, I have to save for safety's sake. Was it his staff?
Take that!
Got it! I know what he used for the arm on the statue of Mr. Wright. This is absurd. There's no such thing in this photo. Don't play dumb with me, Professor. It's the staff you have right there. The staff of Ra! This is the spear of a great legal warrior. Whatever. Just hurry up and lend it to me. Using the 3D to its fullest, physically reenacting crime scenes super cool. See more. They could have done this in 2D, but having it as a 3D model just kind of does add to the experience. Even though it cut to 2D art for the wrapped up, which kind of makes it funnier. The length is perfect. Mr. Wright couldn't possibly object to such an awesome arm. Okay, go for it, Apollo. Sure, I'll give your arm a hand. Cloth and binding coming right up. How was that held up, though? That seems heavy. It's sheer because 3. Oh, yeah, it's way easier to pose existing models than create entirely new art. Also, that angle's completely different than from her side up, but okay. Apollo learned something about himself this day. It's Phoenix Wright. Look, it's that famous lawyer. That's definitely him. I know that pose anywhere. We did it! Didn't we? Ha 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 ha! Well, am I not the spitting image of the legendary Phoenix Wright? The man who will bring us out of these dark ages and into an era of brilliant golden light. She's still wrapped up while she's saying this. Golden light, all I see before me is the pink specter of a man. Ha 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 ha! That's just because Mr. Wright likes his statue. He's positively tickled pink. Yeah. Get it, Apollo? He's tickled pink. Get it? That joke deserves a pink slip. I think she's... yeah, muffled ha ha ha. It seems the gallery is quite impressed with the defense's sharp thinking. And the witness? Bah, the resemblance is nothing more than coincidence. This is way funnier with Phoenix in the audience, yeah. Not so fast there, Buster. Unfortunately for you, I can prove my theory to be more than mere coincidence. To prove that his spear was thrust into the victim, all I have to do is examine that spear for prints, see if it's a staff or spear, test the spear for blood. All of the above. All of them. Let's examine the spear for prints. That'll settle this whole mess. And just what do you hope to prove? Whose prints are you hoping to find? Professor Me... Of course you'd find Professor Meads' prints. It's his spear. Okay, then the victim's prints would be there too. I had to do repair work on it a number of times. Your Honor, a penalty, please. Well, at least your sense of justice is still intact. It still hurts, you know. Good for her to ask for it. Actually, I don't know which is these. Test it for blood, see if it's a staff or spear. Maybe it's got like a remove. It's like an umbrella spear kind of thing. That spear might actually be a staff. You know nothing, little girl. What's that supposed to mean? Spears are far more dashing than staves. This is all very interesting. It has little, if anything, to do with this issue at hand. Oh. Yeah. Good. First she wants to be tied up, and now she's asking for punishment. M rating indeed. Yeah. Everything's fine. We had assumed the victim's jagged wound came from the arrow being forcibly shoved in. But if the wound is from this spear instead, then we should be able to detect traces of the victim's blood on it. Eck. Arg. Your Honor, a brief recess if you will. By any means possible, what if I get rid of my spear? Wait, what if I burn it? He's saying this out loud now. What's wrong with a non-guilty verdict? If I do that, I'll be found innocent. Yes, I'm innocent, I tell you.
Objection!
Surely you don't expect us to take lectures from you now. Now I ask you in the gallery. Help me decide the professor's fate. Oh. Yeah, he's gonna write Gaviner's private performance. Hi, Fizz. Good timing. How you doing? Hope you had a good stream. Welcome. We're near the end of case 3. Everything's fine. Hi. Prosecutor Blackwell, what has become of our witness, Aristotle Beans? It is as Sykes-Stono suspected. Blood was detected on his staff. He has admitted to this heinous crime. All of it. We did it! He shall join us in the clink tomorrow. His teaching skills can be put to good use there. Why'd you kill her? I didn't do it. Great. He'll teach felons that the end justifies the means. So much for rehabilitation. Can I ask what the professor's motive was? I could barely make out a word he said on account of his shattered teeth. Oh, God. One of Blackwell's fellow inmates was once a surgeon. Why not a former dentist, too? The ends justify the beat. I eventually had him put pen to paper. Turns out Professor Means was the one taking bribes. The victim had suspected him after a report from the class snitch. That led her to question him at length the day of the killing, right there on that stage. The result, the heinous crime that was brought before this court. The fool, like Newman, had come to know of the script's contents via the victim's note. It seems he came with a plan to stab the victim with their own awl in order to make the killing look like the one in the script and thus frame the defendant. Yeah, fuck him. But that scrap paper with Hughes' name had the same mark as Professor Court's planner. Yes, about that. Those planners are bestowed upon all students graduating at the top of their class. Really? So then... Indeed, once upon a time, Professor Means was also awarded the same notebook. I did have that thought. Just because it matches the same paper. They have to do a handwriting analysis more than a paper analysis. The handwriting's being analyzed now, but like as not, the scrap belonged to him. This too is evidence of the bribery scheme that the victim had obtained. Know that Constance Court was clean, and that only Aristotle Means took the bribes. To think a professor would murder a colleague, then try to pin it on a student. If this is the dark age of the law, then we can only hope that a brighter future awaits. And the first step is to hand down my verdict for a promising young lady. This court finds the defendant's Juniper words. I wish you all the best on your road to becoming a courtroom judge. We will need young people like you if we ever hope to restore the law to its former glory. Yes, Your Honor. I'll work as hard as I can. Maybe one day I'll be able to work with all of you to make a difference. Proudly serve Professor Court's memory. Do not let her death be in vain. That's the last thing I expected to hear from him today. Court's adjourned. We did it. Now the court explodes? Yeah. Court adjourned. Boom. So yeah, then something else happened to her, like, shortly after this? Thank you, Thena. I really mean it. Ha 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 ha. It was nothing, really. Yeah, come on. Yeah. Do it. Got that not guilty verdict. Yeah. Not guilty jams. I can take the biggest tangled mess of a case and unravel it just like that. I don't know. You look pretty wound up there at the end, literally and figuratively. You look pretty hungry for a knuckle sandwich, Buster. I wanted to thank you too, Apollo. Haha, don't mention it. The way you were always there for Thena when she was in a bind. Literally. And at the detention center where your smile gave me hope when there was none. It was like the warm rays of the sun shining down on peaceful woodlands. I think you're an absolutely amazing person. Thanks, Juniper. That means a lot to me. But I still have lots of work to do, and I can't wait until I see you on the judge's bench. Ha ha ha. I promise you I'll get there someday. That's why until that day, I'll... Guys, I got some big news. I mean, this is huge. Oh, am I interrupting something? No, it's okay. I think. What's the big news? The school festival! It was supposed to have been canceled after what happened, but... we just got a call. In memory of Professor Constance Court, who worked so hard to make it happen, the festival is being extended one extra day until tomorrow. Really? Alright, okay. I mean... still... okay.
We've got a special treat for all of you. A love letter for Themis Legal Academy.
That's what,
Achtung, baby. It's time for the guitar serenade.
that's what he sounds like? Is his guitar gonna burst into flames? Lamb or nah? When you first meet Means, he doesn't have his staff. He gains it in his second appearance. In the original Legends, just had him keep his staff in the beginning where you first meet him in a plot hole. That's a nice detail. That he doesn't have it. Canonically, the factor just looks like Lamar is purely coincidence. What? What? Huh? That was so much fun. School festivals are amazing. No one on the dev team was like, this looks a bit like Lamar. Okay. I think you and Robin are getting a little carried away. Your singing voice, Juniper, it could melt my heart. Mr. Wright, thank you for that training seminar. Ahaha. Just remember, the objection pose is all about attitude. Oh, and congrats on your mock trial win. Although Robin had you for a while there. I did, didn't I? But I'm just glad we're back to how we used to be, thanks to Athena. And you know what? I think I'll stick with becoming a prosecutor after all. I'm gonna make up for my mock trial loss by winning the real deals in court. Mock trial loss? What loss? Did they reprise the trial and who won? Level-headed lawyer, course genius, and hot-blooded prosecutor, course student will go head-to-head in a mock trial bout for the She-Devil's Black Heart. So, does that mean it's really gonna happen? Juniper! Uh-oh. There's something I've been wanting to say to you. Yeah, please don't. Huh? Ooh, is he gonna do what I think he is? Juniper, can we still be friends? You know, best friends like we've always been. Best friends? You, weren't you gonna profess your love for Juniper if you won the mock trial? No, I was gonna confess that I'm not a genius and that I'm really 25 years old. Oh, man. The redemption arc I didn't know I needed. But you already dragged it out of me during the trial. Whoops! Listen, you too, Robin. Miriam. She's also here. Me too? Miriam's got this tactical espionage action stuff down to a science. Tactical espionage action? Colonel. I've been thinking. It's up to us to put an end to the dark age of the law if we can. Let's all work together to usher in a new age where winning only results from the truth. And the end never justifies the means. Count me in. I wouldn't have it any other way. Best friends forever, huh? No matter what anyone says, nothing beats true friendship. You bet. And what about your BFF, Apollo? Aren't you a bit old to be using that word? But yeah, he's the best friend a guy could have. Which reminds me, we're supposed to meet up and gossip about the new girl in the office. Hey, no talking about me behind my back. What kind of guy is he, anyway? Well, if I had to describe him in one word... It's probably Charlie. Unfortunately, that promise was never meant to be fulfilled. Oh. For not long after, their friendship was mercilessly severed by fate. And the bonds between us began to fray and unravel as well. Sorry, but I'll be taking a leave of absence. No! Even now, those words continue to ring in my ears. The discord in our ever-cheerful Apollo's voice made him sound so cold and distant. Why, Apollo? Why? Why would you leave us all behind? Punished Apollo. We did it? I guess we did it. There wasn't a post-case... Badly ever after the end. There wasn't a post-credits, oh, but you mean this evidence? You mean this? and then you get a little bonus thing. You don't. It's just all sad. Well, let's keep going. Let's start case 4. Let's do it. Case 3. All right. What a doozy of a case. Truly, this is the Dark Age of the Law. It came. That was a pretty good case. I like the way Bradley case 2. Let me quickly get caught up on the things people wanted to share with me earlier. I know Killy said a thing. I forgot someone else wanted a permit, and I was like, hold on, I'm in a flow. This truly is the duel of destinies. This is what Killy did before. Could use some more Orca. I agree. I can't believe you turn him into Zardoz, and then you put Apollo in Sean Connery's fucking incredible outfit from Zardoz. So thank you. There were 2. I missed the second one. For anyone that's never heard of or seen Zardoz, then yeah. I can't explain to you Zardoz. yeah, you got that. That's Sean Connery. Sean Apollo. Yeah. Definitely recommend looking up the trailer for Zardoz so you can go, huh? Sci-fi before Star Wars was a fun time. It was good. Grab the other Killy. Yeah, if anyone has the other Killy link, let me know. I can permit you. Oh. Specifically for this case, yeah. There's a reason it was James Bond. Mm-hmm. Pulp sci-fi is very good. Can we get some more chairs in here? I'm not sure I understand the defense's request. The means. That means the lid. I don't want the thing. Everyone's up there at the same time. Yeah. It's a very good Apollo face. Thank you. I have Killy's gift. All right. Let me get you. And then we're going to get to case 4. The dark age of the law of the case of the time. Amazing hours. Oh yeah. Doing good stuff forever. They're in a superposition. They've collapsed into a quantum state of witness testimony. Cases go up to 5. I know. I don't know why I did this. You did this? Or Killy did this? This is very good. Or you did this. Is this different than the thing Killy made, or is this... whatever. It's good. Look out! the chalk flying around. It's good. I made this. Oh, you copied the whole thing. Gotcha. Oh, I appreciate it. Get down. All right. But anyway, let's go. The hell's gonna happen in case 4? I don't know. Are we copied with the timeline, though? We're gonna get punished Apollo's last hurrah? I don't know what's happening. Let's go. Yes! Yes! Punished Apollo is back. The courtroom bombing incident. A terrible attack launched by the will of a madman. Then naked Apollo. That incident perfectly symbolized the state of the legal world in this dark age of the law. Hi, Viz. Hope you had a good stream. Mr. Wright brought it to a resolution of sorts. Yeah, it sounds like Snake. It's the dust from the explosion. Thanks, Mean Critter. Thanks for gifting a sub. Tad tonight was discovered to be the one responsible for the bombing. If only it were that shrimple. Somehow, I can't help but think. He's thinking now? Apollo's changed. That there's a darker influence at work. One that's lurking in the shadows, waiting. The darker age of the law. That's why I want to review the trial that was taking place when the bombing occurred. After all, I've got more than a few personal stakes in it. Xehanort. Oh my god. Cosmic turnabout. The bomb went off because of a solar flare. Flipped a bit in the N64. Wait, huh? What? Huh? What? Huh? 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 What?
Hour remaining until launch.
What?
Please begin your final equipment check.
Huh? What?
Check complete. Everything's A-okay. We're ready here whenever you are.
Come in at 2. Come in. Do you copy?
Fuck. That's so funny. To have all of this hype and there's a satellite, there's a launch, it's gonna go, it exploded, oh my god. Oh, we made it out. Stab wound. Oh my fucking god. It's just so good. Lobby number 5, great. It was aliens. Aliens. I'm so sad. Good. Time for another trial to begin. So we finally got punished, Apollo. Now we're back to before he got punished. He got blown up. But this one's different. Who let India on the space station? She's fine. She's got a knife. Thing was a self-report. Sorry to bother you, but... Are you alright, Apollo? Heck, was I making a scary face just now? Hi, Juniper. Yes, I'm fine. I was just doing my cords of steel exercises. Now I'm all ready to go. Yeah, knowing you, I'm sure you'll be just fine. Oh, I brought you a present from my garden. Wow! Is this a lotus root? That's right. My grandma says lotus root is good for your eyes. Oh, good. If there are two guys in the space station, one stabbed the other with a knife, would that be fucked up or what? What if they made a video game about that? She even says that if you look through the holes, it can help you see into the future. So that's what that story even's about. Lotus root. It's for good luck. Maybe later you can cook it and... Thanks for this. I'm gonna have some right now. Ow. Take a bite out of it like a potato. Kind of tough, though. Yeah, he's just chewing on a lotus root. You can't eat it raw, but... Thank you for the enthusiastic try. Oops, if she didn't think me weird before, she will now. I've got to calm down. Apollo! I'm sorry I'm late. Go and bite like the pill. Just reuse the same art that someone made of the giant pill, but it's lotus root now. Thanks for gifting a sub to Shiv. 100 gift subs total. My god. Thank you so much. That is an absurd amount of generosity. Appreciate it. That was Matt's art. It was really good. Yeah. Now it's a lotus root and... No, now it's the same art, but there's two. There's the pill and the lotus root. Oh, didn't realize. I know. That's absurd. Thank you so much. Really, really appreciate it. Cannot thank you enough. He saw the future real quick, and he realized he shouldn't have eaten it. Hi, Athena. Junie! I didn't know you were coming today. Did you come to cheer Apollo on? Oh, I get it. You sly little thing, you. Athena, stop! Tracker, thanks for gifting us up to Dan. Play Frame Plus. Yo. Thank you. Oops. Quit kidding around, Athena. The trial's about to start any second. Is everything all set? Apollo, when will you ever figure it out? Figure out what? Wow, that was the longest sigh I've ever heard. He looks like a rocket ship. This is it. It's all over for me. They're gonna find me guilty. This is our client, one Mr. Solomon Saul Starbuck. Okay. He's a very famous astronaut who happens to be an acquaintance of mine. You know him from before the trial? You wouldn't know it right now, but he's usually a very upbeat and driven person. He's not a mermaid. Maybe he has two tails, though. The scene of the crime this time happened to be the Cosmos Space Center. It definitely did not say Cosmos in the animated cutscene, but I'll allow it. I'm not expecting to reanimate the cutscene. Back in high school, my best friend and I went there almost a little too much. Larry, if he was successful. Oh my god, the hair in the back really completes the look. That's where we met Mr. Starbuck. We'd ask about space travel and he'd launch into story after story with so much passion. Does he like coffee? Back in those days, the man was 100% my hero. Academia. Are you sure you're okay with being my lawyer, Apollo? Of course I'm sure. I know you, Mr. Starbuck. I know you're not the type to commit murder. Thanks, but... I was supposed to be in space right about now. This guy's great. He's so depressed, it almost seems like an act. The lunch getting called off must have been a huge shock. I'll probably never get the chance to go into space again. Don't say that. Don't stop believing. Besides, you just have to go into space again. Yeah, I don't think I could face Clay in the afterlife if I just rotted away in a cell. Clay Terran. He plays Terran. They really could have called him like Solomon Zergberg or something. Clay Terran. I can't believe he was murdered. I mean, he was such a promising astronaut under your command. Earth. It was a Zerg Your Honor. John Zoidberg. Yeah, John Zergberg. Yeah, he was such a good guy, always there to pick me up when I was down. No one loved life as much as him, that's for sure. He was always so full of energy, telling me, "You're fine, Mr. Starbuck." I think he was hitting on you. How could something like this happen to a guy like him, huh? I've never seen Mr. Starbuck so down. Solomon Grundy. Clay's gone and I'm going to prison. I wish I could burn up like a shooting star right now. Mr. Starbuck. You'll be fine! Ah! What is it? What's with the yelling? I'll get to the bottom of this today, you'll see. And in exchange, I want you to go back into space. For you and Clay, promise? Does that mean you have lots of evidence to prove my innocence? No. No, I don't. I have the autopsy report. Discovered in the 3rd floor boarding lounge in the main building. Oof. Well, that's smarts, yeah. What's that canister? Is that the ice cream maker from Star Wars Empire Strikes Back? Wait, was there a second page? No. They got Spike Spiegel again. Does that mean you have lots of evidence? Oh, well, about that. We didn't get to investigate the area as much as I'd have liked, thanks to the police. It's a nice handle on that knife. I'm done for. I'm a goner. Everybody thinks I did it. Thought I was gonna soar like a comet, but I'm just gonna crash like a meteorite. No, don't say that, Mr. Starbuck. Damn it, Bobby. Don't count yourself out yet. I know it's hard to lose a teammate, but you gotta keep going. And what about you, Apollo? What about me? I was just thinking, wasn't Clay your best friend? Was he the guy they were talking about at the end of the last case? I guess that must be. We need to focus on the trial right now. Are you all ready to go? Apollo. The trial's about to begin. If the defense would please proceed to the courtroom. Okay, here we go. This is it. This is one trial I can't afford to lose. For Clay's sake and our clients, I will find Clay's killer. Did you check the vents, Mr. Apollo? December 16th, 9:55 a.m. It's almost Christmas. Not quite. They give Apollo characters a shrift and they kill him immediately? Mm-hmm. Court is now in session for the trial of Solomon Starbuck. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Excuse me, Mr. Justice. Yes, Your Honor. What happened to your eye? I'm fine. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Are you sure? I don't... I'm fine, Your Honor. The defense is ready. It's before or after case 1? It's still before case 1. This is the case they flashed back to in case 1 that ended with the courthouse exploding. I'm sorry, Your Honor. Cut myself shaving, Your Honor. He's been like this since yesterday. Keeps insisting it's just a sty. I suppose it's something he doesn't want to discuss. Maybe he's entering a touchy age. Very well. And the prosecution? It's always Blackwell, isn't it? Prosecution appears to be ready as well. Silence. Oh. There are pigs in his eye? It's like what they did with Leighton's backstory. They attribute all his personal quirks to other people in his life, nothing that's his own. Kinda? I don't know. I feel like a fair amount of Leighton's backstory is... Yeah, they do paint his backstory, be like, because of this, he's like this. Like, you can do that, but still think he has agency as a character. He's not entirely, you know, defined by the people around him. He just had a traumatic fucking life, is all. It's fine. Not yet. I'm just not quite ready yet. Hmm? Bah! Yes, a sty is, yeah. Oh, hey, there's the case. The prosecution is now ready. Well, it didn't take him long this time. Yeah. Thanks for Kenny's, appreciate it. Have a good one. What's up with Black Quill? Now then, I shall give the opening statement.
Silence.
I'll do it. You will? What an unexpected surprise. This time I can't leave it to anyone else. I see. Something is off with the two of you today. You both seem different somehow. Imposter bogus! Sorry. Very well, Prosecutor Blackwill. Your opening statement, if you would. It was just yesterday. It usually is. The crimes in question occurred at the Cosmos Space Center. Ah, that famous federal research facility of all things related to astrology, right? Two Chuny boys walk into a courthouse. Having a Freaky Friday moment? Okay, but how stupid would it be if they were like, uh-oh, now you're the prosecutor. Oh, no. Time to wing it. It's astronomy. Astronomy. Anyway, a rocket was set to launch from there. But at 9:28 a.m., before they could even move the rocket to the launch site, someone dropped a lead pipe in the facility. Two explosive devices were detonated and the launch was canceled. Hire me, please. My word, 2 bombs? Dual Destinies, how dreadful. The defendant in today's trial is charged with both the bombing and with murder. One Mr. Solomon Starbuck. For whatever inane reason, he detonated a bomb on the rocket he himself would be in. Solomon Starbuck? I recognize that name. Isn't he that famous astronaut? Have a good one, Jay. Best of luck. He made that noise with his mouth. Yeah, he opened his mouth and it just came out like a speaker. Correct your baldness. Mr. Starbuck was the pilot of the HAT-1 rocket 7 years ago. 7 years, huh? Don't tell me Hugh was involved. As you may recall, despite some interstellar trouble, his mission was a success. Some say it was a miracle he returned alive. I suppose you could say he's a living legend. I remember now. He's become something of an international celebrity, right? Whoa, yes. Mankind's hope for the future. I've got to make it back alive. They even turned that incident into a movie and everything. The hat's not, the hair's not quite right, but the HAT-1 miracle. Come along on a captivating space odyssey that will take your breath away. It's in 3D too. We've got a real space pioneer in court today. What's the, okay, chat, I have a job for you. You know how we came up with, like, Osarkansas, and we have Japanifornia? I need you to make a Japan hybrid with Houston. So we can say, Houston, we have a problem. Because I can't think of anything. I'm on my day off. Yeah. Japuston. That doesn't work. How did you say? Houston, Tokyo? Yeah, alright. Houston. This just doesn't. Shabuston? Okay, alright, I take it back. I don't want to know. Houston is right there. Alright. Never mind. Moving on. Even heroes tumble from their lofty heights. Pepe Le Houston. Oh my god. You asked, I regret it. Returning the subject at hand. Since you're on the space station, does anyone have a good pun for Japan and Florida? Like Cape Canaveral? Yeah, I don't know. The victim was one Mr. Clay Terran, a subordinate of the defendant. Indeed, a loyal disciple brutally stabbed to death by his mentor. Cape Sakura? Almost. Cape Canaveral. Yeah. Cape Canaveral. Kitakyushiostin. Stabbed to death, you say? You mean his death wasn't a result of the bombing? Correct. Despite his lofty dreams, the victim was seen as an interloper by the defendant. And so he was sent not into space, but to the universe which we mortals cannot see. Clay. Yeah, Houston Chan, there you go. I think I've heard enough. The case seems pretty clear-cut at this point. Is it? There's one thing I'm curious about. That metal box next to the witness stand. Yeah, don't worry about it. It says leave. What purpose does it serve exactly? Since you asked so nicely, it's your coffin. Ah, have mercy on me. Is that person there already? Yep. I just its evidence. Due to its immense size, we've little choice but to lay it where it rests now. It has, I forgot her name, but it was the police lady, the detective, something lady was in there. Due to its immense size, we've little choice but to lay it where it rests now. We shall get to the contents of the box in due time. Can disarm. Thank you. Thank you. Good memory. I feel like I just lost 50 years off my life. Does he even have 50 years left? Inner monologue, Athena. Inner monologue. Blue text. You gotta use the blue text. Shit. Enough jabbering. Candace body fit in the trunk. Bobby Fulbright's the name. In justice we trust. Ah, Detective Fulbright. Very well then. Please explain the details of this incident to the court, if you would. On it. First, take a look at this pamphlet from the Cosmos Space Center. In it, you'll find a diagram outlining the overall layout of the Space Center. Ah, here we are. For a more detailed look at what's on the left side of this building. It's just like MGS3 for real. Take a look at this cross-section that we the police have created. We're just at Groznygrad. See the launch pad in the main building? The launch pad is the square building and the rounded structure is the main building, right? You got it. The incidents took place in Launch Pad 1 in the main building's lounge. I'll be using this diagram during my testimony, but it'll make it easier to understand. I do like when a case starts with a trial segment. Because when you start with the investigation, you get to uncover all these details yourself. I don't dislike it. But it means when you get to trial, you spend a lot of time establishing what you learned in the investigation, which makes every amount of sense. And they do their best to kind of make it exciting, but it always involves some amount of like, we're going through what we already know. And then it's like, but you didn't know this. So like there's twists and turns. But this is just everything you learned is interesting. I don't know. It's a nice change of pace. I'm glad not every case is like this, but it's nice when it happens. Just before the rocket was set to launch, 2 bombs went off. Boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. One on the second floor of the Space Center's main building, and one in Launch Pad 1. Second floor. Huh. Thankfully, only the 2 astronauts were in Launch Pad 1 at the time. Me, the recap, anyhow. Well, I mean, yeah, the recap is also nice, because I don't think these games are meant to be binge played through. I feel like they're long enough. Especially for a mobile handheld game, it's like, to do this in one sitting would be a lot. I stream, so like, yeah, I'm doing a lot at once, but... The 2 of them managed to make it back as far as the boarding lounge, but after the escape, one of the 2 was found stabbed to death. Way too close to the space station, yeah. A murder on top of a bombing? Maybe the bomb was full of knives, Your Honor. Detective, the victim is already dead by the time you arrived at the lounge, correct? Yep. Thinking he'd sabotaged the bombing, the defendant killed him right there in the rocket. Just look at this tragic photo. He died so handsomely, too. Is that a knife in the victim's chest? Yes, Your Honor, it's the knife that cruelly ended this young man's dreams. We couldn't get any prints off it, though, because the defendant was in his spacesuit. You took a knife out of the corner. Why did Clay have one of his gloves off? By the way, Detective Fulbright, Spike's dead! Why are the victim's helmet and right glove absent in this photograph? We had to remove them to identify him, Your Honor. So you took crime scene photos after you fucked with the body? I personally removed his glove during the investigation. We had to get his fingerprints to confirm his identity, after all. Even though he looked like the astronaut and he was in a spacesuit, And he was a known entity yet. Okay. It would be very difficult to identify him without a face or fingerprints. Now, there's just one more thing I'd like to inquire about. What is this round thing next to the victim in this photo? Something so important to the victim, he took it with him as he escaped the launch pad. A capsule that apparently contains asteroid samples. Huh? While obviously valuable for research purposes, it has no relation to this case. I believe you. I see. So, we know the bomb in the main building is on the second floor. But where was the bomb that was in Launchpad 1 located? That one was on the rocket itself. It was situated around the central part of the rocket. Apparently, the area around the Launchpad's elevator was a sea of flames. I would like to submit this diagram report into the record. Yeah, I'm like, what? Were they taking an asteroid sample into space? That seems strange. Trials just started and we're already in a bind. You get used to it. Besides, that's what cross-examination's for, right? What the two astronauts were doing during the bombing, that'll be the key. They were... Meow. But with their helmets on, so it was like bonk, bonk. Details of the case. Just before the rocket was set to launch, boom, boom! Hold it! It's like poetry, it rhymes. How powerful were the explosions? Well, the one in the main building wasn't strong enough to bring the place down. But the room it went off in was burned black. Thankfully, nobody was hurt. Due in large part, of course, to me stepping up to lead the evacuation. Wait, what were you doing there in the first place, Detective Fulbright? Ha ha! I'm Bobby Fulbright, hero of justice. I'll be there wherever and whenever people need my help. I'd go to the other side of the world or even the edge of the universe. I'm not sure he knows how far that actually is. But I guess I'll leave that one alone. Why? That seems relevant. Admirable decision, Justice Dono. What do you decide? Anyway, could you describe what it was like at the Space Center at that time? The bomb cut the power to the central bank of elevators and the third floor lounge. It was pitch black in there, I tell you. However, the security cameras and whatnot were running on emergency backup. And how'd the evacuation go? I immediately and heroically whisked people down to the Space Center's basement shelter. The basement shelter? Yes, there's an emergency shelter beneath the Space Center. An emergency shelter, huh? We're not beating the Metal Gear allegations. An emergency shelter. You say the emergency shelter. Emergency shelter, huh? Got it. Here it is. It's at the bottom of the diagram. There it is. But one. The Space Center is pretty impressive to have its own shelter. And riot police had been standing by. Why was there riot police there? I mean, I guess they had... security I get if they were doing a launch and wanted to make sure no one fucked with the launch. Riot police, though? The power outage and evacuation seem unrelated to the murder at this point. I guess I'll leave that aside from now. Just constant anti-space protesters. Space doesn't real. Don't let it fool you. The stars are just holes in the sheet that they put over the planet when it's sleepy time. So there were 2 explosions in total, correct? Yep, that's right. Bump, bump. One on the second floor of the Space Center's main building and one in Launch Pad 1. Hold it! Riding aliens. They're just poorly disguised aliens. Don't go to space. Let me get this straight. All their signs are in a made-up language. He rigged a rocket he was going to board with explosives. Huh? What are you talking about? If the defendant really did plant the bomb on his own rocket, he'd get caught in the explosion as well. I hadn't thought of that. Fine, a simpleton for a shrimpleton. Fulbright the motive. Understood. The defendant actually had astrophobia. Astrophobia. What's that? A fear of the Astros. The baseball team. A fear of space. Naturally. Just the thought of space can cause the afflicted to freeze up. And so in his terror, the defendant found a way to stop the launch at the last minute. That's absurd. Unfortunately for you, we have evidence. Take a look at these. Oh, what are they? A few small robotic boys. Oh, it's Astro. These anti-anxiety tablets are found among the defendant's possessions. Apparently he was taking them in secret to quell his fears. when they find traces of that in like a blood test or a piss test or something, I would imagine astronauts have a lot of fucking like checks to make sure that they don't like whatever. There were a multitude of problems with the rocket he rode 7 years ago. Rumor has it threatened to crash a number of times as well. A lot, yeah, not just psychological screening, but like medical screening. Astronaut on Ambien. Doesn't mean he's afraid of space? That was, of course, very traumatic for Mr. Starbuck. Well, that's what they're saying. He had that incident 7 years ago. I just saw Apollo 13 last night, and yes, they mentioned during a blood test which revealed one of the astronauts had measles. Right. Also, astronauts are put into quarantine before they go on a rocket. Like, they take that seriously, so... I don't think he could have gotten away with, like, let me just pop some pills and not tell Fantasy NASA about it. That doesn't mean he goes so far as to blow up his own ship. Silence! The defendant couldn't bear to mar his good name, now could he? Now after the media branded him Soul Starbucks, Space Pioneer Extraordinaire. They didn't make 13 Apollo games. Given those conditions, the defendants could hardly run away like some base mutt. Wait, so that's why you think he resorted to the bombing? Naturally, he constructed this act of sabotage in an attempt to blow up the Space Center, which would effectively abort the launch but spare his reputation. Ugh. Now I'm sure you understand why we have to bring justice down on this atrocious criminal. But couldn't he? Thankfully, only the 2 astronauts were in Launch Pad 1 at the time. Why didn't he just give himself measles? or just be like, oh no, I've contracted a cold because I went around town just like licking every bench, and I've contracted 80 diseases, and now I can no longer go to space. Oh no, what was me? That seems a lot simpler than blowing up the entire thing. So, or he could have just retired. Could have done a lot of things. Only the 2 astronauts were in Launch Pad 1 at the time. Hold it! I have jury duty. Are you sure it was only the 2 of them? It was just before the spaceship was set to launch. Of course it was only those 2. Yeah, well, there could have been somebody else inside that rocket. Silence! My mom grounded me from space. I'm sorry, guys. The notion of a third party in Launch Pad 1 is utterly absurd. Just to enter the area from the lounge, one must pass through a door guarded by a fingerprint recognition device. They're in spacesuits, what do you mean? Allow me to state up front that there are precious few with the clearance to do so. A fingerprint recognition device? Sounds as futuristic and complex as a space center. Actually, it's not as amazing as you think, Your Honor. Take a look at this photo. This is the door in the lounge with the fingerprint lock. Only personnel whose fingerprints are registered can pass through. I see. That is very different from what I had in mind. And is there a record of the number of people that passed through that door yesterday? Yes, there were only 3. 3? The defendant, the victim, and... the director of the Space Center, Yuri Cosmos. I guess they couldn't call him Yuri Gagarin, so he's Yuri Cosmos. Then doesn't that mean it's possible that the director is the one who did it? Old man, you're... stop it. Not a chance. He was in the main building when the bombs exploded at 9:28. Chat and I took that in very different directions. Yuri Cosmos, and I'm like, oh, that's probably a reference to Yuri Gagarin. And everyone in chat goes, Yuri moment? Doing his job directing the launch. Yeah. Besides having an alibi, he has no motive for committing these senseless acts. He has a point. I guess the director can't be considered a suspect then. Launchpad 1, door lock, out of the court record. What do you want from us? No more things about space. I guess. The 2 of them managed to make it back as far as the boarding lounge. Hold it! What about Yaoi Cosmos? We've had Yuri Cosmos, but what about... Well, it would appear that the pair barely escaped with their lives. In actuality, one of them had already been murdered inside the rocket. My brain is filled with gay! Maybe take like one of the gay parts and then learn a space fact that's also gay. And then it's like you don't lose the gay. It's just no. You're supplementing it with things outside of that. No, all space is gay. Loads shotgun. The moon's gay. What do you mean? The moon's gay. And the shotgun is just loaded with like, I don't know, confetti. It'd be like, yay! That's the angle the prosecution wants to push, correct? You got it. In fact, that's what I've been trying to say this whole time. If the victim had been alive, he would have for sure tried to stop the bombing. Is there any chance Mr. Terran could have been killed before he boarded the rocket? They were both alive and well at boarding time and embarked under their own power. Their hearts full of hopes and dreams of space! And then both of their hopes and dreams were dashed. I'm sad he lost the jacket. Remember when NASA made an entire space crew women to avoid relationships forming? Did they do that? The man on the moon is winking at Earth because gay. Every time the moon orbits around, he's like, what are you doing later? You want to hang out? If I may continue my explanation after the evacuation order was given, the defendant made his escape, carrying the victim to make it look like a rescue. But after the escape, one of the two was found stabbed to death.
Hold it!
Bum, bum. Who was the first to find the victim? Actually, there were two of them. The Space Center director, Yuri Cosmos, chat, and Detective Candace Arm. She was naturally she would be connected to this case, but why was everyone at the space station? I guess there was a launch, and that's exciting, but one of them was a detective? Yep. Detective Arm specializes in bombings, you see. She and the director were ordering the evacuation following the explosions. There must have been a bomb threat called in. Okay, sure. They were also worried about the astronauts, so they hurried over to the boarding lounge. That's when they discovered the victim, along with the defendant. Two witnesses, and one of them is a detective. I doubt either one would have anything to say that would help me. I think that pretty much covers the details of the case. Only the victim and the defendant were on the launch pad when the former was killed. If this is the truth, then only Mr. Starbuck could have carried out this crime. What little I could get out of him only hurt my case. Justice Dono, foolish is the warrior who rushes headlong into battle. Preparation is an essential element of battle. I advise you take a gander at this! Pirate videos back on the menu, chat! What is it? Footage from a security camera. As the two astronauts emerged from the bowels of the Launchpad 1 corridor. Does that say 50 or does that say 05? The boarding lounge security camera captured their desperate escape. I would direct your attention to what the defendant is shouldering. What you can see is none other than the lifeless body of the victim. You can't carry a dead body like that. Order, I say! This lines up exactly with what the prosecution has been asserting. The Fury. I should have known Black would have something like this ready. Let me watch the tape. Like, I don't think you can drag. Also, why were the moon rocks so important? They had to bring those out too. Just trying to imagine an entire, just dead weight body carrying it like that seems not good. No fears. Yeah. Okay. Are people heavier when they're dead? I'm dumb. It's not that they're heavier. It's just that if there's someone conscious, they can support some of their weight. Like if you're helping someone along who's somewhat conscious but injured, you could do it like that. You're helping them shoulder some of the weight, literally with a shoulder. But if they're unconscious, you have to carry an entire body, which in a spacesuit's gonna be super heavy as well. Apollo! How exactly they determine that Clay was already gone in that footage? I see what you mean. Whether Clay was still alive at that point is pretty crucial. Your Honor! Please take another look at this footage. Isn't it possible Mr. Terran was still alive here and that Mr. Starbuck was helping him? I believe you're right. One man carrying the other to safety. What a beautiful expression of friendship.
Silence.
The tanks were filled with helium, so they were super light. Perhaps that is what it looks like to a one-eyed hothead. And a dot. But it only makes sense if it's the victim's dead body. What do you mean? Fool, Wright. Explain it to Justice Dono. You got it. Ready, kid? If the murder had occurred in the lounge, someone could have spotted it. Anyone can enter the lounge, after all. But doing it while they were alone in the spaceship? That's a horse of a different color.
Objection!
That's your proof? You can't deny that there's a possibility the murder could have happened in the lounge. All that video shows is a man helping his fellow astronaut out.
Silence!
Your assertion is based on emotion. It's based on your belief that Mr. Starbuck would surely help his own disciple. But you have no logical explanation as to why the victim could still be alive. Unfortunately, Mr. Justice, the prosecution's right. Your argument is lacking in sound logic. It sounded perfectly logical to me, yeah. Well, Mr. Justice, if you have no further objections, I believe it's time to bring this cross-examination to a close. Objections? Well, well, when you... Your Honor, the defense requests a little time to think and regroup. Given the facts, I'm not sure I see the need. What is it, Athena? It's just, there's something that's been bothering me. If it isn't the defense stalling for time, as always. Very well, I'm feeling generous. You may have a small measure of time. Yes! Do we give up on the jury system? Well, we did it once as an experiment, and I guess we went, You have 5 seconds. 5 seconds! After that, I declare this cross-examination to be closed and a verdict to be rendered. Your baldness, raise your gavel high. It's time for a countdown. Oh. Ready? That was not 5 seconds. We don't have time. Spit it out, Athena. Only 3 more seconds. I thought they were going to do like a countdown, like a rocket ship. T-minus 5. But he's just... I don't think the prosecution's explanation is very complete. Meaning? Meaning there's something missing, like they conveniently left it unexplained. Something they didn't explain. Something they didn't explain. Oh, you're right. I think I know what you're talking about. Your 5 seconds are up, Mr. Justice. Is there anything about the prosecution's argument you would like to rebut? Your Honor, you just said but in court. That's funny. Actually, there is. There's something the prosecution has yet to make clear to this court. If you put it that way. What is it the prosecution has failed to explain? Save. And... the motive for murder? Why the body was moved. Probably why the body was moved. So let's pick the wrong one. The prosecution hasn't explained the defendant's motive yet, have they? But didn't they just explain? That Mr. Tarrant was a threat to the success of the bombing, so he had to be disposed of? Wait, time out, Your Honor. Nobody expects cheese, right? Time out? This is hardly a sporting event. Eck, that didn't score me any points. Time to put my game face on. I literally just told you. But why? Why was it moved? They have failed to explain why Mr. Starbuck would bother bringing the body back at all. If the defendant wanted to kill the victim, why didn't he just leave the body in the rocket? Why go through the trouble of bringing him all the way back to the boarding lounge? Oh, that's true. I don't think we've heard the prosecution's thoughts on that yet. That's because they have none thoughts, Your Honor. After all, how does one explain something so illogical? The prosecution's claiming the defendant moved the victim's dead body. But what if the entire premise of that argument is wrong? Let's hear your theory, Mr. Justice. The defense proposes the defendant didn't kill the victim. He was helping him. Fulbright, explain it for our sad friend here before I nod off to his monotone monologue. Inform him exactly why Space Boy moved the victim. Huh? They gotta be joking. It's Shrimple. Mr. Starbuck did what he did to direct suspicion away from himself. But he's the only suspect. He wanted to create the impression he heroically risked his life to save his partner. He's got a knife sticking out of him. That's why he made sure to make it to the security camera so there'd be a record. At the very least, he appears to have achieved success with you and the old man. One man carrying the other, a beautiful expression of friendship. The average person wearing a spacesuit weighs easily over 200 pounds. Saving the life of a partner who weighs as much while trying to escape deadly flames. What a dramatic sob story fit for the silver screen. Indeed, I was completely taken in for the humanity of the story. You see, yet the true ending is that all traces of his hammy act were meant to be blown up. Yes, and now we arrive at the thrilling conclusion. The third explosion. 3 of them?
Objection!
Triple Destinies? What are you talking about? There was no third explosion.
Silence.
Indeed, you are correct. When they fell down, one of them tooted. We don't know which one it was. That is thanks to Detective Arm. It was she who identified and secured the bomb. The bomb? However, it doesn't change the fact that the third bomb was discovered in the lounge. The steel coffin beside the witness stand, that would be a bomb transport case. We used that to transport the deactivated bomb here. It was found in the lounge. A bomb in the form of a most distasteful toy. Shelly da bomb. One on the second floor of the main building, one on the launch pad, one in the lounge. The defendant planned to set off 3 firework displays. Fortunately, the third was discovered before it could be detonated, for had it not, the victim's body and other vital evidence would surely have been immolated.
Objection!
But then doesn't that reinforce that it wasn't him? Before you utter a word, know that the evidence supports me. It's like he's reading my mind. As it is still undergoing forensic investigation, I do not have the evidence on hand. However, know that a peculiar item was found in one of Mr. Starbuck's pockets. Specifically, a bomb detonation switch. You found what? Maybe he didn't know what it was. I suspect the defendant had no time to destroy such damning evidence when the Space Center director and Detective Arm stumbled across the murder. So he thought to hide it in his pocket. Feeble brain that he is. No! Mr. Starbuck would never do anything like that. He thought it was to open the garage door for the spaceship. Justice Dono, open your eyes and see the truth. This appears to be irrefutable evidence that the accused set off the explosions. Now, there has to be some kind of mistake. This can't be the truth. Still can't accept it? You'll believe in your clients, come what may? Then why don't you cross-examine the defendant himself? This has got to be a trap. It's like Blackwell's controlling the entire game. Yep, it seems like he was waiting for me to bring up the body moving issue. Why do you say that? Because he had just the right argument when I pointed it out. And to really rub it in, he had a decisive piece of evidence up his sleeve, too. He was trying to shake my faith in Mr. Starbuck and break me down. And making you cross-examine Mr. Starbuck at this point was part of his plan, too? Totally underhanded, but I wouldn't expect anything less from him. Now let us hear from the arch-villain, the fiendish murderer himself. Famed astronaut Solomon Starbuck. Witness, your name and occupation, please. This is Shamisen playing support? Oh. Solomon Starbuck, astronaut. Hey, how did this happen? Mr. Starbuck, you aren't looking very well. Will you be able to give testimony? Hey. No. But unfortunately, no is not an option. You are being accused of the Space Center bombing and the murder of Clay Terran. Testify to these allegations. Mind if I take the suit off? It's getting really heavy.
Silence.
It's not the weight of the suit that you feel, but of your sins. Prepare to carry that weight for the rest of your life. I miss Clavia, me too. Banish me to the moon. I don't care anymore. You are guilty. I hereby sentence you to be banished to the moon. Wow, that was super negative. Is he gonna be alright up there? He'll be fine, I think. Banish me to the moon, and then banish me to the stars. As long as he doesn't totally give up and say he did it, that is. One of these days, witness. Bang, zoom. Banish to the moon. Hey, Just Powers. How you doing? All I did was support Clay over my shoulder and get us out of the rocket. Like always, I took the elevator down to the middle level and headed for the corridor. There's a ladder. Well, I guess you couldn't have brought a body down with a ladder. Why is there a ladder there in the diagram? I mean, I'm sure it's important. I'm trying to think, why is it important? Also, in the case of explosion, you should probably take the stairs, not an elevator. I took the elevator down to the middle level and they've headed for the corridor. Clay had passed out by the time we got the order to evacuate. I didn't kill Clay. I was trying to save him. Space pants. So you assert you didn't set off the bombs or murder the victim? Haha. Ha ha ha. But I bet you think I'm lying, right? I reserve all judgment till after I've heard your full testimony. I'm sure you don't believe me. I bet you don't even believe I'm an astronaut. I don't think the judge doubts that. Who'd wear a suit like that except an astronaut? I will say that when I saw you in that movie, you appeared quite courageous. Though I suppose reality never quite lives up to fantasy. Is it even him in the movie? I just assumed it was an actor playing the role of him. Hey, I guess I'm just a big disappointment. I really don't care what happens anymore. Oh no, he's completely given up. Who's sighing like that? What a depressing fellow. If you were to join me in the clink, I imagine that annoying sighing of yours would rub off on the other inmates. Like how it rubbed off on Prosecutor Blackwell a second ago? Huh? That was Blackwell sighing? Mr. Starbuck's testimony contains a glaring contradiction. The question is, what does it mean? Even if Starbuck is my client, I can't be gun shy now. It's time to find out the truth. And nothing but the truth. Maybe a few things that aren't related, but also the truth. Is there a pun here? Sighing rockets? I don't really know. I didn't kill him. All I did was support Clay over my shoulder. Hold it! So what you're saying is that the victim was still alive at that time? Of course, he was alive and well. Silence. If so, then you admit you took a man who was alive and well and silenced him permanently with this. What? No. Black hole confirmed dead ahead. He's adjusting the knobs on the witness stand. If he blasts off on that thing, I swear to God. It's no good, Captain. I'm getting sucked in.
Objection!
Mr. Starbuck, you're not in space. Please give your testimony seriously. It was just nerves. Maybe I shouldn't have said he was alive and well. It was more like he was slumped over. Those are completely opposite ends of the spectrum. Like always, I took the elevator down to the middle level and headed for the corridor. Boop, beep, bop. He's a good mind.
Hold it!
Do we get a heads up potentially offensive portrayals of anxiety? I guess? Does it get worse than it already is? Is there a part coming up that's like more intense? Because if this is what it is, then I don't think a wording is necessary personally. He's just kind of sighing a lot. The way they're talking about him is more frustrating than what he's actually doing to me, but I'm not an expert on this. Is that the elevator inside the launch pad area? That's right. We always use it to get to and from the cockpit. That makes sense. So he was just using the route he always used. In spite of the fact that there had just been an explosion. Huh? I think Mr. Starbuck is hiding something. Something's pretty big. He said cock. Clay had passed out by the time he got the order to evacuate.
Hold it!
Passed out? Why was he passed out? Probably because of the explosion, the noise and vibration were incredible. I know, it doesn't seem distinctly different for me. But, anyway. It's little wonder a person would pass out, right? I appreciate the concern, though. I guess. Not that I know. I've been hit by space debris. The main engine's on fire. It's gonna blow. He's dead. Guess I see. I guess it does make sense that someone would pass out. Especially if the person in question is Mr. Starbuck. Anyway. I didn't kill Clay, I was trying to save him. Hold it! Don't worry, I understand. I'll make sure everything turns out all right. But everyone's glaring at me like I did it. Apollo, you have to reassure him better than that. How am I supposed to do that? Try to imagine how he's feeling and use that to figure out how to boost his coffee dance. Mr. Starbuck, think back to what Clay used to always say. It's times like these when he would repeat, "I'm fine" to himself. Apollo got it from Clay? I'm fine? Yeah, I guess he did say that a lot. But even if I shout it, Clay will still be dead. Hey, what's the use? Could somebody please reassure me now? Apollo, there's something strange about his testimony. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. There's a glaring contradiction. I just wonder why it's there and what it means for our case. Doesn't look like he's lying, at least. Guess I'll have to show some evidence. Bam, 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 bam. All I did was support Clay over the shoulder and guess out of the rocket. It was this line that they were like, there's something weird with that, right? I took the elevator down the middle level and headed for the corridor. Let me look at the, oh, yeah, let's look at the evidence. So, middle, to the elevator down to the middle level. Were they on the upper level? With Prince. There they go. That's there they go. What's the issue? They're down the middle of the corridor. So the explosion was at. Oh, is it because the explosion appears to have been? Appears like it was too close to the elevator. So maybe the elevator was. I mean, we don't have proof the elevator wasn't functioning, but.
Objection!
It seems like that's what they want. Mr. Starbuck, I need your testimony to be as accurate as possible. Was I not being accurate? No, because it's impossible for you to have taken the elevator down to the middle level. What makes you say that, Mr. Justice? Please recall where the bomb went off in Launch Pad 1. Also recall that after the explosion, the middle level elevator was engulfed in flames. You're right. Which means... Exactly, the launch pad's elevator would have been unusable. In other words... Mr. Starbuck, your statement is decidedly inconsistent with the facts. What's with the helmet? Mission Command, do you read me? Come in, please.
Objection!
This is Mission Command. I order you to pay attention. Stop this nonsense and answer my questions, Mr. Starbuck. My helmet. Ah! My oxygen tank. Oxygen concentration, body temperature declining, requesting medical assistance. Grr. Air. He can't breathe our air. He's an alien. Mr. Starbuck, we are not in space right now. Stop pretending you have lost consciousness and stand back up. You okay? I apologize, Your Honor. I forgot I was still on Earth. I feel like we all just got a real glimpse of Solomon Starbuck the astronaut. He seemed more like an astronaut now than when he was doing all that sighing. Mr. Starbuck, could you please explain the inconsistency in your statement about how you used the middle level elevator? I was nervous and I said the wrong thing. I'm sorry. I actually took a different route, I think. A different route? I hope you're able to deliver a straight story this time. A straight story? An ace attorney? I'll get it right this time, maybe. I mean, probably. Give me your best gay story. Probably. It's understandable to be nervous, but let me remind you, accuracy is paramount in court. We're in inner space now. In inner space, no one can hear you mentally go, my escape route. Let's see. My escape route, what I said before was a mistake. I remember, I took a different route. Maybe, probably. With the capsule and clay in my arms, I made my way down from the upper level. But there was only a ladder. How did you do it? You're saying you escaped without using the elevator. That's right. There's a ladder that spans the upper and middle levels. I used that ladder to get to the middle level. Luckily, the fire hadn't reached the ladder, so we could make our escape that way. And the capsule you mentioned, I suppose you mean the thing next to Mr. Terran here. Was the capsule that important that you'd risk your life to take it with you? It almost goes without saying, but yeah, that capsule contains asteroid samples. Therefore, it's invaluable as research material. With his spacesuit on, Clay weighed a ton, but securing the capsule was also important. I need you to answer to the best of your ability. Mr. Starbuck, please remember your verdict is writing on your testimony. Heh. Maybe I am guilty after all. I wonder if you can see the stars in prison, but it's more comfortable than a spaceship. Maybe depends on the prison. My escape route. Let's see. What I said was a mistake.
Hold it!
When you jerk your peanuts in space to push you backward. How could you mistake such a basic fact? Everybody makes mistakes, but try thinking about the vastness of space instead. From Earth, it takes 4 light years to travel to our nearest neighboring star. So you see, compared to the vast expanse of space, human error is insignificant. I wish you'd consider just a little more significant than 0. Enough jabbering! Get on with your testimony. I remember now. I took a different route, maybe, probably.
Hold it!
What do you mean? Maybe, probably. Did I hear you right, Mr. Starbuck? I didn't say either of those things. Mission Control, come in, please. An error has occurred in the sound system. Activate the emergency tin can telephone. Oh no! Tin can telephones are ineffective in the vacuum of space.
Silence!
Stop this nonsense or I will sever you and your tin can telephone. All right, I'm begging you. I'll tell the truth. Just don't sever anything. Apollo, is he gonna be all right? I am starting to think he's not. Let's see. So about when we were running away, with the capsule and Clay in my arms, I made my way down from the upper level.
Hold it!
Did you? The upper level of the launch pad area? That's right. That's what I said, isn't it? Granted, that route does exist. So to recap, you had Clay over your right shoulder and the capsule in your left hand. Yeah, it's really important. So I couldn't let it get burned up. So even though Clay was really heavy, I couldn't afford to carry him with both hands. I did the best I could with him over one shoulder and the capsule in my other hand. I don't think the meaning of what he said has hit him yet. You know what you have to do with that statement? Justice Dono. Yes, I know. Well, come this far, no turning back now. Time to present some evidence. So Mr. Starbuck escaped with Clay in the capsule, which means it's just like in the footage. I can see why he couldn't run, though. He must have weighed over 200 pounds just by himself. And he had to support Clay, who was another 200. Plus, he had to ensure the safety of that capsule. I don't think I could have even walked under these circumstances. Walking straight forward is probably about all I would have been able to manage. The question is, what exact evidence do they want? Is it just the map that shows the ladder?
Hold it!
I didn't mean to press the press button. It's really important. And now to go through this again. Damn it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Present. Present. Okay, this has this.
Objection!
Yeah. Mr. Starbuck, why don't you just tell the truth? The truth? Let's see. The Earth is blue? No, that's not right. So I guess the Earth isn't blue. Yeah, that's it. Blue Earthers be like, the truth, Mr. Starbuck. The oxygen concentration is super low in this area. Prepare emergency oxygen tanks. It's mostly blue. The Mr. Justice, the witness appears confused. Let's help draw out the truth from him. Mr. Starbuck, under the circumstances at the time, you couldn't possibly have reached the boarding lounge via the upper level route. Huh? Not as long as this was along the escape route. Yeah, ladder.
Take that!
To get down from the upper to the middle level where the launch pad 1 corridor is, you would have to go down the ladder. Isn't that right, Mr. Starbuck? Of course. That was the only way we could escape.
Objection!
But how would that work? At the time, you were supporting Mr. Terran over your shoulder, were you not? And remember, he was in full space gear as well, putting him at over 200 pounds. Ooh! Oh! Well, it's easy on the moon. Gravity is only 1/6 of what it is on Earth.
Objection!
But the space center is located on Earth. Or is it? Short of being an octopus, climbing a ladder with an adult male in space gear in one arm, while carrying the capsule in your other, is impossible, wouldn't you say? Oh. So, Mr. Starbuck, how exactly did you climb down that ladder with your arms full? The Earth is secretly the moon, Your Honor. Come clean and tell us the truth now. Engineer, where's that engineer? Oh. What the? He's flying the coop. The witnesses fly now? I'm caught on the ceiling. Help. Anyone? Bailiff, prepare the cherry picker. We must launch our rescue mission at once. That's one way to take off while being questioned. I'd rather prove his innocence so we can go to space again someday for real. My people need me. Now then, Mr. Starbuck, do you think you can keep your feet planted on the ground? Yeah, I apologize for losing control. Are you ready to tell us the truth? Not that. Anything but that. What is going on? This isn't the Mr. Starbuck I know. It appears Spaceboy is prone to deception. Spacesuits don't have parachutes built in. Maybe these ones do. Witness! Yikes! Yes? I thought your story odd, but perhaps the inconsistencies can be explained as the result of a medical side effect. Prosecutor Blackwell, please, don't talk about that. What are you talking about, Prosecutor Blackwell? Didn't I already state that Spaceboy is, ironically, terrified of going into space? That's why he took some precautions just before the launch. For you see, traces of this anti-anxiety drug were found in his system. Oh? I sense things are about to nosedive. You got it all wrong. I told him during the investigation, too. I don't know anything about any drugs. I never took any medication, I swear. It was found in his system, but he doesn't remember taking it? How could that be? Somebody must have slipped them to me. But I guess maybe that's why I don't remember, because of the side effects. Yeah, that's why I don't remember much about what really happened. What? He took 11 milligrams of melatonin. He took 3 grams of melatonin. Order in the court. We can't get any useful testimony out of him. He doesn't remember anything. Well, this certainly explains why his testimony kept changing. Why didn't he just tell me he couldn't remember? Guess he didn't want anybody to find out he was terrified of going into space. Maybe I really did do it. Which brings us to the answer of our original question. Of how the witness climbed down the ladder with a dead body. It does? So what is it? A dead man feels no pain and makes no complaints, Justice Dono. So the body was simply dropped down from the top of the ladder. Victim was discovered. There's nothing in the autopsy report about other wounds to the body. So, okay, alright. Oh my, I see. And then the defendant could climb down with his free hand.
Objection!
Drop the body down. Who would do such a disrespectable thing? Besides, dropping the body down would leave marks on the body itself. So you're capable of quick thinking. Yes, you are correct. Really? Oh, thanks. Hee hee. Ah! Huh? What's this? It's the oxygen tank from the victim's spacesuit. It's ruptured, and I'm sure you can figure out why. You can't be implying it's ruptured when the defendant dropped the victim's body. I am for the fracture easily. They fracture easily when struck.
Objection!
Even if that's true, the tank's explosion and shrapnel would leave its mark on the body. Yet according to the autopsy report, only the knife wound was found on the victim's body. You're clearly grasping at straws with this line of reasoning. Silence. Get him. A spacesuit isn't heavy for the sake of being heavy, Justice Dono. It includes the latest technological devices and is made of the fabric of tomorrow. This fabric is made to protect astronauts from the dangers of space. So falling a few Earth yards would hardly leave a mark on the wearer. A few Earth yards? That's half the height of the fucking rocket. What do you mean? No amount of padding can protect you from that.
Objection!
Then shouldn't it be impossible to stab someone through it as well? It should, and yet through sheer coincidence, the knife slipped through a weak spot in the suit's structure and found its way to its target. This entire case is contrivances.jpg. What are the chances? You forget that our killer is an astronaut himself with knowledge of how the suits work. He's got me there. And now my argument has been proven. Spaceboy killed the victim in the rocket and then dropped his body from the upper level. After climbing down, he shouldered the body and made sure the camera recorded them. There's no room for debate about these facts. It is clear that Solomon Starbuck is the only one who could have killed Clay Terran. Here, a report regarding the astronauts' oxygen tanks. Consider it my send-off gift. Feel free to use it as payment to cross the river Styx. That's not a coin. What if an orca did it? The victim's tank was ruptured with 80% left. The defendants had 80%. No, it didn't. It had 50%. Remaining oxygen is displayed on the left shoulder. It was at 50 because he was sharing his oxygen. Or so, I don't know. The report's pretty detailed. Display on the oxygen's left shoulder shows the oxygen remaining after the incident. The victim's tank was ruptured and remaining oxygen was 0. The tank belonging to Starbuck said to be, it was 80% full. Thanks for functioning properly at the time. Okay. Guess that means these glowing cyan digits represent the maximum amount of oxygen in the tank. And that clearly says 80. Case closed. I'm done for. I'm going to prison instead of space. Space boy. Yes? Take heart. The bejeweled night sky is still beautiful even when viewed through bars. You mean the stars as seen from prison? That's right. Your cell will be your spaceship. Picture the view through the iron bars. It's like being an astronaut in your own craft for all time. That's not a half bad thought. Oh, Mr. Starbuck, Prosecutor Blackwell got to him good. Spaceship prison cell, fly me, my guilt and my despair into the deepest, darkest space. And then let's get sucked into a black hole together.
Objection!
It's all back. Oh, God. Mr. Starbuck, you can't give up hope. Oh, yes, Apollo. You know, Clay really looked up to you. He said you are an incredible man. He said you never give up on your dreams and passion for space, no matter the situation. He said that. So don't give up now and help me prove your innocence. For the sake of the man who respected you and believed in you. Clay Terran. For Clay. To the void. You're wasting your breath. Yeah. Apollo, thank you. I can see things clearly now. Mr. Starbuck, I'm fine now. Thanks for reminding me of my life's mission. Right. We'll both be fine. I'll prove you're innocent. You'll see. And after that, we'll get you back into space. Hurrah! You've ignited the booster rockets of my soul! I'm on fire! I am Solomon Starbuck, astronaut, a cosmic hero chosen by the universe itself. Hey, that seems like a bit much. This is no time to be whimpering and crying. I can't let you and Clay down. Balderdash. The sun, the moon, all of space is calling me. Solomon Soul Starbuck. Don't go on a mission to the sun. Ready for launch. Begin the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I thought he was actually going to take off for a second. Well, I feel like I've witnessed an actual rocket launch. Apollo, you did it! You broke Prosecutor Blackwell's grip over Mr. Starbuck. I can't take the credit, it was all Mr. Starbuck. He pulled himself through. If you simpletons are done massaging one another's egos, no matter how positive your mood, my advantage remains unshakable. I have but to wait for the final guilty verdict. Isn't that right, your baldness? Yeah, I can't let up now. I have to stop Blackwell. I have to see this through. Mr. Starbuck just has to make it back into space. Oh, look at them. I won't allow Clay's dream to remain unfulfilled. I gotta destroy Blackwell's argument somehow. Think, Justice, think. Use your brain. If the only people at Launchpad 1 were Clay and Starbuck, and if Clay was already dead by the time this footage was taken, then the only person who could have killed him is Mr. Starbuck. The only way to counter Blackwell's argument is if I can prove that Clay was still alive when they arrived at the boarding lounge. In which case, I should be able to find some contradiction in the evidence itself. Now let's see about this data we just received. This supposedly proves Mr. Starbuck dropped Clay's body in Launchpad 1. But if I'm going to prove that false, then there must be something I can use here. Enough of this farce, your baldness. Let's have your verdict.
Objection!
Prosecutor Blackwell, you seem to be in quite a hurry to rush the verdict. But about this oxygen tank data you submitted just now, it says that Mr. Starbuck's tank had 80% remaining, while Mr. Terran's had 0. Gumshoe is the gumfuck as Starbuck is... He immediately broke them. Do you stand by the accuracy of this report? Who let a skunk in the courtroom? Hi, Reb. Happy belated birthday, Reb. I only caught the very end of your stream, but it seems like a good time. Of course. Then I guess it shrimply means that it's faulty as evidence goes. You will explain what you mean, Justice Dono. It's shrimple! This evidence contradicts the facts of this case. Take a look here at the detailed description and you'll see what I mean. I hope you have some evidence, Mr. Justice. I don't see what's so contradictory. Yes, Your Honor. Right away. This is the evidence oxygen taken before it stands in contradiction to this!
Take that!
And how does this evidence present a contradiction? The problem is this part here. It's his hand! Over the... Right, the blue thing!
Take that!
That part! Note the remaining oxygen in Mr. Starbuck's tank as he carries Mr. Terran. It appears to say 50. According to the data, our client's tank had 80% remaining. The oxygen in the tank increased. I see Your Honor finds it as strange as I do. It's bad enough that there's a contradiction, but the increase in oxygen is beyond illogical. You're absolutely right. What is going on here?
Silence!
I, too, find it odd the oxygen remaining has increased. It would be as odd as if my rations were to increase. But what does that prove? It doesn't change the fact that it is the defendant carrying the victim's corpse.
Objection!
I'm gonna bet you don't get more rations because you don't abide by the rules. Either way, the oxygen remaining shouldn't increase, just as your rations don't increase. Not ration cutting noises. Therefore, this new information is critical. We can't overlook it.
Silence!
In that case, do you have an answer to this riddle of the mysteriously increasing oxygen? It better not disappoint, or I'll declare the inconsistency as mere equipment malfunction. Prosecutor Blackwell has a point. I suppose it could be a simple malfunction. Mr. Justice, if you cannot provide an adequate counterargument to this point, I'm afraid I must bring this trial to an end. Do you think you can explain why the remaining oxygen level increased? Of course I can. The thing to do at a time like this is turn my thinking around. Starbuck has no memory of it, but he claims to have carried clay. This man with the 50 on his tank ought to be Mr. Starbuck. But if anything, the display on his oxygen tank should have shown an 80. I see. This is a clear contradiction between the report and the security footage. What I should be asking is not why the oxygen level increased, but what had to have happened to make it look like it increased. Am I making some kind of mistake in my base assumptions here? Yeah, I had to have that thought too, Joshua. I'm like, is a 5 upside down is still a 5? Well, Mr. Justice, we're waiting. Yes, Your Honor. I'm ready to answer. This is why the remaining oxygen appears to have increased. The victim was carrying the defendant. Safe. This is the other way around. Turn that case upside down. They were going the other way. Maybe they were escaping in the opposite direction. The opposite direction? Like how rewinding a video makes things look like they're repairing themselves? In which case, I think the one who's going to need rewinding is you, Mr. Justice. Penalty. I'd rather fast forward through this myself. What had to have happened? I've got it. The tanks were damaged. It's a kind of a term. I'm not time heisting, Your Honor. The answer is simple. The tanks were damaged. I don't think the problem is with the tanks, but with your eyes, Justice Dono. It's written in the report the tanks were functioning properly. Then how come he said if we don't have proof, he's going to dismiss it as faulty equipment, when the evidence says they were not faulty? Anyway, it's amazing how diligent reporting can come back to bite you in the rear. And it's amazing how your diligent negligence can come back to bite you in the rear. Let this penalty remind you. Good. Rules only apply to defense. Yeah, they sure do. My aching rear. Let's try that again. No, Apollo. Don't talk about your aching rear in court. Okay. It was the other way around. I was like, maybe they were sharing oxygen or something. I didn't think about it. The other way around. What if it was the other way around? Well, turnabout, you know. Would you care to explain? As you can see, Your Honor, both men had their helmets on in this footage. As it turns out, this is where our base assumptions went astray. We assumed it was Mr. Starbuck helping Mr. Terran, but it was the other way around. It wasn't Starbuck helping Terran at all. It was Terran who was helping Starbuck to the boarding lounge. It was what? Alright, I'm Ryan the Astronomy. Order, Mr. Justice. You mean to tell me the person on the right in this image is the victim, Clay Terran? It's the only way to the riddle of the increasing oxygen level can be solved, Your Honor. At this point in time, the remaining oxygen in the victim's tank was at 50%. And when the victim was found in the boarding lounge, his tank was at 0. That's right. There's nothing contradictory about the oxygen level decreasing. This means Mr. Terran was alive as they made their escape to the lounge. Silence! How short your memory is. Have you forgotten what you yourself proposed? Even if the victim was alive at this point in time. How did he descend the ladder with his arms full?
Objection!
Prosecutor Blackwell, you can't hurt me with a broken blade. Ooh, get him where it hurts. It's true that we don't know how they got down the ladder. I suppose that matter needs further investigating. But we have proven that Mr. Terran was alive when he reached the boarding lounge. Your Honor, I did a whoopsie. This fact alone shatters your claims and opens up the possibility the victim could have been killed by a third party. There were 2 people who claimed to be the first on the scene, but can we truly trust their statements? Let's see. The 2 people were Detective Candace Arm and Yuri Cosmos, right? Chat, be good. You think that one of them might have given a false statement to the police? It's certainly possible. We might have to do a little more digging. Don't just smile. It seems we have to hear the testimony of these first 2 people on the scene. Score. Come to think of it, Detective Arm should be here in court right now. Oh, she is, Your Honor. Oh, she is. Bailiff, could you please show Detective Arm to the stand? You must be Arms. I have an announcement, everyone. What's the meaning of this? We're in the middle of a trial here. Please remain calm and listen carefully. Someone has reactivated the bomb. The bomb? The bomb was defused, but it's about to explode. Explode. A bomb. A bomb. I would pull up the audio, but it'd take too long. Now, everybody run! I don't want to die. Oh no, everybody's panicking. Silence. Dead. Headless chickens with a death wish, the lot of you. Calm yourselves before all else. A 4? A 4? Come on, Apollo, let's get out of here. What about Mr. Starbuck's dream? And who will carry out Clay's final wish? I don't care what happens to me. I'm not letting some bomb blow the truth up forever. I refuse to let things end here. Apollo says no time to be dramatic. If we don't get out of here now, we're gonna die. We are going to die. Sad face. Come on this way. Ouch, let me go. Apollo! Juniper? She hasn't evacuated yet? Eek! Juniper! Are you alright? Apollo! No! Not that way! Ah! Snake! And then he died at the end. It's a shame that Apollo dies in the second game of the Apollo trilogy, but you know. How many times is the cork gonna explode? As many times as Clavier's guitar exploded in the last game. Oh my god. We did 2 whole cases. Yeah, we did it. Look at us. Well, it's a shame that Apollo died. But at least he died doing what he loved. You know. Orange justice. In the courtroom. And did it. Well. He died as he lived, exploding and screaming at the top of his lungs. Being a nerd, that too. Running towards explosions. Screaming. God, he did love to scream. He sure did. Yeah, it was a short case, but you know, it was fun. It was a good time. So I guess tomorrow we'll pick up with the next case. Because this one's done, right? When he was like, I'm gonna go back to that case and learn the truth. That was his ghost, his spirit, that wasn't willing to let go of what went wrong. But now we've set him free. You did anything on Twitter? Show me. While you get me that link. Was that the Spirit of Justice? Yeah, that's why it's called Spirit of Justice, because he's dead. Because he's dead. That was Maya channeling Apollo. Oh my god. Oh my god, it's all connected. Ah, shit. Joggle Majima, thanks for 3 years. Enjoy your Oki. Go full force. Ebbe, thanks for 100 bits. Blackquill, that is a child. Toast Supposing, thanks for 83 bits. That revelation broke my internet briefly. Good. Smash, thanks for 50 bits. Whenever Simon slams the table, Taka's eyes widen. This is real good. What do you got here? Peggy. Peggy 18. Oh. Ooh. Good. Good. Athena and Apollo literally doesn't even breathe. Professor Beans. Jesus Christ, this is well done. The glasses are good. Thank you for this, Peggy. Also, why did you do this? This is... Show me them teeps. Attack on Titan, yeah. Very good. I love when I can go, wow, this is great. I hate it. Thank you. The glasses are small. He munch. Very good. News Arts, thanks for 3 months. Be gay, do crime, get prosecuted. Thank you. Enjoy your silver key. Clay, thanks for 62 months. JC Maxwell, thanks for 1.5 years. It's well known if you jork it too many times in a day, your hand combusts. Everyone has a day where they learn their limit. I don't see any, it's true. It's real. Tancap, thanks for 10 months. Surge, thanks for 30 months. Ator, thanks for 50 months. All these back-to-back nice round number. Thank you. GMSec, thanks for 30. Found an old bearded man with a gavel in the kitchen. He's supposed to be here. I'm looking for snacks. Exhibit A from Smash Mat was Terminal Montage's video about Mario 64. They backwards long jumped. Playframe Plus, thanks again for the raid. Hope Dan had a good stream. Garbage Nirvana, thanks for 96 bits. You're not a genius. Scarred Lee, thanks for 18 months. I'm late, but I love you, chat. How you doing? Smashman, thanks for 96 bits. Evil form activated. Also, I find Aristotle less creepy than he's being openly evil. Oh yeah, well, the you know, like an openly evil, crazy, just like, once they're like, brah, I'm being weird and aggressive. That's less scary than like, oh, I'm here to help you. Smile, smile. And they're just kind of subtly being off. The dissonance, yeah, that's way more unsettling. So I agree that it's like, oh, finally, he's showing his true colors. Now I can just openly be like, yeah, this guy sucks. Instead of like, ugh, the vibes here suck. And he did the awful smile. From a busted Greek soldier. Yeah, he like stuck his hair up. I always associate it more with like a Roman centurion kind of thing, but it's fine. You posted your vinyl video game collection on your Instagram 84 years ago. Have I showed on stream yet? No, because my record player's in the other room. But I mean, I could. I own a lot of video game vinyl. I haven't bought any new ones in a while though. I mean, that's a good reason. I bought these like big crates to just store all my records in. And I basically have one that's all of my video game records and one that's all my other records. And they're about 50-50 now, which is kind of amazing because when I started collecting vinyl, I had like one video game record and like 30 other records. Yeah, I filled up those two crates and I don't really have room for a third one here. So I just haven't really got any new records in a while. I used to love going to like record shops as well as like Goodwill and stuff like that, and just finding random old records and listening to them. It was a fun time. And I just haven't, I just haven't really gone outside much the last 4 years. So that's fun. The Tron Seether, yeah, I've got a couple really cool ones. I have the one of my favorites is the soundtrack to Super Hexagon, and they printed it on a record that they then punched out into the shape of a hexagon. So the record itself, like the grooves are still a circle, but it's in a shape of a hexagon, and it's in like a plastic sleeve that goes in. It's really neat. I got Banjo-Kazooie signed by Grant Kirkhope, which is cool. Got a bunch of cool stuff. Start. Is the sneaky one. Thanks for 7 months. Off to Vodland I go. Hope you enjoy the VODs. Carmen Gallo, thanks for 10 months. Viz, thanks for the raid. Hope Viz had a good stream. This means I've been justified. Thanks for the clip, Smash Mat, and the bits. Dave Kaiser, thanks for 100 bits. Remember, chat, never trust tabloids. Goon124, thanks for 43 months. Another month down. Like a hitman. Finally. Took out another month. Main critic gifted a sub to Item Finder Morel. Hope you enjoyed the emotes. Welcome. Smash Mat, thanks for 100 bits. Did you notice that Ted Tenate's actual eyes looked like bombs when his goggles were destroyed? I did not. I'll have to go back and look at it. Tracker, thanks for the 100 bits. Smash Mat gifted Shiv a sub. Tracker gifted Dan a sub. And Just Palace, thanks for 44. I miss Clavier every day. Clavier's solo. He's jamming out in heaven. He blew up. A month for the pile. Happy pile. Thank you. Wayne has me on soundtrack. Hope you enjoy it. I got a vinyl player, but the person in the shop was like, one of the vinyl 2 on 3. It's like, yeah. Listen, that's how it starts. You start because you get a free vinyl record, and you're like, huh? And then from there, it all goes downhill. No, it's fun. Get a record player. You can get a pretty decent one for not too much. Let's go raid somebody. I'm kicking y'all out. We're gonna pick this up next time, though. I'm gonna send you all over to Greg, who's playing Tabletop Sim. Elson, thank you for 17 months. That's a lot of months. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Playing some board games with Captain Big, Mint Lightning, maybe some of the peeps. Hanging out. Raid message could be her. Yeah, that that works for me. If you're subbed to Viz, which you should, twitch.tv/VizzleGuy, you can drop an Inviso Psy on there as well. This stream company, yeah, appreciate it. Hope y'all enjoying this game. I'm enjoying it. I'll be back tomorrow. I did have to double check today's Thursday. I was like, today's Thursday, right? Yep. So we'll pick this back up tomorrow and see what the hell is happening. Maybe now we finally get to see Punished Apollo in all his glory. But I do wonder why his eye was covered up. Maybe it's literally just a sty. That would be great. Can I share HD Brussels? No. Huh? Hi, Viz. I really... Inviso Psy. my beloved. I did send you a permit, but I'm upset about it. Dun dun dun. Bum bum bum. See this man in full HD on a 2K monitor is sending me. Oh god. Oh, the detail. He's so crisp. End quote. Yeah. Anyway, thanks for watching. I appreciate. Anyway, I gotta go. I don't want to look at that. I don't want to look at him. Yeah. Thank you. Get out of here. Go have a and go watch some good board gaming or not or whatever you want to do. I don't know. It's a big internet. Thanks for hanging though. Goodbye. Get out. Get out. Thanks for hanging. VOD watchers. Hope you've enjoyed whatever this game continues to be. I'm having fun. I gotta go lie down and not think about Brushel. I hope you do the same. Goodbye.